Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MMX 2021. Mic check or someone in the chat. Good morning, Teresa Clement. So obviously everyone can hear me. Hi, Mara. So excited to be coming to all of you again today, or this year, I guess, for MMX 2021. So sadly, we were not able to do this live like we had planned, but we're doing the next best thing, which is virtual. And, at the end of the day, it's an opportunity to get everyone together. So really excited about that. Really excited to bring the community together. MMX really is one of the, my favorite events of the year because of what we're able to do to bring people together. I think this year we're taking a little bit different approach and really trying to separate the MMX content and the TRX content. So MMX is really intended to be focused on the needs specifically of the member community. What are your interest areas? How do we make sure we're addressing those, bring content to you? Whereas TRX is really focused on the technology side of things, the work that we're doing, challenging the performers and getting that information out to everybody in a way that is useful to them. So this year at MMX, we're really trying to focus on some of what we heard. And each year we ask you to participate in the member survey. And this year was our best year ever, really, as far as response goes. Tiffany's going to walk through some of those responses here in a little bit, but I think the most important thing that came out of that is there's a lot of diversity in what the membership is interested in and what they need today and what they need for tomorrow. So what we tried to do was put together content for MMX that is focused on those individual needs. So we're trying to address that, really trying to think through what the members need, whether it's on as it relates to the needs of a small business, what policy needs or changes needs to take place in order to really see adoption like we all want. Where is their funding and how do we get access to funding, and not necessarily just project funding, but as a business, how do we tap into different resources that are out there? So what we tried to do was kind of really rethink the way MMX was structured and put together content that is valuable to you. We also, wanted to make sure that we're talking through the work that's going on at the Institute. We have a number of the directors who are reaching out, or not reaching out, but are going to be presenting and talking through, work that they've been doing. But you also hear from a number of the stakeholders at the Institute, and stakeholders come in a wide variety of formats, from individual member organizations to project participants to government partners, and 10 different flavors as well. So we have some of those folks bringing their perspective. All of that is really set to create an exchange so that we start some dialogue and we start to interact. We all know this is not the same as being face-to-face and the value that we get out of that face-to-face, but it's really the next best thing. And I think this platform has proven to be fantastic. We've also seen, not issues, but some opportunities for improvement. The remote platform has been modified and really updated to take in some of that into perspective. So hopefully you've interacted with it already. I'm not going to spend a tremendous amount of time talking about how to use it, but want to go over a couple of pretty specific things. There was an hour of interchange that took place already. We saw, a pretty significant number of people in the platform already. And then over the course of the next 2 days, we have many different opportunities for this exchange component to take place. And, part of that is once you get into the breakout sessions, I really encourage you to take advantage of reaching out and seeking out people. Whether it's by topic, you'll see the structure, and I see some of the comments coming in on the, through the chat there, the general chat, where there's actually tables structured by different topical areas, whether it be a technology swim lane or relative to specific training needs or policy conversations. One of the main things that we heard during the survey was people are looking to engage on pretty specific things, and they want to get connected on around like topics with one another. So Tara Sarver, who's really the brains behind it, pulling all of this together and making these events successful, kind of structured the floors so that you're able to, really on any floor, look for a particular topic and then to go kind of inquire. So encourage you to kind of find topics that you're interested in or find folks that you're looking for. There's a number of different functionalities, chat, which I see many of you using effectively. In addition to the general chat, you can actually go into participants and look up individuals. Encourage you to do that. Look for folks that maybe you haven't seen in a while. Make a new friend. But it's also a good tool to, direct message people to try to set things up for a break to go, reconnect on some, particular topic that you need to get back together on. The last functionality is around Q&A. And this one is really important as we move forward, especially for the panels and the discussions that take place. On that Q&A, we'll refresh it for each talk. But we encourage you to go in there and prod the speakers with questions, and then you can vote those up and down. The final thing I would like to talk about as far as the platform goes is just simply related to, the layout and the tool. I want to thank all of the different table sponsors. We actually had, I think we have 9 levels full of sponsors. We've got some non-members also getting engaged. So that's exciting to try to bring them into the community. We've got 6+ floors completely filled with members who've set up tables. So if there's someone you're looking for or a topic that you want to reach out on, really encourage you to do that. And then use those topical areas that I mentioned to go engage in specific conversations. I'll jump into slides now, and one second. Hopefully everyone can see those well. One of the things that makes the events go very smoothly, in my opinion, is it's an environment where people are able to speak freely and have discussions. That's really, again, what this exchange is all about. I hope I don't have those on a timer, because that would be silly. But we want to make sure that folks are not, soliciting one another over the course of these events. We really haven't had too many problems with it in the past, but the chat functions are not a function for you to go off and individually, or to target people or to try to solicit them in a manner that is not something they're looking for. If you do end up doing that and we get reports of that, we will take action and remove you. So hopefully we have no problems with this, and we can have a wonderful next 2 days of discussion and conversation around this technology that we're all so in love with. So I will kind of move on now into kind of giving an update on where we're at. And I want to start by kind of walking everyone through our vision and mission and what we're doing to achieve this mission. This concept of mission is something I think we all understand. We all see vision and mission statements all the time. Maybe we don't put a lot of energy into them, or maybe they're very meaningful. For us, our mission statement in particular is extremely meaningful to us. It has been something, it's tweaked a word here and there over the years, but all in all, it stayed same. And really what we're seeing right now is we need to focus on this mission, which is accelerating the adoption of additive manufacturing to advance, manufacturing competitiveness and security for our country. This past year has really focused us to think about that and reevaluate what is it that we're doing to manage this mission. It's really a question and challenge that we've got from our government stakeholders to rethink, or at least evaluate, what are we doing to assure that every day we're focused on something that is helping us get more people engaged and have a better understanding of the technology and know how to use it, when to use it, how to train people. So what you'll see over the remaining minutes of my talk, and then from the director's talks and the various panels that you see over the course of the next couple of days, is a focus on managing this mission. And in some cases, asking the question, what does it mean to you? In other ways, giving you an update on areas where we're trying to achieve this mission. So we've coined this phrase at the Institute of convening, coordinating, and catalyzing. That's something that we, put attention to every day. I think it was powerful in that this past year, we have kind of seen that mission statement be confirmed by our membership. So through an activity of strategic positioning, we got a number of folks kind of reassure us that we're working on the right things. I say we a lot, and what I mean by that is this incredible team that we have at the Institute. You've seen a number of these faces before. Many of them are new, actually. Everyone in green, you'll notice, is a new member since last MMX. So the team has grown. If you look back over 2 years, really the team has grown pretty significantly. And, it really is these folks who are working every day to help support the needs of the community. So if there's ever a question, ever a need from the community, these are the people to reach out to, whether it's around a very specific project and one of our project engineers, or what we're doing in training in our EWD team. These are the folks who are here to support you. But we also need to hear from you to make sure that we're working on the right things. So we work very actively with advisory groups and working groups, and encourage you to get engaged in those if you're not already. The last piece of the team can't go unmentioned, and it's our team. If we all regularly use this term, public-private partnership, we understand, what is America Makes and who we are. But there's a group of folks on the government side, and there's many more than are listed here, that are very actively engaged with us every day. So I want to start with a quick thank you to a picture that is not represented on this screen, which is Dr. Dennis Butcher. He has been our program manager for the past 5 years, has provided tremendous insight to our team and the government team alike. Really thank him for his service. He is moving on and has moved on at this point to a new role, and he'll be leading a different program at the Air Force. And we're excited to welcome Adam Hicks, who's not really a new name to any of us. He's been engaged in a variety of different ways, and interestingly, in member organizations as well. So he's worked at a startup, and he's worked in academia, worked in government, and he's now leading the government program team. So really excited to get, to work with him more and more every day. And then last but not least is Dr. Mark Benedict, who I think everyone knows at this point. He has been the bedrock of the Institute, specifically on the technical side of things, for as long as I can remember, honestly. He provides tremendous insight and resource to our team, the government team. Really want to thank them and for all that they're doing. There's another group of folks who are your executive committee. They are near the completion of their term. They've been working very hard for the past 2 years. We'll talk at the very end of my talk about some of what that work is materialized as, but thank them for their service. These are the folks who are your voices. They're really the voice of the membership amongst the leadership of the team. So if we think about, what's been going on, I think this year, and really since, early 2020, I think everyone has been busier than ever, which is crazy, with many of us traveling a lot less than we had, but it seems like we're all busier than we ever were. So it's been a pretty wild ride for everyone, whether at the Institute or otherwise. Here's just a little sampling of some of the work that's been going on. You'll hear folks talk about these different topics over the course of the next 2 days. The project portfolio is more active than ever. I'll give a little more detail to that in a minute. Josh is going to talk about the growth and just the tremendous amount of activity that's taking place in the EWD portfolio, kind of give you a level set of what the strategy is for EWD. And some of that is based on feedback from the community and some of what came out of strategic positioning. And Josh and now a growing team, has been working very hard to put that picture together. So he'll be talking everyone through that tomorrow. Tiffany will be talking here in a minute about some of the member resources, big changes in the member portal and your membership over the past year, and how we're utilizing that and how we're interacting with the members, and some of the other programs that are going on. AM Layers is a new product coming out of the Institute, and it's addressing one of the strategic objectives from last year. And we have our first edition of that went to print, and will be distributed here shortly. So I'll talk a little bit more, and you'll get a couple, a little bit more information about that from both Brandon and Tiffany over the course of the next 2 days. We've also, we've taken advantage of, not a lot of visitors over the past year and a half, and really rethought how we're utilizing this facility, because what we need today is different than what we needed back in 2012 when we got started. Thank you to everyone who's provided parts for this new facility and this new vision of what a facility is. And we'll talk, Tiffany will talk a little bit more about what that is, and actually walk you through kind of in a virtual manner what this new facility looks like. And then I'll spend balance of my time talking through those last couple of items. I mentioned strategic objectives. Each year we set these. For last year, over the course of this last year, we've really focused on 4 major things. That is strategic positioning, strategic leadership, communications, and updating the facility. Strategic positioning, I'm going to spend some time right at the very end giving you an overview of not what we did, but what we found out and where we're going. That activity, for the sake of the bound of the scope of the program or project as we initially defined it, is complete. We have a high-level roadmap. We're now putting together this longer-term vision and really trying to translate that into a strategic plan. That's something where we'll be looking for members to continue to be engaged in. Strategic leadership, the big to-do within that space was the creation of this initial annual report. That, as I mentioned, is complete. It's got a variety of different articles. It's going to kind of continue to mature based on feedback from the community, to include what we think is interesting around State of the Union, where is the Institute at, but also then dissemination of information and trying to piece together, some of the program work that's going on at the Institute. And I kind of lay out what the impact of that is and why it's meaningful to you. Now, really going to look for folks in the community to provide feedback on that and help us understand what you need most. This is intended to be a member resource, a members only resource. So you'll see those distributed to your point person relatively soon. In the communication side of things, we've seen engagement up all the way around. I think everyone's hungry for information. At the same time, we're getting a little burned out by virtual information, but we've seen social media increase. We've seen our touch points in everything from webinars to, things like MMX and TRX all increase over the past year, which is powerful. I think understanding all of the choices that are out there and all the opportunities there are for information. We want to make sure we're continuing to deliver what you're looking for. And finally, in that space, there's an updated website, which is going to be coming out here really shortly after MMX. The last objective is the facility, as I mentioned, which we'll hear a little bit more about later. But if we think about this, I mentioned early on in that last slide, we're busier than ever at the Institute. This slide is an overview of where we're at. And I don't know that we generally take enough time to share this information. As you're buried in it every day, I don't know that we really understand the magnitude of the value that is generated by the work that's being done at the Institute. So we go back to 2012, so we're talking 9 going on 10 years of work, whether it's project work or development and building of the community and focus on the supply chain and training of the workforce. We've got well over 200 different projects that have taken place or are taking place. You'll notice, almost a third of the projects are still underway at the Institute. So there's so much content coming in, and they're all opportunities to get engaged. I think the other, thing to point out here is, on the CA 1, 2, and 3 are our cooperative agreements. CA 1 is what got us established. That is complete, closed, and in the books, if you will. The second cooperative agreement was really focused on project execution. We have a remaining, few projects that are closing out on that. You'll notice it's 95% complete. That'll relatively soon be in the books. But then you'll see this cooperative agreement number 3, which we announced literally 2 years ago, not today, but a couple of days ago. You'll already see that there's more funding obligated on that contract than either of the 2 previous contracts. So there's a lot higher ceiling, but a lot more opportunity here. So we've seen a tremendous amount of growth. You'll notice in the new starts on the right-hand side, there's just ever more activity taking place at the Institute. So how do we make sure we're working on the right things? One thing we do is road mapping. We use that term. We've used it from the very beginning, and it's a very powerful and meaningful term at the Institute. The other thing is this concept of ecosystem, and how do we build an ecosystem that is meaningful? So I've stolen a catch line from Josh Kramer of National Strategy Local Impact, which I think really very well summarizes what it is an institute is supposed to be doing. How do we build an enduring infrastructure and a structure by which we can hang things off of and scale up from, but we can also see how it affects me every day where I live. There's probably no better example of that than what we did with AMCPR. We've talked plenty about it. I think most folks know about it. But I think the key takeaway there, and some of what we've heard, and we've recently published an article with some folks on the government side in the New England Journal of Medicine that really talk through the trust factor and why it's important, and the value of a public-private partnership in these types of programs. And what we're trying to do is how do we use that and then transfer it into other activities? So we've got some really exciting things going on with the state of Ohio. They've been very engaged. We actually have a couple of folks on later today talking about, what is the strategy for additive manufacturing in the state of Ohio. We've teamed up and been working very closely with them. We just completed a program that was funded through the state that was demonstrated down in Cincinnati. So a lot of exciting activity really focused on this. Where do we make a local and regional impact? But, a specific impact in my neighborhood doesn't mean as much if we have to go back and recreate it every time we do it across the United States. You just can't do it fast enough. So it now goes back to this. What is your national strategy to do this? So an area where we're hoping to make significant impact is around this concept of the defense manufacturing community. So this is something that was started back in 2020. There were 6 awards in 2020 and 5 awards in 21. We, as an institute and organization, do not lead any of these. These are led by regional teams, but we've been pulled into the majority of them. So you'll notice we're on 9 of the 11 different defense manufacturing communities. So where we're showing that we can add value to these teams is we have that portfolio that I just mentioned, and a lot of what Josh and team has built are things that we can take and someone has paid for and built that we can pull back and more easily reproduce than having folks, creating it on their own. So I think that kind of sums up our interests in this idea of national strategy, local impact. In order to make sure all of that is working, we have to be governed as an organization. We're ultimately a product of the needs of the community and driven by the members. To make sure that we're doing that, we have an operating plan that we follow. Hopefully you're familiar with that if you're a member. If you're not, I encourage you to become familiar with that. There is an expectation to continually update this. We've just gone through that process and worked very closely with the executive committee, which I mentioned earlier. And really over the course of late spring through summer and into early fall, have gone through that section by section by section to kind of run a sense check of, is this what we really need to be doing? Is this what the Institute needs to be doing to deliver value back to the community, to make sure, again, in this overarching concept of managing the mission, are we working on the right things? Do we have the pieces in place? So that has all been done. It was rolled out and sent out to governance, the governance board members. We would typically be doing this face-to-face. However, pending that is not possible, there is a means to do this electronically. So each governance board member was sent that on Monday, and voting is open till next Thursday. So there's a requirement to have it open for 10 days. And there's a form that you can go vote on. If you didn't get it, you're not the governance board lead for your organization. If you did get it, please fill it out. Whether you are in favor of it or not, we just need to get that, moving on to the next phase. So these slides will all be available, kind of as takeaways. There's only a couple of revisions or really amendments that I want to point out here. One is in section 7.1, and 7 is really a section where we call out and list out the metrics. So these are, what is it that we're keeping track of at the Institute that matters and ultimately helps support our ability to manage the mission. So the team that led this group really looked at, what do we have in place, and are those the right things? And in a lot of cases, many of the metrics were revised and tweaked based on what our mission is and trying to make sure they're better aligned to our new cooperative agreement and the expectations of that agreement. The last two on this slide are, other areas where, may directly affect folks. In section 9.3b, there's actually a breakout now of a responsibility matrix across the various roles of the Institute. So it includes tech directors, myself as the executive director, the executive committee, the various advisory groups, and so on. So that is a much more detailed breakout of who's responsible for what. And then the last is just an update to better align to the new cooperative agreement. So the thing to point out there is the number of days required for dissemination. And the last thing that I want to cover is this idea of strategic positioning. We went through, interacted with so many different members, really looked at what is it that we need to better understand? What questions do we need to answer? What does success mean for the Institute? How do we ensure that we're sustainable? At the end of the day, we have to be delivering value for all of the stakeholders. So what is the value proposition across these different stakeholder groups? What does our membership look like? And what should our targeted membership be? And then ultimately, what are we offering? What is it that we do that others don't do that make us, the right choice for them? We kind of overlaid those questions with some of the value proposition, trying to address specific things. I think feedback was clearly that we're good at pulling together the community, convening and coordinating them. We have good access to government stakeholders, and not necessarily access, but understanding of need and ability to collaborate and deliver against those needs. We have a fantastic means to share information and a model that goes all the way back to the membership agreement that makes that real. But we also have some gaps that we need to make sure that we're addressing. One of the feedbacks was around, what is clearly communicate what is the value? Why should I be a member? Where does the funding go? Who is working on it? And really look at how do we, if we want to go into these new areas and opportunity spaces, what does our membership need to look like? And as we think about, where additive has the potential to make an impact today, this information references some work done by Deloitte last year, but it looks at a variety of different industries and evaluates kind of the impact that additive can have on the vertical axis against the product, and on the horizontal axis against, as it relates to supply chain. And you'll see that, if you look at Wooler's data from 2020 and the market space, I think we have the membership feels that between aerospace and the government side, we've got a pretty good understanding and strength and value proposition for those sectors. But there are others that, there are really opportunities to champion and do additional work in. But the question is, how do we do that? What does that roadmap look like? And again, there's so much work to be done. We have to think about what we need to, where we want to focus. And that kind of brings me to my closing, which is, what do we do next? So we're going to look at, and you'll hear from some folks over the course of the next couple of days about strengthening our core, making sure we're doubling down on things that we're doing well, but always challenging what we're doing. One of those areas is around the membership structure. We're going to, as we look forward to the right-hand side of this slide, what do we have to do to make sure America Makes is in a fantastic position in delivering value over the course of the next couple of years? We want to be the ecosystem coordinator. We feel that we are. We need to make sure we're taking action to continue to deliver, especially as we consider different sectors and growth within those sectors. So, deepening our relationship with government agencies, looking at the membership model, how it's structured today going to work, and is it sustainable? Access to data is something that's become really heavily discussed over the past couple of years. And then how do we roll that all into a longer term strategy? So you'll see that coming up while continuing to do road mapping and baselining activities. So this is some of what you'll see starting to take place over the next year. It'll be something we're very actively working on with the executive committee, which takes me to kind of my closing. As hopefully you noticed, and I mentioned earlier, the executive committee, their 2-year terms, they are about at the completion of their 2-year term. We have the nomination process open right now. It was most recently in the America Makes newsletter. So if you are interested in serving as an executive committee member or would like to nominate someone, please do so. That is required by December 8th. And then we're going to very quickly get that out for voting and plan on having an executive committee in place by the end of this calendar year. Next is operating plan. Please vote on that. I just walked through it. Excuse me. Next year is our 10-year anniversary, believe it or not, which is crazy to think. But we need to, really kind of celebrate the fact that this thing that was really all a dream and had a lot of unknowns associated with it has reached 10 years. I mean, we're going to be from 2012 to 2022 here very soon. And that's pretty meaningful. So we're going to be talking a lot more about that, really trying to celebrate the successes of the membership over the past 10 years, looking back at some of the earliest programs and see what are they doing now? How have they moved us forward as a community? It's also caused us to rethink our event schedule. And we're going to be reconfiguring our events, same time frames as what we did this year. But we're actually going to put MMX in the summer. Intended to be the members meeting. We're actually going to celebrate the anniversary of the Institute, which is August 16th in Youngstown. So please mark your calendars for these dates coming up. We expect and have hope to be face-to-face for all of 2022, not 2002. So we're not going back in time, but these are all for next year. So I'd like to thank everyone. I am going to stop sharing and invite Tiffany Westbay up to the stage. And Tiffany is going to be giving an update from the members' perspective and letting you know everything that's been going on to hopefully support your interests. Hello, Tiffany.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thanks for logging in today, and thanks for that introduction, John. So for those of you that do not know me, again, my name is Tiffany Westbay, and I'm the Membership Director and Operations Deputy Director here at America Makes. So during my time with you this morning, I'm going to share an overview of the current America Makes membership, emphasizing a breakdown of what our membership currently represents. And then I'm going to go into discussing the results from the 2021 annual membership survey and describe what we're working on in response to your feedback. From there, I'll be giving you a sneak peek into some of the new things that we've been working on for you. And then lastly, I'll round out this session by describing membership model 2.0 and talking through our evaluation of the current membership model and what some next steps might look like. So first up, I'd like to focus on the growth of the membership community. Since 2012, when we first started out, the membership base has grown exponentially. Today, we have a membership community that represents 243 organizations across the nation. A look back through the years shows us that we've seen a steady increase in membership growth on an annual basis. But what we found is that growth is strongly tied, and there's a really strong correlation between membership and great engagement with the growth. So we know that when our members start talking about, when our members start talking about their involvement with us, whether it be attending events or participating in projects or even just sharing information, that other companies within the additive ecosystem tend to become interested in becoming a part of this community. So we recognize that you as members put into talking about these good things that are happening at America Makes, and we appreciate that. And we want to just remind you that there are cost share credits available for you to claim if you are participating in those activities. We also encourage members that are currently at the gold or platinum tier of membership to consider sponsoring a new member at the silver tier. And if anybody has questions on how to go about doing that, we do have a membership table set up at the networking break. So feel free to stop by and we'll walk you through that process so that you can better understand how that works. But before I move on, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that of this 243 membership community that we have, 20 organizations are actually original members of America Makes, meaning that they originally signed on board with us between 2012 and 2013. So I just want to extend a special thank you to that group for sticking with us throughout the years and really helping us grow and shape out what membership is today. Now, taking a deeper look at our membership, we've broken it down into 3 different ways for you. The first chart at the top left of your screen represents our membership by tier. As you can see from this chart, more than half of our current membership is at the silver level. Just below that chart, you'll see another chart that breaks it down by member type, and these are the 6 basic categories that we use to describe our membership. The key takeaway from this chart is that our membership is truly dominated by small and medium-sized business. And this is really also representative of you as members. Over the course of time, you guys have provided us with some really valuable feedback on how we can expand our membership benefits and engagement opportunities. And from what you've provided to us, we've been able to create a variety of ways to make membership easier to achieve through things like the America Makes app program. So thank you for giving us that feedback. Now, the last chart on the right of your screen illustrates the diverse industries that our members represent. For a long time, we had trouble articulating this, but now because of the membership portal, you're able to provide us with valuable information so that we can use it on your behalf, and we can see exactly what industries are participating in the membership. And keep in mind, when you go into the portal, you don't have to just identify with one industry. You can identify with as many different industries as you're working within. So we encourage you to keep your membership portal up to date so that we can keep deriving good graphics like this for you and keep reporting out exactly what our membership represents. This also gives us at America Makes a better understanding and view into real-time information so that we can understand your capabilities and then connect you with other members appropriately. And then we can use this information also to shape out the future development of membership benefits and moving forward. next slide represents a geographical representation of the membership. Before I get too far into this slide, it is important to note that this representation is based off of the primary address that you've listed on your membership account. So based off of that information, we can see that our membership community covers 42 states. But knowing that, we also recognize that this is an incomplete picture. And while your primary address may represent a single location, you may have a variety of additive sites situated in different states. So we want to ensure that we're accurately representing your work across the additive ecosystem. However, to do this, we need some more feedback from you. So in the event follow-up survey that'll go out after this event concludes, we're going to be asking you just a few questions so that we can gauge how to tackle this. When you receive that survey, if you could just take a few minutes to respond to those questions, then we can get started on working on this and more accurately representing you and your organization. Now I'm going to transition into some feedback that we received from the 2021 annual membership survey. And first, I want to start off just by thanking all the members who participated. This was our fourth annual survey, and we received an 80% response rate, which was incredibly encouraging to us. The feedback that you did submit either has been or is currently being incorporated into our America Makes annual program planning. So over the next 3 slides, what you'll notice is that I've grouped your feedback into 3 primary buckets, and I'll be addressing the areas where the largest trends emerged. The first major area concerns events. And historically, events have come back as the #1 area that members look forward to engaging with us at. And this survey revealed that you'd like to see more introductions made on your behalf, structured networking sessions, more awareness around events, and more detailed event follow-up. To address these items, we've really been working hard to build out this membership portal. We really want to have that real-time information and knowledge about your organizations on hand. And we've also started doing this through asking additional questions in the event registration process. So you would have noticed that when you registered for this event today. All of this information, again, is being used to inform our growing America Makes team so that we can better facilitate these introductions on your behalf. The other thing that we've introduced that John mentioned are theme networking tables for both members and non-members. So at this particular event, during the network session, on various levels, you'll see themes such as materials and AM genome, design, value chain, process, training, makers, policy, as well as sponsored table by members and non-member organizations. And then there's a variety of tables focused on America Makes topics such as membership and ecosystem, education and workforce development, technology, communications, and operations. Regarding event awareness, you'll notice that our America Makes event page contains all the dates of our upcoming events. And as content is developed, we'll upload it there. Lastly, concerning event follow-up, we'll be sending out an event survey as well as notification when presentations are available in the digital storefront. And additionally, we're also working on making recordings of keynote presentations available in the digital storefront. This becomes a little bit more complex when we go back into an in-person setting, but we are working through some possible solutions. Okay, this next chart represents feedback that we received on membership communications. The feedback that you conveyed was that you would like more news distributed on behalf of members, that you'd like to receive the newsletter less frequently, and you would like to receive more news on the state of the industry, as well as easier navigation of the America Makes website. So what we've done is we've opened up a few ways to gather your news. So we want to encourage you to consider submitting your news by posting it in the news feed of the member portal. Or if you choose, you can email it to us at membernews@americamakes.us, or you can tag us on social media. And from there, we'll be able to get that and then generate it into some sort of an output that you guys can be aware of that information. Now, regarding the newsletter, the current distribution today is bi-weekly. And based on your feedback, we are considering reducing that to once a month, but we are evaluating what the impact of that might be. We also heard a lot about reporting industry trends. And on an annual basis, we do distribute the Wohlers report to each of our members who are eligible to receive it. But as John mentioned, we did just recently generate our first edition of the Layers magazine. And this is an American MX publication. And through it, we hope to capture your interest by discussing past successes, current accomplishments, and future perspective on where additive is going. Also, as John mentioned, we're going to be distributing that in a couple weeks here, so you should look forward to receiving that prior to the holidays. Lastly, your feedback indicated that you'd like the American MX interface to be easier to navigate. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this now, but we are in the middle of launching a new interface, and I'll talk about that here in a couple more slides. Okay, so rounding out the section on the survey results, this slide represents feedback on the member portal. And you indicated that you would like to see more engagement in the portal, more instructions on how to use it, and more functionality, as well as the ability to report cost share digitally. So again, we are working on building out portal engagement by encouraging members to post news in the newsfeed, and also by building out member profiles and keeping those profiles up to date. We also have additional features in that portal, such as the groups feature, which allows you to learn more about any active working groups, as well as request access to those groups and get connected with the members of each group. We've also launched a career page in the portal. So if you want, you can go there and you can see what career opportunities are available at our members' locations, but you can also post career opportunities for your organization as well. And then as far as instruction, we've built out a resource library inside the portal, and the resource library now contains step-by-step written instructions, as well as a whole series on how-to video tutorials to walk you through how to access all of your membership benefits, as well as how to use the portal. Another thing that we've done is we've recently launched a membership town hall series, and this is a live monthly event that was designed to provide you with demos or really just answer any questions or concerns that you might have. But what you'll see in the coming months is we're incorporating all of our team members into this so that we can provide you better explanation of some of the things happening in the program that you should be aware of, and then giving you the opportunity to have a live Q&A session. We are continuing to look for ways to improve the functionality of the portal. A couple of things that we're considering is growing out the membership directory search feature, and also we're looking into seeing if there's a way to give you the ability to export information from the portal. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we are officially launching the new cost share app. So now when you submit your cost share, it'll be available for you to review and track in one location online. Now I'm going to transition into some of the things that are new in American MX. And first, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the cost share app. And I realized that this slide contains quite a bit of text, and I did that intentionally just in case you want to take a screenshot of it and refer back to this information later. But I'm just going to quickly walk you through this cost share app. So the most important thing to understand is to access the app, you must have a pre-established account in the membership portal. So anybody in your organization who can log into the membership portal can now log into the cost share app. We really want you guys to go ahead and try this app out by submitting cost share for your attendance at this event in there. And then from here on out, any cost share that you want to claim underneath the app program, we ask that you do that through using this app. Again, everybody from your organization that can access the portal can access the app. And what's nice about that is you can go in and you'll actually be able to see all the cost share that's been submitted for your membership account, even if it wasn't you submitting it. So anybody from your organization that claims event attendance today, you can go in there and you'll be able to see that, and then you'll be able to have a running total of how much cost share has been submitted throughout the year. Our membership coordinator, Lori Wickhubel, she's scheduled a town hall. It's going to be taking place next week, and she's going to go through step by step on how to use this app. There is a registration for the town halls, and those are available on the American MX Event page. And then after that event concludes, Lori will provide detailed notes in a tutorial video inside the portal for you to refer back to. And then if you can't make that session or you still have questions or concerns, you can contact Lori at any time for a one-on-one session. And then one nice thing about the upgrades to the Remo platform is now during the networking breaks, we have the ability to share our screen with you. So if you'd like to stop by the membership table and do a quick demo of what this app looks like and answer any early questions you might have, please feel free to do that and we'll take you right through it. In the meantime, I'm just going to quickly give you a small preview into what this app looks like in just 4 quick steps here. So again, you must log into the member portal to be able to access the app. So this first picture up here is what you see when you log into the membership portal. Once you're logged in, all you have to do is select Quick Links. And then from the drop-down menu, simply select App Program, Cost Share, Reporting, and Tracking. At that point, it's going to redirect you to another login page. And what you're going to do here is enter your same login credentials as you use for the member portal and select Remember Me. The system will remember your credentials from here on out. When you go to the Cost Share app, again, you might have to type in the first character of your username or something to that effect, but the system will remember you, and then you just simply have to click Login. So once you're in the Cost Share app, you'll see a welcome screen, and at the top right-hand corner of the welcome screen, you'll see an option for New Cost Share Report. So you simply just select the new Cost Share Report, and a new page will populate for you where you can enter your reporting dates, and then you can select the category of cost share that you'd like to claim. So I have circled here Engage, and what you'll notice is these categories align directly to the App Program Cost Share menu. So if you'd like to submit for cost share under multiple categories, you simply just add a new line and select that category, and then it'll give you the ability to enter notes as well as upload any attachments that may be required. And then one other nice feature here is if you're in the middle of something and you can't complete your submission, you can hit Save Draft and come back to it later, or if you're ready to do that, all you do is submit for approval. It does automatically calculate the total for you, so that's nice as well. But keep in mind when you hit submit, it will initiate an approval workflow. So if there's any questions or if something is missing, Lori or I will be reaching back out to you to resolve those issues. And then once it's fully approved, you'll be able to go back into the system, and that's where you'll be able to see the history of your cost share submissions. So now I'm going to turn your attention to the America Makes facility. And back in 2012, the location chosen to house America Makes was actually a vacant warehouse. And this building that we're situated in is actually over 100 years old. The pictures of the top row are displaying what the space looked like right before we moved in. And then after a lot of renovation, the space was converted into a collaboration hub that showcased machines, equipment, and software from our members. And that's pictured in the second row. And that just shows how far the facilities has evolved over time. But now that we're moving into another stage of the Institute, that's motivated us to yet again evolve what the America Makes facility represents. So the front door to Additive is a new design of the facility that represents a space where we're convening engagements with membership and stakeholders that align to our core operations. When you visit America Makes and tour a newly renovated facility, we're hopeful that you'll experience thought leadership that's driving awareness of the additive technology. Inside, you'll see a showcase of member projects, as well as America Makes ties to the national and local ecosystem, and representation of the 7 processes of additive through the parts that have been provided by our members. We're really excited to be able to show you this, and we understand that travel may be a little bit of a challenge right now. So what we're going to do is provide you with a virtual tour. So I'm going to actually start about a 3-minute video here that's going to walk you through the facility from the front door and explains everything for you. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that video, and I hope you're excited about some of the new opportunities that are available to you at America Makes. One thing that I do want to mention is that we are still accepting parts to be displayed on the floor. So if you're interested in contributing a part, we just ask that you complete a quick online form first that tells us about your idea and what it is that you'd like to submit. If you do submit a part, you will get cost share credit for doing that. And then our main point of contact for the facility is Scott Deutsch. So please contact Scott with any questions or to gather more information on those opportunities. Now, this next slide is a glimpse into the new website interface. And one thing that I do want to make sure I mention is this is not a rebrand of America Makes. The intention behind this website refresh is to really provide you with a more modern look. And I want you to know that all the content that's currently available on our website will remain available to you. But we're really hopeful that this website refresh will just provide you with a more user-friendly application so that finding information will become easier for you. And one final note here, the new interface is set to launch next week. Now, just really wrapping up my presentation, I'd like to introduce you to Membership Model 2.0. As we continue to look for the best ways to, the best ways to continue to serve our membership community, we know that we're at a point now where we need to investigate a revision to the membership model. Our current membership model has been in place since day one. As the ecosystem's grown and changed, we've tried to keep up pace by offering new membership benefits, but we've never really altered the structure of our model. So over the past year, as John mentioned, we embarked on strategic positioning and a SWOT analysis. And these initiatives, in addition to the realization that we're moving into our 10th year of the Institute, have really led us to begin having these conversations about what a membership revision might look like. So we understand that a good deal of effort needs to go into really evaluating our current state, which will ultimately include an impact analysis so that we can really identify where our areas for opportunity lie. But we also know that we can't do this in a vacuum. And we know that we need to be able to collaborate with our stakeholders and our members to define this path forward. And then once we define that path forward, we need to develop a plan on how we're going to go ahead and implement the revisions. So what you're looking at here is what appears to be a pretty aggressive timeline to really shape out what revision to the membership might look like. I want to just, again, keep in mind this is a preliminary timeline and it's all subject to change. But what we are envisioning in the near term is really starting to convene some focus groups. So we'll start out with our internal groups, including our leadership, all of our communications events, as well as program managers, so that we can really capture, the current state and what people think and what people are hearing from you guys within our community. And then we're going to start to look at convening our membership into several different focus groups. So we hope to be in a place to do this by April of 2022. And then once these groups are convened, we want to work through a series of workshops so that we can really start to generate some new ideas and come to some consensus about what this revision will ultimately look like. And these focus groups, while I mentioned internal and membership, they will include both the governance board and executive committee. But by September of 2022, we hope to really have a good idea of what this revision looks like to take to the governance board and the executive committee for further evaluation and approval. And if we're successful in getting that approval, then what we'd like to do is move forward with a formal rollout in fall of 2022, which would then initiate the implementation mode, where we'd want to really go through and revise everything that we need to revise, and then start to transition the current membership into whatever the future state might look like. And we hope to have all of that concluded by October of 2023. So again, this is a really large undertaking, but we do know that we can't do it alone. And the most important thing to take away here is that we want all of our members to be engaged throughout this entire process. So over the next couple weeks here, I'm going to be working on ironing out some details, and then I'm going to be reaching out to kind of gauge participation and see if there's members that are willing to commit to go on this journey with us. If you have questions on this in the meantime, you can contact myself, John, Alex, anybody from America Makes. We're happy to talk through this. But again, this is just all pre-planning at this stage. And as we start to, again, iron these details out, we'll be communicating that information to you regularly. So with that, I just really want to thank you again for your time this morning, and I look forward to seeing you at the networking sessions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tiffany. You have a couple of questions if you want to take a minute maybe to, I think they're both pretty quick questions to answer.
Sure.
And so the first one, I'll read them to you just so you don't have to pull it up. Membership by industry. It said defense. Is that defense contractors or military members? So I believe it's probably going back to that donut chart that had the breakdown, that had a percentage that was defense. What did we mean by that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's actually defense contractors. So it does not include military members, although we see them as a public partner. They are not included in that breakdown.
Perfect. Second question. As members, are they allowed to have guests tour the America Makes facility?
Absolutely. And we have a tour request form set up on the website. So if stop by the membership table, or we'll put it in the chat box, but there is a link to that information. And we just ask that you complete that form ahead of time. And then Rhonda Capon, our office manager, will be reaching out to you, and she'll go ahead and get you on the schedule for that.
Perfect. And last one is requesting a link for the cost share online. So can we post that in, is that a link we can put in the chat as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure if that is directed to the app program cost share menu or the cost share app. So what I'll do is we'll send you a link to both. Again, you do have to log into your membership portal to access the cost share app. So that's the first step. But of course, yeah, we'll put all of that in the chat box for you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. Really a great update on what's going on in membership.
Thank you.
So now we're going to transition into, I'm going to bring Kimberly Gibson up to the stage, who's going to moderate our panel on this idea of managing the mission. So what we did was pull together folks from a variety of different perspectives, really leads or representatives of a variety of different stakeholder groups. And we're going to ask them that question. What does that mean to you? So hand it over to you, Kimberly.
Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. It's officially the afternoon, so good afternoon. As John said, my name's Kimberly Gibson, and I am one of those new additions to the America Makes team that you mentioned, and my role is that of Ecosystem Director. And a goal of this America Makes members meeting and exchange, this MMX, is, of course, to unite this community and encourage the collaboration, and then build a comprehensive, globally competitive AM ecosystem. And we keep using this word ecosystem. And we call it the additive ecosystem because ecosystems are interconnected, interdependent systems. And in speaking about the additive ecosystem, we mean every aspect of additive manufacturing, from design to finished product, raw materials, education and training across the supply chain. And as John said this morning, this is really about creating an enduring infrastructure for this technology to advance it and adopt it and accelerate it. So today we have an amazing group of panelists who are going to explore what is needed from a public-private partnership to advance competitiveness and to increase the adoption of additive manufacturing in the USA. And I'm going to ask each of them, they're all coming online, give them a moment to do that. Hello, Danielle. Hello, Ellen. I see Ben Johnson there as well. There's Rick. Hi, Rick. And finally, Adam Hicks. All right, the gang's all here. So I'm going to ask each of you to briefly introduce yourself and your role related to additive in your respective organization. And I'm going to call on you so we can keep this rolling. I'm going to ask Danielle Coate to go first. Danielle, introduce yourself.
Sure, thanks, Kimberly. So Danielle Coate, an assistant professor in material science and engineering at Worcester Polytechnic Institute. So there I lead a large research group where we do particularly cold spray and wire arc additive manufacturing efforts. Also lots of feedstock powder characterization research. Also teach metal additive manufacturing course.
Thank you, Danielle. Next, I'd like to move to Miss Ellen Lee with Ford.
Hi everyone, my name is Ellen Lee. I'm the technical leader for additive manufacturing in our research organization at Ford Motor Company. I've been working in additive for about 8 years now. I put together the first dedicated research program in additive manufacturing, although we've been using it for quite some time, really focused on prototyping. My role in research is to look at the far-term use cases for additive manufacturing across the company. And so what I look for is how do we address all of the gaps that prevent us from using additive for all of the applications where we could see value, and especially towards series production for additive on our vehicles.
Thank you, Ellen. Next up, we have Ben Johnson with 3D Systems.
Hey, thanks, Kim. My name is Ben Johnson. I work for a company called 3D Systems as our Vice President of Portfolio and Regulatory in the healthcare segment of our group. In healthcare, we're focused on taking hardware, software, materials, and our services organization and developing solutions in medical devices, dental, and regenerative medicine as well.
Thank you, Ben. Next up, we have Rick Russell with NASA.
Hello, I'm Rick Russell with NASA. I work for a group called the NASA Engineering and Safety Center, which is an independent technical organization under the Office of Chief Engineer. My role is I'm the Materials Technical Fellow, which puts me in a spot where I'm responsible for not only managing the health of the materials discipline with NASA, but we also support all the programs with their special needs. And in the additive world, my focus is on the certification and qualification side of it. I led a group who authored the NASA Standard 6030, which was released in April, and has already proven to be a pretty valuable document. We're very proud of it. Folks are we got a lot of positive response from it. So glad to be here.
Thank you, Rick. Glad to have you. The final panelist is Adam Hicks. Adam.
Hi, my name's Adam Hicks. I sit at AFRL, the Air Force Research Laboratory, in the Materials and Manufacturing Directorate, specifically Manufacturing Technologies Division. My role is I'm the America Makes program manager, the government program lead. And in that role, I act as a kind of representative for all of OSD to provide oversight and guidance for additive manufacturing and provide a bent that is OSD driven. I've worked in additive for many years now, just now stepping into the program management role. So very excited to be working with the Institute in this role. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Adam. Before we jump into our questions, and the first one's coming your way, Adam, I want to encourage everyone to be thinking about your questions and type them in the Q&A, and also to remind all of our guests here today that you can vote on your favorite question, because I'm sure we're going to have tons for this amazing panel. So get those questions rolling so we can get the votes and get them answered. So, okay, Adam, first question comes to you. I want you to kick it off because I want you to talk about what is a technology ecosystem from your point of view, and how do you think that relates to this public-private partnership?
Sure. So give you a little bit more of my history. actually started with America Make several years ago. John kind of alluded to it earlier. I was at the University of Dayton Research Institute working on the mammals program. So I think that gives me a pretty good kind of from the weeds view of what a additive ecosystem can be. And I've kind of jumped through the ranks. You know, I think through my time, both in industry and academia and in the government, I've seen a lot of researchers doing like great work in additive. I've seen a lot of great minds trying to think through additive. And that includes large and small businesses, universities, nonprofits. And they're all really trying to stake their claim in additive. Everybody's trying to find their niche. Something you might not know about me, I love analogies and metaphor. That's basically how I view the world. So I kind of view it like we're all these voices, right? And we're all screaming really loud, trying to be heard, trying to sound different, trying to be noticed. And if we all just do that independent of one another, it just is a cacophony, right? And so I think what I would equate to an ecosystem is like a choir, right? Where we're not just shouting independently of one another, but in tandem with one another. And if we can play off of strengths and weaknesses, then what we have is, you know, music instead of just noise. And that way everyone gets to be heard and everyone gets to hear everyone else at the same time. You know, in order for that to happen, you know, I think that it requires a director. And I think that's where America Makes comes in. So I think, you know, as far as the technology ecosystem goes, I think it's possible to have one organically form. I think it's easier if you can shepherd one into existence with a public-private partnership where we're all providing some assistance for that shepherding, for the directing. And, you know, it's in America Makes' mission to convene, to coordinate, and to catalyze. And that to me sounds like a director. And so that's kind of my view of an ecosystem, a technology ecosystem.
Thank you, Adam. And I think we've got some great stuff from John earlier today, where he explained sort of where we're headed in the big picture and with some detail. So I wanted to give you the chance to say what, you know, to say something, because I think it's a good kickoff for what we're about to talk about. And I'm also gonna start with Ben and say, Ben, I want you to answer this question in the panel. So what does managing an AM ecosystem mean to your work in the medical field?
In healthcare, we generally rely on three pillars in our segment. The first, of course, is clinical care. So what we do clinically to help improve patient outcomes and help decrease the costs of clinical care. That pillar is really supported by two other parts. One is research and the things that we need to do in order to research new hardware, new materials, new procedures that help advance that mission for clinical care. And then the third is, the third major tenet is in training and education. So how do we, not only do we train clinicians to use those tools, how do we train the researchers to use and develop new technologies? And then how do we train and educate the workforce that's going to be deploying and manufacturing several of those types of medical devices for clinical care. So that's what I think of in terms of the ecosystem in healthcare. And all of three of those pillars are really interrelated, of course. And at 3D Systems, we devote time and effort and energy to all three of those pillars with the goal, of course, of translating what's done in research in combination with education into clinical care.
I'm going to do a quick follow-up with you, Ben, and ask you, I know that the medical community has a significant need to adapt additive. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about how that community is coalescing around a set of problem statements and solutions at the moment. Mostly
What
the
we do-
COVID thing.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, a great example, of course, is during the start of the pandemic, there was significant needs in supply chain for providing critically needed PPE, protections to frontline healthcare workers, also diagnostic tools as well that could not be sourced through the normal channels. And so almost immediately a partnership was developed between the public and private sector. A great example of that, of course, is the partnership that was a memorandum of understanding that was signed between the NIH, FDA, and the Veterans Affairs Administration to receive and test and essentially blast several of the different types of grassroots initiatives across the maker community and in the additive manufacturing community for parts that can be useful to the frontline healthcare worker staff. And then a little bit down the road, America Makes got involved as well in order to translate what that work that was being done across that consortium out to the maker community so they could become immediately impactful and helpful during a time of crisis. And I think that set up a really good ecosystem for times of crisis and how you can take advantage essentially of the manufacturing capability within the United States in order to address issues in the healthcare community. So that's a great shining example of that public-private partnership that can evolve.
Thank you, Ben. Ellen, we've all been hearing lots of news reports about different changes in the automotive sector and supply chain, from autonomous and connected vehicles where the vehicle becomes less mechanical, more electrical, to all of the different adaptations that are happening. So it's a really exciting time to be in the automotive sector. What I want to understand from you today is, from your perspective in that sector, if you're going to adapt additive, how are you thinking about moving forward on that? How does that look for you?
That's a great question, and a very difficult one, because I think there's, depending on who you ask, there's so many different answers to it. And because of the flexibility and the benefits and the strengths of additive manufacturing, I think one can imagine so many different use cases within the automotive industry where additive manufacturing can bring value. So I think one of the things that we struggle with the most is kind of narrowing down what it is that we want to attack first. So from my point of view, I'm tackling one of the toughest challenges, which is scaled production or series production that is relatively high volume if we can make it there. Right? And so when we consider this, we really need to consider what the ecosystem in the automotive manufacturing industry is, because here additive is a real underdog in participating. And so it is a tool that needs to be applied very carefully, but needs to fit into the already existing ecosystem that we have for automotive manufacturing. But as you mentioned, all of the things that are happening within the automotive industry today give us a lot of opportunities to apply additive manufacturing. And in particular, for things like electrification, we're looking at designing so many new systems. A lot of times, we're hearing that customers have range. I'm sorry, I can't think of the word right now.
Range anxiety.
Range anxiety, right? So, how do we design those battery systems to give us the power density that we need, as well as the range, and how do we make the vehicles more lightweight? Well, it's a perfect time for additive, because many of these, as we're ramping up, we have relatively low volumes. And so not only can we use additive to help us in this critical stage for understanding how to best design something based on what its function is, we are still at the stage where we have relatively low volumes, where we can really take advantage of the design freedoms that we get from additive to get to production, robust, very high quality parts. And so I think during this time, those are the opportunities that we're most focused on. How do we really leverage those strengths things that we can't do with conventional manufacturing today, that we can depend on additive for. Because, you know, if you think about the comparison between additive manufacturing and conventional manufacturing, we've been doing injection molding, casting, stamping for decades or centuries, even in some cases. And so we know very well how to make those as efficient as possible. So, you know, it's a really a big change in mindset, how we identify the biggest opportunities to create value.
Thank you, Ellen. It's raising so many other questions for you, but we're going to get back to those. I want to hear now from Rick. So Rick, you know, NASA needs help to do things that often nobody's ever done before, right? I mean, you've been at this a while, and what I mean by that is you've been creating new things and wrapping your head around how to qualify things. I really would love to hear on what you think the role of this public-private partnership has been in that work and how you see it advancing in the future.
Okay, you know, first I want to start off, you know, when I got asked to do a panel on ecosystem, I had to Google it because I really wasn't sure what ecosystem was, right? And you know, and one of the definitions I saw was it's a complex network or an interconnected system. So additive is really both, right? It's both complex and it's interconnected. And so in our world, let's just step back to our own selfish way of looking at additive. You know, the parts that we and the technologies that we were originally targeting to develop an additive were we went for the hard problem first, right? And we went for very complex systems, new alloy systems, and things that are going to be stressed in a lot of ways. So that's the complex. The interconnected is, you know, in at least in, to start from the NASA world, is that we have to deal with other disciplines besides ourselves. It's not just a material scientist. We have to be able to inspect the part. We have to be able to qualify the part per the definitions. We have to make sure that it's damage tolerance or satisfies our fracture critical folks. So that's, you know, so we did that and we thought hard about it. And you know, the work started at Marshall Space Flight Center, where we were dealing with engine components, and they developed some of their own internal philosophies, which were put into standards, and that's what we used for this new standard that we released in April. And so as far as moving on to the public-private part about it, I'm really I'm a big fan of people you know, reading what we wrote, and we wrote a document that was meant to be, and everybody's favorite word is tailorable, right? You can take this document and you can print a complex part that's going to be part of an engine that's going to land on the moon, or you can build a bracket for your car, and you're really using the same principles. It's just that they're adapted in a different way. So you have to. So that's why you know, we focus a lot on classification. We focus a lot on how you use part classification to find not to define risk, but to define consequence of failure, which later can be used by the user to look at risk, right? And so that and so we and that you know, goes down into ultimately what kind of process control you need. So I really believe that we can use since we started with the high bar, we can use that as sort of a to shape our thinking as we go down to things that are maybe less complicated or in high volume, because we're not a high volume organization. We print 3 parts, you know, or 2 parts, you know. I mean, Ellen's laughing at me, right?
Yes, she is. She
prints 10,000 parts. We print 3, you know. So I mean, so our philosophy is going to be different, but it's not. I mean, it helps you, you know. We want to have a statistical basis for our materials, even though we're only going to fly 3 of them. So I really think that if we all want to share and get together and talk about things that we can use. We can use things that are, we all have something to bring to the table. I think that's what Adam was saying when he talked originally, right? We all have different perspectives. This is a very diverse panel. We all have different things to say, and I think if we work together as we move forward, and I really think that the roadmaps that America Makes is putting together is a great opportunity for folks to look at the different areas. There's like 6 roadmaps, I think, that we're putting together, and then you can use those roadmaps to look at materials, look at genome, and all the other things that were value chain, and I'm missing some of them, but we can use those to help work together as a community to make additive better.
Yes, I loved that. I love that. The rocket scientist view of the world. That was fantastic. I want to let Danielle jump in here on the academia side, because you do deal with so many things. You touch so many different areas in academia, and especially at your particular role. I wonder if you could talk about what do you think the role of academia is to work with the Institutes for Success, and talk about that.
Definitely. So I just love Adam's analogy of the choir. I think that's perfect. So I think continuing with that analogy, we're giving the voice lessons, we're training those next choir singers, right? And it's interesting because additive is so interdisciplinary, right? You don't just need to know manufacturing, you need to know material science, you need to know robotics and basic programming. So, with the choir analogy, we're training people how to sight read, we're training them how to use their voice properly, how to breathe properly, right? Like all those different components, we're trying to incorporate that into our curriculum for the students. So when they're ready to go off to the choir, they can follow the instruction of the director, they can work with other people, they can, make that music. So I think that's a really big role. That's the more traditional role. The other role, of course, is also singing in the choir with the research side, right? Because we can also play in that space. So we have a different role, but we can also do the research. And as a lot of faculty in academia, that's what we like. Like don't tell my students that, but I enjoy the research part, maybe even more than the teaching part. So I think our role is kind of twofold there.
That's great, Danielle. Thank you. Rick, you and both Ellen, you guys talked about the idea of standards and the importance of those standards. I wondered if the two of you and Ben, everybody could really riff on the idea that, we've done a lot of work so far in our road mapping that really relies on aerospace. It's good for aerospace. How does some of that work transition into other sectors such as medical or automotive? I mean, I think all of you jump in on that.
Well, I'll start. The basic pillars of our of standardization are really there's 4 things, right? You have to, number one, you have to have a qualified process, right? You need to know, you have to have a qualified process to start. Number 2 is you have to understand the properties that you're producing of the materials you're producing, right? You have to understand that. And number 3 is you actually have to bathe those properties with statistical analysis. It's not just, it's not pulling 3 coupons and thinking you understand your properties. You need to understand for the application you have what the statistical process is, and you put that all together, and you have a qualified plan. You have to have a plan that you're going to stick to. So when you qualify any part, whether it's a rocket engine part or a medical part for Ben, or whatever we're doing in automotive or whatever, I think if you follow those 4 things, you're gonna end up with a success.
I'll jump in. So I think I agree with everything that Rick said. In terms of being able to qualify, though, I think the importance of standards is that you need to standardize the way you do things, what you're measuring, and the way that you analyze, so that you can compare things, equally on equal footing, apples to apples. And when we start to think about leveraging the work from other companies or other sectors, different materials, et cetera, I think it becomes even more important to do so, because there can be so many variations in how things are made and how you compare things. And so when you start to compare, especially if you think about from one modality to another, that you might be working with similar materials, but not exactly. You start to step into the danger zone there. You need to be able to understand what it is you're comparing and how they're different. And one way to do so is with standards. If you standardize the way that you do things, then it allows us to leverage these partnerships, the public-private partnerships, even more so, because then we're able to collaborate with one another pre-competitively and share those data to use information that one industry has developed towards advancing technology in another sector.
Yeah, and just to cap off on what Ellen and Rick had said, part of the success in healthcare that we've had with additive is because we're able to conform to standards that already exist and have existed for years in the healthcare sector. And it turns out that some of the additive manufacturing technologies and materials that we use happen to conform to those standards. And so there wasn't a lot of effort needed in order to create new standards and do new testing. We had that already established. Where the difficulty came in is that additive allowed us to fabricate parts in different ways that weren't really thought of when those standards were originally written. And so there's different ways that you can orient or place parts into a build platform to get different results out of it. And the understanding about how those different parameters affect the output of the part that you're manufacturing wasn't well understood at the time, and that's where we put a lot of effort, at least in our organization, into. And so in some cases those standards already exist, and that's great, but they need to be updated a bit for additive manufacturing.
And that's a great segue, Ben. We've got a question on the sidebar that's got 3 votes already, and I think it's a good segue to that. So I'll read the question. For risk mitigation, which is what all of you are really talking about, for risk mitigation for OEM additive adoption, what area needs the most development? They've made some choices here: hardware, software, materials characterization, traceability techniques, non-destructive or destructive evaluation, etc. So you can choose any of those or something else, but for risk mitigation for OEM AM adoption, what area needs the most development as far as you all think?
Can I start that off, please? So I'm not an OEM, right? But I've talked to a few. I feel like one of the major hurdles right now is, and Rick has really put a fine point on this, which is understanding, right? One of the biggest risks is understanding statistically your process and being able to get repeatable results. So I guess I would cap that as data. You could also cap that as materials characterization, making sure that I understand how I got my data, making sure that it is collected in a way that has good pedigree, that I could then has traceability. I think that one of the major risks, which Ben also alluded to this, which is not true for aerospace, that saying that we have materials and we can pull from standards. I don't think that we've done that a lot. I think that we have decided fundamentally that even if we have a TIE 6.4 standard, the material I'm making is fundamentally different until I can prove otherwise. And so really gathering that body of data and having that body of data as risk mitigation that says the material will work for what I want it to, I think is the biggest thing right now.
I'll jump in as well. When I saw this question in the Q&A, I thought, yes, all of them. Because at the root of it, Adam is correct that it's understanding of the process, structure, property, and performance relationships. And that ties in hardware, software, materials characterization, and then even traceability so that you can, track what you have made before, and then the evaluation technologies. So it is all of them, but at the root, it is to understand what levers that you pull have an effect in what way on having high quality results, whatever it is that your requirement is, and to be able to do that over and over and over again, not only for the printing process itself, but for any post-processing, any aspects of design that you can do to mitigate any risks that might happen, certain design characteristics that may make something easier to get repeatable results for. And then especially with materials, right? So we need to look at batch to batch repeatability as well. So it really is in all of those things, but at the root of it is understanding the process structure property performance relationships.
All right.
Yeah, and then
Go ahead, Benna.
Yeah, just quickly from the OEM perspective, choosing between any one of those is impossible, and they're all interconnected and related. It's kind of like choosing maybe your favorite child. So very difficult to do. I would say that the market certainly is trending and has indicated that a lot more development is going into traceability and the software that's being created to help maintain a reliable manufacturing cell around the parts that are being manufactured. So there's a lot of mergers and acquisitions happening in that kind of traceability type of capability that's needed in order to translate additive from more than just prototyping, but into manufacturing at a large scale. And so I would give that up as an indication, at least from what the market and where the market is going. Go ahead, Rick. Sorry.
Well, I mean, when I looked at the list, the one that jumped out to me was non-destructive inspection, right? Because the biggest thing that we are going to have the hardest time doing is inspecting parts that have complex internal features, and there's just no way of doing it without cutting it up or whatever. So what we need from the OEMs is we need stellar in situ monitoring, right? We're in situ, where the monitoring of a part while you're while you're building it can be translated into part quality, and then the fantasy land end story is not even having to do NDE at the end of the day, because I know Adam just shook his head, that'll never happen, but I mean, but get a very better idea of where you're going. So that's sort of where we're putting our focus from the NASA point of view now, is we want to dial up the gain a little bit on understanding what's out there in this world of in situ inspection, because especially for, again, selfishly, we have a lot of these rocket engine components that have 30 mil internal walls that you can inspect, but we're supposed to understand. And then, of course, the other thing that the OEMs can stop doing is adding more lasers to their system, because that just makes our life more complicated every time they make the machine more complicated, and they're all hating me right now. But anyway, so that's where we're heading. And matter of fact, we're running a workshop in January on that. Looked on LinkedIn, you might see something on it. But yeah, that's my opinion.
Well, I'm sure that we could continue on this vein for a long time. There's so much bouncing around. Do you have a point you'd like to make, Adam, on this before we move?
No. I was just going to say that I agree with Rick on the in situ monitoring portion of it. Not about not inspecting it after it's printed. I don't think you'll ever get an Air Force person to say, I don't want to look at it in its final form. You looked at it while you were making it. That's probably good enough. But what I was going to say is, one of the problems that I've had up to this point, especially with things like metal additive, is variability. And by that, I mean the need to treat every serial number machine as its own forge, basically. and then having to identify the qualification process to the serial number. And I think that is really inhibited adoption of AM. Imagine if every oven in the world, when you turned it to 350 degrees, went to a slightly different temperature, how frustrated bakers would be. And that's kind of where we're at right now, right? And so we really have to limit the variability, because whether I'm above where I need or below where I need, if I have a tight variability statistically, I can work with that. I can design with that, and suddenly it becomes a viable option. But when the variability gets too big, it's not viable for so many of the things that we want. And so, I would put at the top of my list, machine to machine in the same serial, in the same class variability.
And by the way, I say Fantasyland before I said that.
I know you said Fantasyland, and that's squarely where that was located. I agree with the Fantasyland vision of it. That would be great. It'd be fantastic. But I also agree that we can't take a part off of the plane and CT it every time it lands in order to know it's good. We have to have a way of figuring out if it's good or not.
Well, what you guys are really pulling out are, the complexity that we keep uncovering, whether that's with the R&D process, the actual machine itself, the wonderful OEMs of 3D printing machines and materials keep making changes so that we can never kind of get our hands around the one version and design for that. And while that innovation's amazing, it makes it harder to create those standards that I'll say in medical and automotive in particular, we need to lock it down and move. I heard you all say that in the pre-conversation. So I do want to shift a minute, because part of our goal here is to talk about the ecosystem. And I could really enjoy these technical aspects for a long time, but if we know that more than 90% of manufacturing businesses are small businesses, we've seen those factoids from the Deloitte study. If those are mostly small businesses in the manufacturing community, how do we help them adopt AM? Now, specifically, I'm going to zero in on a point. One of the questions in the column is that this is focused on auto, but it could also be for medical. When you're looking at auto OEM serial production, what are some of the pros and cons to having existing tier suppliers do the manufacturing versus bringing it in-house? And then I want you to think about that, because the small businesses are the supply chain, right? And the follow-up question to that is how are those suppliers as open to AM adoption as the OEM? So it's kind of a supply chain OEM question on adoption. Who wants to take that on? That sounds like an Ellen question.
I was going to say, I can go first. So today, I think there has been a lot of progress in this area. Several years ago, I think you had kind of two camps of suppliers, I would say, for automotive additive parts. It would be looking at trying to teach your existing automotive supply base how to do additive manufacturing, or to teach the service bureaus who are very skilled at additive manufacturing, but mostly for prototyping, how do you do production manufacturing, and specifically for the automotive industry. And each one had a lot to learn in each of those areas to be able to get to be the kind of the perfect supplier for supplying robust, good quality automotive parts made with additive manufacturing. So there has been a lot of movement now that there exist some companies that can play both those roles. But I think that there is a huge thing that our existing supply base has, is that they know how we work, they know how we, what types of requirements we have, how to fit into our ecosystem. They know the types of materials, the tests, etc. And so there's a distinct advantage for those that are already existing, but they need to be very willing to invest in learning about additive manufacturing, because that, as we all know, is very complex, and you can't just buy a 3D printer and you're on your way, right? So I think that in some cases we've had some suppliers who showed a very early interest and put together a dedicated team again to really understand the process structure relationships and all of those things to be able to make good parts. And so, working hand in hand with them to bring parts what was or is one pathway to production parts. The other one we've also had success with, but have had to do a lot of teaching, is to really say, this is the way that we're set up. This is the way that we do things. This is what we require of you. And a lot of it is not that well understood, especially to those companies who are used to doing prototyping, right? They say, we have this printer and we have this material, we're ready to go. And all of those things that we already talked about in terms of qualifying and repeatability and looking at variability within a build volume, for example, from part to part inside and from print to print, all of those things are very, very important, and we do those for our conventional processes, but it's another dimension because there are so many other more complex things that we need to consider for additive as well. And so when we're working with a lot of these service bureaus at the beginning, they would say, oh, we're ready to go. This is a material and process that works. And as we get into it, we find out that there's a lot that they don't know yet. And so I think there's pros and cons to looking at each, but we're starting to have these companies that come up that already have a very good base in understanding what's needed for scaled manufacturing or product or quality manufacturing, as well as in additive manufacturing.
Well, it sounds like growing unicorns in the automotive space is a good idea right now. That's cool. Thank you for that, Ellen. And Ben, what about the medical side? Do you see some parallels here? How's that different?
Yeah, in the healthcare sector, we started out by essentially having to prime the market. And so in healthcare, especially in orthopedics, the market is dominated by 5 companies, essentially, who are very risk adverse to adopting new technologies. And so we took the strategy that we will tackle these questions and these problems to create high quality, reliable parts that have regulatory stance behind them and work with those big companies to distribute those products that we were manufacturing. And then along the way, just as Ellen alluded to, we thought we knew what we were doing and we thought we had everything in place. And then working with groups that had a lot of expertise, like those 5 dominant players, really helped to accelerate all the processes and controls that we needed to have in place. And that has really propelled, again, what we do in the healthcare sector. And then more recently, we find that our customers want to onboard the technology into their own manufacturing capabilities in order to reduce costs for themselves. And we're in a lucky position where we can also support that as well. So we can take the body of knowledge that we learned a decade or 2 ago and help translate that to our customers who want to develop their own manufacturing capabilities. And so we have a pretty flexible business model around that also helps to penetrate additive technologies into the healthcare sector.
Thank you for that, Ben. I really want to ask another question on the supplier situation. There is a question that just came in, I think can help us drill down a little bit more. What factors or opportunities exist to accelerate the learning curve in marrying supplier capability and designer requirements? So how can we drill down on that? Again, it's about the supply chain and how can we get it ready. I mean, we do feel this is something at America Makes that we want to continue to do. And honestly, there's lots of ways to approach it. And we're looking for feedback. Adam?
Yeah. I mean, I think we kind of alluded to one of the solutions earlier, which is standards, right? It's way easier for a business to convince somebody that they have a good product if they have the standards and the data to show that their product is good. Right now with a lot of big OEMs, even the DoD, we're basically point qualifying producers of additive manufacturing, saying, you have to go through a lot of rigmarole to show that what you can produce is good, and then I'll qualify you to produce that one thing on that one machine, and then that's good, right? And that's a big hurdle for like you talked about, small businesses, 90% or whatever the figure was of the businesses, right? And that's not necessarily true for other traditional manufacturing, where I can say I bought a material lot that has these properties, I machined it, I followed my AS9100 processes, and then the part I gave you is good. And how do I know that? Because look, my 9100 processes, right? My aerospace grade processes. And so we really need something like that for additive. We also need to identify what the standardization's gaps are. I believe there's a meeting next week for the Additive Manufacturing Standardization Collaborative, where we're looking to identify, what those gaps are to help inform standardizations communities like, ASTM with the F42 committee on additive manufacturing. I think just giving businesses a bar in which they can meet, and then having some known quality of good as a single rung on the ladder for them would be tremendously helpful.
So I'm going to give a little plug. So as one of the automotive OEMs in US CAR, which is the United States consortium for automotive research, we talked about just this specific thing. How do we ready our supply base for additive manufacturing? And how do we convey to the additive manufacturing community what is needed specifically from the automotive sector? And so we talked a lot of about standardization, even about specifications for certain materials and so forth. And during these discussions, it dawned on us that we need to take a step back and say, here are the things, before we get to talking about the details of specifications, here are the things that we need that don't exist today for automotive additive manufacturing. And so we put together what we're calling the Automotive Additive Manufacturing Roadmap. So it kind of highlights some specific areas that the automotive industry needs to be able to implement additive manufacturing. And so that's maybe a start for some of these small businesses to take a look at what's in there, what types of things we would require for end use production parts for the automotive industry. And then taking it a step further through the US CAR platform as well, we're starting to put together a statement of requirements that very, very clearly says to our suppliers, if you are to supply us with additive parts, here is what we expect from you. And so we are trying to be very clear and explicit about some of these things that we kind of take for granted that we already know, but new businesses, businesses that haven't already dealt with the automotive industry may not know this. And so if you're interested, that first roadmap is available if you just go to uscar.org. It's available there for anyone to download and take a look at. And then, soon, I'm not sure what the time frame will be, but we will have the standard of statement of requirements for our suppliers. The other thing that I would say is adding on to what Adam said about the AMSC and understanding the gaps, is that there is in the F42 committee, the applications team and one that's focused on automotive and transportation. But there's not as much involvement from the automotive side as we would like, especially compared to other sectors, right? So I think in order to really have our voice heard about what's needed specifically for automotive, we need more more engagement from the automotive sector, participants, not only through ASTM, but in America Makes and other consortia as well. So I guess that's on me to tell all my colleagues to join.
No, that's a really great thing you just said there. And Adam, I think we've got time for one more question, and I want you to kind of take us out here. The last question for you is on managing the mission. So who should be paying for all of this great stuff?
Yeah,
that we
I mean,
want to do?
we kind of alluded to, the work that we have. A lot of it has been aerospace and space, kind of has a bent to it, right? And that's because, the OSD kind of took a look and said, low volume parts. There's a lot of value for additive manufacturing in these areas, in the area of aerospace and space. Some of that, I think a lot of that has to do with volume, right? We are not producing what Ford is producing, just clearly. And so we are taking advantage of those things that additive can take advantage of for our benefits. And that's, where the private public part comes in, right? We're providing some funding and some guidance to help solve those aerospace and space issues, because that's where we see the value really coming out. When it comes to healthcare and automotive, I think that's a good question. U.S. car was mentioned, right? So that might be some place that we can at America Makes can leverage in the future. I think a lot of that has to come from either other public consortia or from the private sector in order to really prop up the industry. I sit in the Air Force, so I very much care about Air Force and problems that have to do with the Department of Defense, and that's what my funding goes to. And so we need people in those other sectors who care about those other needs to provide the funding to solve those that aren't necessarily answered, by what we at the DoD can provide.
Yeah. There's so much more I want to get you all engaged in, but I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. We have some great questions on the side, but we have to stop. We'll let John take us out. I just want to say thank you to everyone for your time and your intention. We're going to get a chance to this thing will be cataloged on the website, so I'm going to go back and listen again and hear with new ears what you all put together. So thank you again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. That was fantastic. I already have it logged to go back and listen to again. So I think lots of good information came out of that. So and we'll keep track of all of these questions. We can push them over to you all just so you have them. But thank you all for your time. We're going to transition to our next talk, which is going to be a perspective from another automotive perspective, but really talking about realities of industrializing additive manufacturing. So what does it take, kind of building off of some of what we just heard. This is a little bit more of a case study approach. Ali Shabir from GM is going to kind of talk us through their journey and some of what General Motors is working on today to kind of take that next step forward and really put additive to work for them. So welcome, Ali. Over to you, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, John, and thank you everyone for attending. Hope you all can hear me well, and please do let me know in the comments if there's any issues with it. So with that, as it was kind of referenced and almost perfectly plugged by Ellen from Ford Motor Company in the last talk, I'll actually be going over a little bit of the U.S. car roadmap that was presented and released around Rapid this year in September of 2021. And those sort of highlight all the challenges that the automotive industry is facing around industrializing additive for use and widespread usage across our portfolio. So with that, I have some slides to share, and I will get into that just in a second. All right, so I hope this is coming through well. Give me a shout, John, or someone if it does. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, good. So again, my name is Ali. I'm an engineering group manager at General Motors as part of the product engineering organization in additive design and manufacturing. So my responsibilities essentially span leading a team of application and design engineers that are involved in the use of additive throughout our development cycle on all of our products. So if it's a part on a car, my team would be involved in some way, shape, or form. And why I'm here speaking on behalf of US Car is I was part of the development team represented by Ford Motor Company, General Motors, and Stellantis that put together the roadmap for additive manufacturing as part of the US Car, which is the United States Council for Automotive Research, essentially a consortium, as Ellen had pointed out. And I was one of the participating members that contributed to this, and I'm certainly here speaking on behalf of all the good people that put their hard work and effort into creating this roadmap. So quick overview of our 26 minutes or so left here. The agenda, I'll go over a little bit of the motivation and development that went into creating the roadmap, the content itself and the 4 different swim lanes and some of the challenges that we've identified. I just, I guess, a warning with only 30 minutes for the total talk. I'm not going to get into too much detail about this specifically. The full roadmap is available at uscar.org, and I'm happy to field any questions afterwards in the Q&A or offline should anyone have any specific questions. So what's the motivation behind using additive in the automotive industry? Why would the automotive industry even care about additive manufacturing, as it's been pointed out repeatedly that it is a low volume part manufacturing technology that historically came from a prototyping legacy. I heard money talk, so that's one of the things and one of the reasons why this matters, right? The entire part for automotive is valued around $350 billion a year. And that's just the parts themselves. That's not the tools, that's not the assembly lines that go into it, that's not the software that's involved in the design and the production of the components. This is just the parts themselves. And I know it's an old kind of entrepreneurship and venture capital trope to capture just 1% of a market. But I will reiterate, just think about even 1% of those parts that go into all those vehicles, around 70 to 90 million units a year. And if you were to capture that, that's over $3 billion of just part sales. Then obviously the associated equipment, the associated post-processing, the associated software that comes with that. And a similar angle can be applied to just thinking about on those 70 to 90 million vehicles a year that are produced, and it's projected to sustain over the next coming years. Just getting even 10 small parts on each of those vehicles that meet the rate, the quality requirements, the performance requirements, that is a significant amount of 3D printed parts that can be out in the world and out in real uses. So the automotive industry represents a big, likely untapped potential for market for a lot of the additive world out there. But then also, why does automotive care about additive, right? That was a little bit about why additive should care about automotive. The industry itself is changing very rapidly at an incredible pace. The EV transformation that is upon us, and most, if not all, OEMs are going through this right now, is significantly fragmenting the product market and portfolio that we have today. The volumes that you might have seen in some of the products that can be into the millions of units a year, or at least into the hundreds of thousands, at least initially may not sustain in the EV world. Some of the new product introductions are significantly lower volumes. Some areas are being tested, some markets are being tested, new product platforms are being rolled out with a slower cadence to ramp up. And this all presents an opportunity to do lower volume manufacturing, and also presents a challenge to be much more agile and much quicker to market. The speed to market and agility has never been challenged before like it has now in today's environment. And this puts a lot of pressure on the OEMs and our suppliers to deliver parts, and oftentimes challenging the design and manufacturing status quos that have been out there for years. If you need to deliver a vehicle in 2 years versus 4.5 or 5 years, which is what it may have taken, you have to do fundamentally something different. And that's where additive plays in. along with some of the trends that we're seeing around personalization and customization of vehicles and so forth, that also will play into a lower volume need and drive down some of the time to market and the capital requirements that we have. And then finally, I'll say this, that the automotive OEMs, both here in North America, as represented by US Car, but even around the globe and with our suppliers, are pretty unified in this point of view that additive can be game changing and meet our needs. But there's still much opportunity to be pursued to truly make it ready for automotive use. There's needs around having it more widespread adoption, around technology, around materials, around process efficiency and sustainable use to really bring this into production and fruition. And that will fundamentally touch a lot of the business models in additive, the machine architectures, the materials, the application workflows, the softwares, the manufacturing floor integration. These are all challenges that we hope to capture unified thoughts around and present here in the US Car roadmap. So like I mentioned, I don't want the entire message to get lost or diluted. So the full report is available for consumption, but I will walk through a few of the sections here in a brief second. So just touching on, the timeline that it took to get here, starting sort of mid last year with some planning meetings and workshop discussions among the US Car members, to the publication earlier this year in April, and then formally releasing in September at the Rapid Conference. So that was sort of the timeline and the work groups that went into the creation of the roadmap. So the first swim lane of the roadmap captures a lot of the thoughts and requirements around design. As we all know, designing for the manufacturing process, any manufacturing process, not just additive, is paramount to the success of that part. And it's no different in additive, but the one thing that additive does enable that maybe some of the other processes didn't is the freedom to take advantage of design capabilities that are not possible through other methods. And simply converting a design over from traditional manufacturing to now printed in additive is not taking full advantage of it. So the design methods and tools and the workforce training that's required to enable a ground up additive design from day one is paramount to enabling the acceleration and adoption of additive. So that comes with both education for the design workforce, right, or engineers or designers or studio teams, and then the right tools that will enable usability of additive designs across common formats and across the whole digital thread. There's also a lot of business work, right? The integration in the front end of understanding the value proposition and the business case that comes with these designs as well. When to use additive. So the questions that we ask here at General Motors are always, can we print it and should we print it? And the should we print it is a very important question, because just because you can achieve something doesn't mean it's the most cost-effective way or the highest value proposition to do so. So the right tools to integrate into those business decisions is important as well. And not to be lost in all this is the plant floor layout side of things, which is something that's done extensively in any manufacturing industry, but especially automotive, of just laying out your manufacturing facility and planning and right sizing the equipment and the design. And that's no different for additive. So design tools that help enable that will certainly move the needle forward in adoption. The second swim lane falls around materials, right? It's no secret that a lot of the materials available today in the market are heavily geared towards aerospace, defense, or the dental and healthcare industries. And rightfully so. Those have been the low volume, higher margin type industries that have adopted additive manufacturing for production use. And as such, you've kind of reached into this chicken and the egg problem now, where you don't have enough demand to develop the new materials that are needed for automotive, and then the materials aren't there, so there isn't enough demand in automotive in the first place. So at some point, us coming together as an automotive industry, agreeing on what are those materials that are agnostic, that come with the right standards and specifications for material properties that are required, that are open source, fully characterized, and would be used and adopted by the automotive industry. Again, I won't get into all the details there, but there's a brief summary on the right-hand side. As you can see, some of the categories polymers, right? Not a whole lot of titanium or other super alloys on that list. A robust and available material supply is also key, right? As many industries this year and last year were hit with supply chain issues and material issues that we experienced across the board, being tied into a single source supplier, often the machine OEM, it is not a feasible business model for the automotive industry moving forward, right? It needs to be robust, it needs to be available readily, open source, agnostic. This is what will enable us to be truly efficient in our supply chain and markets. Lower cost goes without saying, right? As the volume of demand goes up, the cost will go down, but continuing to drive that cost of the raw material and feedstock lower will again accelerate the adoption of the additive processes and parts. And of course, just like any other industry, automotive cares very much so about the sustainability and the recycling of our parts, of our components and our vehicles. So being able to capture the full value of the AM materials through recycling and reuse is. And finally, just touching on again the characterization and validation, the ways in which the materials are assessed, the properties that are required for use in automotive to generate those material cards for our FEA programs, etc. That's something that, again, through US CAR, at least the North American OEMs are coalescing around fully to be able to put one standard out there that the machine vendors or machine suppliers can provide. Two more swim lanes to get through here, right? So the next swim lane is around manufacturing and process industrialization. So this is the actual equipment, the machines, the post-processing, the automation that goes into the actual additive process itself. The machines obviously hail from a legacy of prototyping. And as such, there is an acceptance of many things that would not really fly in an automated, modern automotive facility. That can range from anything from the speed of the physical printing operation itself to the robustness of the process, the throughput that you get overall from the process end to end. So that's including the setup time, the turnover time, the post-processing that goes into the components to get a near net ready to take to further downstream operations part. The repeatability, the build volumes themselves to be more in line with some of the parts that automotive would look to print. These are all things that need to continue to evolve to really enable the next generation of automotive applications. And then that comes with integrating into both physical and digital workflows in plants. So interoperable systems that don't create a completely fragmented landscape where every machine has its own software, has its own digital thread and ecosystem to manage on a plant floor that may have 5, 10 different machine vendor OEMs. Most automotive facilities have single MES systems, manufacturing execution systems, and single plant floor control systems that these machines need to start integrating into. And extending into quality control, process control, and testing, right? A 100% inspection method is not really sustainable for any sort of appreciable volume, especially when it comes to automotive. Automotive has statistical process control methods and other process control methods that are deployed to move us away from having to do 100% inspection. And then that similar mindset to be brought into the additive realm and the additive world, whether that's through in situ process control variables that are being monitored or other after the fact plant floor integrated product quality control and statistical process control methods. The post-processing itself, which can represent a significant portion of a part cost, depending, the machines today will print, but won't be near net in many cases too. There's significant operations required to get the part to even near net, to then take it to further downstream value stream operations, such as finishing through machining operations or any sort of cosmetic finishing. So even just getting to that point where it's ready to go involves significant labor touch points, significant operations, and minimizing that post-processing through automation, through built-in systems is going to be important. And of course, again, touching on the sustainability and the recycling, the processes themselves being low waste and low emissions. Finally, last swim lane here around operations and workforce, right? The actual talent in the automotive world, and then the operations that are needing to be run by that talent it's incredibly important to the adoption. So starting with something like factory connectivity to even just simplify all the manual labor that goes and running a controlled process to enable through machine connectivity, interoperable machine and connection into unified and already existing MES software packages. The safety of the material, the equipment, and then the worker safety is incredibly important as well. You know, like I mentioned, many of these machines might hail more of a prototyping legacy where certain practices may have been more acceptable and forgiving to allow. But as the usage goes up, right, the incident rates can also increase, the hazards also increase, and just from a baseline level, some of the operations need to continue to prioritize safety, ergonomics, and minimize the operator exposure and touch time during operations such as turnover or filter changes, etc. The maintenance of the equipments themselves, right? At any automotive facility, there's in-house maintenance, there's on-call maintenance, 24 hours, 365 days a week, 365 days a year. That type of mindset and mentality to enable machines that can be maintained by skilled trades, that can be maintained on quick turnaround notices, is important to ensure uptime and robustness in a production factory. And of course, the skilled, diverse, next generation workforce from operators to engineers to executives is going to be needed to continue the adoption of additive and push it forward in the automotive industry for not just pre-production use, but production use as well. So with that, I will draw to a conclusion here. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention here, and we'll move to a Q&A section. And again, thank you to all my US car colleagues that helped pull this together and allowed me to represent and speak on this briefly at the MMX. So with that, I'll stop sharing and switch back to just the Q&A mode. Okay. So I see there's a couple comments here in chat. Can we reuse recyclability of the particles? So Dustin, I see your question here from you, right, on unused raw AM material being reused and a study on the recyclability for fully finished AM parts. There's a variety of studies that have been published in journal articles, so more academic studies, and then some of the material suppliers, especially in metals, have also published their own studies that show different conclusions, right? Some of them strongly stress there's an end use or life to the reuse of certain alloys based on things like in the metal world, oxygen pickup and whatnot. And then others really stress that there can be an infinite life as long as you maintain a refresh cycle that has been approved. So in automotive, obviously we want to maximize the reuse of the materials and while also maintaining the required quality. I can speak to at least on General Motors side, what we've seen is with the right refresh rates and blend rates, we are able to more or less infinitely recycle materials and continue to do some internal studies on that. But that's certainly one of the things that can be either commissioned or you know, spec'd out eventually through the US car type organization. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions yet in both the chat or the Q&A.
Yep, don't see any. If anyone does have questions, feel free to populate them. We have a couple of more minutes that we can take up if you have any. And maybe in the meantime, questions. So you talked a lot about, you know, just now in recyclability and you know, a lot of metal AM processes in particular. Are there any new or emerging AM technologies that are of, you know, particular interest or that you're keeping an eye on, and maybe if there are or aren't, you know, is there any different evaluation process that you run those through, understanding, you know, all the realities of automotive? It needs to make lots. I think we've heard that now from you and Ellen. We all understand that. I came from your world and your organization and get.
Yeah, so I'll answer in a couple
Hang on, you just got muted.
Okay, how about now?
You're good now. Yep. And muted again. That's weird.
How about now? Okay.
Perfect.
Good. So first, a bit of a tongue-in-cheek answer, I guess, right? There's a new additive process every single day in my inbox because I'm subscribed to a couple of newsletters. So there's no denying that there will always be a new process, the next new shiny thing. There's certainly many that are of interest, but one of the things, especially in automotive, that we're trying to lock down is the number of processes and the variability that we see. We're trying to hone in on a few key winners early on that drive value for our applications and needs, and really focus on industrializing those first. And then the learnings from those can be carried on into future, applications, modalities, whatever it may be, that we move towards. In every single one of them, understanding the value chain around recyclability of materials is extremely important. Would certainly say in some modalities it's more mature than others, right? There's more of a built-in closed loop cycle, whereas others, there's certainly much more waste generated that needs to be accounted for. And I think all the automotive OEMs have had individual conversations and now through US CAR with the machine and material providers to change that model such that it's more of a closed loop recycling system. Okay. Let's see here. There's a question on value chain resiliency. So I'll answer that from the chat and then jump over to the Q&A. So how do you integrate AM and the concept of manufacturing resilience or value chain resiliency? So a couple ways to look at this. The first can be through low volume fragmented manufacturing, right? There's often challenges in bringing those types of vehicles and products to market because the unit volumes can be so low. Our traditional supply base is not as much interested in pursuing those. Or if you go to a smaller shop that traditionally does not support automotive, there's risks in the supply chain there as well, with suppliers exiting businesses and whatnot. So additive manufacturing can step in and provide a production solution there that can easily be transported between suppliers as long as you have a controlled process that's in place. The other way can be around service parts as well, right? Oftentimes with 5 to 15 plus year serviceability requirements for parts for our vehicles on the road, you're looking at anywhere from a few years to 5+ years of production, then another 15 years to end of life of service. Some of those suppliers can go out of business, or a tool can be lost, or anything can happen. Service go up. Additive manufacturing could certainly step in there as a business solution and a technical solution for those components and maintain a supply chain of service components. And finally, in events, those once in a lifetime events that seem to happen once a year now with COVID and shipping issues and whatnot, additive manufacturing can always be a bridge solution for production while we're waiting on a more mainstream solution to come in. And at least speaking for General Motors, in all three of those categories, we have used additive for that very purpose. Okay, so I'll switch over to the Q&A now. So Peter had a question on what is the interaction between the US CAR team and the AMSC and NC on moving these roadmaps forward. So I think there's been somewhat limited interaction on those, right? I think the US CAR team has certainly benchmarked what the AMSC and NC have done on the roadmaps and translated some of those needs into ours. I think there's further opportunity for closer collaboration, especially when it comes to the execution phase, where industry and OEMs are partnering together to address some of the needs on the roadmaps. And there possibly are a lot of synergies that can be done that are agnostic of automotive, aerospace, etc. Question here, given the goals of limiting variability, recyclability, etc., do you believe this will be realized through process optimization or new material development? I think a lot of it is going to come through process optimization, right? Even the current materials today, as long as you can develop an in-control process that is fully understood, characterized within the limits of variability you expect to maintain, you can use today's materials. There isn't necessarily a need to develop new materials with inherent lower variability in some dimensions because there may be some other unknown dimensions that it has greater variability on. So in automotive, a big part of our quality management systems and launch processes is fully characterized process and process controls and process control documents, no different than what aerospace or other industries may have. And it all comes down to fully understanding your process and optimizing it. Okay. Is there more prospect for improving post-processing techniques or producing more final surface quality out of the machine? I think it goes a little hand in hand, but the preference from some of the automotive conversations that I've been having is out of the machine surface quality or out of the machine reduction in post-processing, to put it in a better way, is preferred. Because more post-processing techniques or different processes increase the amount of equipment, increase the amount of processes that you need to control. So having a certain baseline of near net parts coming out of the machine that has a minimal amount of post-processing is the first preference. But certainly the right tool for the right job, if it's not being accomplished in one machine, then using the right post-process equipment is the way to go. And with just a minute left or so, I'll take one last question here from Todd. As a new startup with new meta technologies, how do we get in touch with people who understand our meta technologies? Sorry, this is a basic question. So with meta and immersive technologies, that's not necessarily my domain as it comes to additive manufacturing, but General Motors certainly is looking at immersive technologies, as are all the other OEMs as well. So there's certainly opportunities to get in contact with our communication staff and continue from there. Yeah. So I think with that, John, we'll probably call it a close with a few seconds left to 1:30 and give people time to get to their next talk.
Yep. No, perfect. Appreciate it, Ollie. I think that was fantastic. Good follow up to the panel that we just had. So really talking through, somebody putting it into action and specifically in a particular industry putting into action. So thank you, sir. I appreciate your time and your information share. We're going to transition now into what is hopefully a fantastic next step. So we just got done listening to a variety of folks talk about management. In most cases, from large organizations or government agencies. And I just heard from some of the industry side that really represent top of the food chain, if you will, in industry. We want to now, we didn't really hear the perspective of, we kept saying supply chain over and over and over and over again. And talked about small and medium-sized businesses, and now we're here to hear from them, to kind of learn and understand what they're going through and how they're, what's working and what's not working in their world. So hand it over to you, Stephanie. Thank you. Hi, panel.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for tuning in today for our small business panel discussion. I would like to take some time to introduce our 4 panel members. First up, we have Justin, the CEO at REM Surface Engineering in Austin, Texas. Justin, would you like to give a little bit of background about yourself and REM?
Sure. So REM works in the metal surface finishing industry. We've been a part of manufacturing for over 50 years. A lot of work in the aerospace industry, got pulled into additive manufacturing a little over 10 years ago. And do a lot in that space. My role on the day-to-day currently spend a lot of time in the R&D side, working with some of our government contracts and things like that. So any of the questions that I answer today are really going to be focused fully through the metal lens. So just something to keep in mind as we have this discussion.
Next up, we have Tracy Albers, the president and CTO at RPNM out of Westlake, Ohio.
Thanks, Stephanie. Tracy Albers, I run Rapid Prototype and Manufacturing. We're a contract manufacturer. Been a member of America Makes for quite a while now. We're one of the founding members, actually, of the organization. RP+M mainly focuses on utilizing FDM technology to service the aerospace and defense industry. So over the last year or so, almost entirely our business has been focused on aerospace and defense. So we spent a lot of time working on repeatability and working with SAE and others to develop specifications around how to standardize use of these technologies for a true manufacturing setting. So happy to be on the panel. Thanks for having me.
We have Sarah, the founder of Fab Lab Hubs out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Sarah?
Thanks so much, America Makes staff, for putting us together, even though it's virtual. I founded Fab Lab Hub as my third startup to do contract manufacturing, but mostly to support our nonprofit New Color network that does workforce training in new color jobs, such as 3D printing technicians, robotics technicians, CAD designers. I come from manufacturing. I was the co-founder of Potomac Photonics. We invented and manufactured a 193 nanometer and 248 nanometer excimer laser that was used in micro manufacturing as well as laser machining eyeballs, and we developed the laser for LASIK eye surgery, as well as laser machine tools. We had a contract manufacturing group that did high volume manufacturing for microelectronics, defense, Air Force in particular, for medical device and a number of other consumer products like Apple. And what I'm delighted to do now that I am part of the MIT Fab Lab network is to create pathways to engaging well-paying jobs for people without a college degree in these fields. And thanks to America Makes, we developed a digital badge micro certification program in additive. And it's been a really great journey, and we're starting to see the world adapt how we train technicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And last up is Melanie Lang, the CEO of Form Alloy out of San Diego, California. Melanie?
Hi, good afternoon. Happy to be here today. At Form Alloy, we design and manufacture directed energy deposition systems. If you don't know what that is, it's a metal additive manufacturing process that utilizes powder as a feedstock and laser as the energy source and builds the parts up layer by layer. I'd be happy to talk to you more about the process. But we design and manufacture those systems, and then we also do services in-house as well. So as Justin alluded to, I will also be focused on metals in any of the answers that I give today. So glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
I'd just like to remind everybody, this is about inhibitors and enablers for greater adoption of additive manufacturing in small businesses. So any questions that you have, if everyone can utilize the Q&A tab when you enter your questions, if you want to direct anything at one of the particular panelists, please include that in your question and we'll make sure to get that over to them. But I'd like to first kick this off by posing a question to Justin and asking, how does additive manufacturing change or affect a small business's ability to compete with larger competitors?
Thanks, Stephanie. So I think additive offers some really unique opportunities right now, specifically in the government funding space. There's a lot of interest, NASA, the Air Force, the DoD, in additive manufacturing for a variety of applications. And as such, there's a lot of what's called SBIRs, or Small Business Innovation Research Grants, that are out there. My company had never done one of these before 3 years ago. I had some connections at NASA. There was some interest there, and we submitted our first one. We've now gotten about 9, I think, in process. And what these are, this is non-dilutive funding opportunities, whereby the government's going to provide you with funding to provide a specific set of deliverables that you've proposed to them that they have found interesting. And you can go from a phase 1 to a phase 2, and then potentially even onto a phase 3, where it's an ongoing program contract. So there's a lot that can be done with that. It's, as a small business, we're not taking a lot of speculative $1 million bets on things, right? That's not who we are. Large companies can do that. This allows you to do some of these things, and it's allowed us specifically to advance some of our different alloy finishing capabilities and some of the scale at which we're processing parts quite considerably, and it's opened a lot of doors. So I think because there is this interest, because there are these potential value that the government sees here. You have opportunities there that you don't necessarily have in the traditional space, if you're, say, like a machine shop or whatnot.
I would like to address this to the panel and talk about what are the largest obstacles, the biggest barriers of entry for a small business relative to additive. So Sarah, if you want to go ahead and kick that off.
Well, there are several things. One that is really close to what we do is workforce. And I remember at Rapid the year that HP entered the market with their production 3D printer, and you'd be at a coffee break or at a reception, and the buzz was, I'd love to have one of those HP machines, but I don't have anybody who can run it. And I think workforce training is a really important part of it. I think the other big barrier coming from production manufacturing is a lack of understanding in small businesses about what it's like to actually go from prototype to high volume production, and the kinds of requirements that customers have when you're starting to really enter serious markets. And I know that Melanie's work in the aerospace industry, I mean, I worked quite extensively in the medical device industry. I mean, when you're talking about answering to the FAA or the FDA, and then with customers who you have serious safety concerns, it takes it to another whole level. And it's much more than just buying a machine and being able to make a prototype, but it's having people who understand GMP, it's people who can adhere to Lean and ISO practices and can take it to the next level. And I think those are barriers for small businesses.
Yeah, Stephanie, I could echo Sarah's thoughts a little bit. I think, and I said this years ago, and you hate to, relive your prophecies. I feel like I might be too young to be doing that, but let's go for it anyways. When I first started working in this industry, I came from a very traditional manufacturing company and kind of came into additive with the goal of trying to figure out how to not treat it like something different, right? So when you're talking to companies that have specified processes and you're trying to fill the gap, I was describing to the team earlier, the auditor that's coming doesn't care what kind of machine you use. They care about you following a process and controlling your process and ensuring that when you do things the first time, it's the same as when you do it the 150th time. So I guess I'm a proponent for let's stop treating additive as a separate manufacturing technology and rather just call it mainstream manufacturing. It's our job as users of the technology to help our customers and peers find the right applications for the right technology. But more importantly than that, find the right process that controls so that, the companies that we all want to help along the way and help use additive in their mainstream manufacturing system don't feel like they have to treat it like something different, right? So we need to treat it like a grown-up manufacturing technology that it's trying so hard to be, and less as a prototyping tool where we do things once and then we don't really care about what happens the second time.
Yeah, and the thing that I would like to add there is that some of that responsibility is on the people side, which I think is a lot what Sarah and Tracy were just discussing. It's a culture and a training and a people thing and a process thing. On the OEM side, there's also things that we can do to make the machines more usable and more repeatable that will support the people and the processes that will basically drive this. And what I mean by that is, if you have a machine that requires a PhD or a material scientist to stand at the machine and stare at it and make tweaks as you go, one, you will always run into that issue of not having someone to run the machine as you expand and grow. But two, every time that the operator interacts with that machine and makes a change, you have lost your repeatability, to feed into what Tracy just said. So as an OEM, it's our responsibility to make our machines usable so that way they run like a standard machine tool, so that way you can then follow those processes like Tracy's mentioning, which should go across any type of manufacturing, whether it's traditional or additive. And with that, the machines have to be smart enough to know when something goes awry, be able to detect that, and not rely on that operator to be standing at the machine and making changes.
You know, that is a really good point. And there was a book many years ago written by a guy named Jeff Moore in Silicon Valley called Crossing the Chasm. And it's still relevant today. And what he talked about was, in order to be successful in mainstream markets, you needed to develop products that went from just what you're describing, the tweaking by the PhDs, to being able to have technicians run it. And he was talking about all kinds of markets, so consumer as well as industrial. But if any of you haven't read it, it's really a very, very good analysis of what OEMs need to do. And that was one of the big things we had to do with LASIK, because we were developing an excimer laser that used fluorine gas for ophthalmologists. And so that's a totally different ball game when you're dealing with somebody who is not a physicist. And I think you just hit the nail on the head there.
That's interesting, Sarah. And yeah, to build on Melanie's comments and Tracy's comments, I think we also have to recognize what's different about additive manufacturing, and specifically in my case, metal additive manufacturing compared to traditional machining, right? It's not just a forming technology, right? You're creating your metallurgy in situ, right? You're creating grain structures. All these things are going on. If you're just a machine shop, you're not having to worry about those sorts of things, right? These are typically very well-established processes. You're coming from bar stock. We're coming from powder here, right? There's a lot more that needs to go on. And I think that's one of the key barriers folks need to understand and recognize, is that it does require more investment. It does require more skilled individuals, both the technician side, and on the PhD side. There's just a lot that goes into it, and it's a great technology. It's got an amazing promise, but you don't just walk into it, by buying a machine and now you're a print shop. It's not quite that it's not quite that simple. It's much more complex.
Okay, thank you. We have another question that has come up. What creative financing ideas can manufacturers implement for small businesses?
Well, going back to our LASIK experience, the ophthalmologists don't buy LASIK machines. We charged, the industry charged per operation. And for many of the ophthalmologists, the expense of going UV photons are very expensive to produce versus IR photons. It really enables them to look at things differently. Also, and I think we can learn from the mistakes and the advances that other industries have made. And one of the really clever things was there were 4 patents, and at the beginning, all of the LASIK people were fighting over, who was going to win and how is this going to work. And eventually, they got together and actually collaborated and came up with a partnership. It was called PeerPoint Partners, and they all put all their patents into this pool, and then it enabled the industry to go forward. And I think more of that kind of creative thinking and that innovative thinking is what we need to help small businesses who maybe can't afford a metal printer.
And that's good. That alludes back to the program manager from the U.S. Air Force earlier that said, if everybody, instead of shouting, everybody kind of sings together, we can make a choir. So that's good. And I think, with that, there are, service providers that will sort of help you with that initial sort of delve into additive, do some feasibility studies for you, do some low rate manufacturing, to help you create that business case and make sure you can justify those purchases. Because if you haven't done any additive manufacturing ever and you're not familiar with it, if you go out and you buy a machine, you might not get the right machine, because there's an entire ecosystem of different technologies, and you have to sort of look at your application and pick your technology. So if you're not quite sure, it might be worth trying out some different technologies, going through service providers, either a service bureau or even a lot of OEMs will offer some services to help identify, and most OEMs will tell you if their technology is not a good fit for what you're trying to do. They will tell you, because it's in no one's best interest to sell a machine and have it be a paperweight. And so, with that, just don't be shy. If you have parts you're looking into that you're considering, reach out to some OEMs or some service providers and ask what they would recommend, and try to narrow down the technology a little bit, and then maybe get some test parts printed from that technology before you decide to purchase something.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about this earlier. You don't need to make all the mistakes we already have. So we can help you find. And I think there's other, I'm looking at the audience a little bit. There's other folks that are in a similar spot. I mean, when RPNM was originally found, we had the unique philosophy, well, I guess not unique at the time, but the philosophy of if you have one of every type of machine, you'll have a huge customer base and you can be an expert at everything. The reality is, in an industry where there's innovation every day, the previous speaker was just talking about checking, all of us that are spending our lives in this general industry get a new email like, invest in this company, we're doing this differently, our machine does this differently, and solve some unique part of the supply chain issue in additive. The reality is that there's a lot of information out there, and it's hard to make judgments on what the right machine is for your particular application. And it's very expensive to try and do everything or have direct experience in everything. So finding a partner, contract manufacturer, consultant, expert that's done some of this before and can help guide you into the right combination of design and material and machine will avoid a lot of excess capital expenditures. If you communicate with any of the used machine brokers, they will gladly also tell you some sob stories about making purchases that maybe didn't work out in the end for the user. So there's lots of us out there that can help with those sorts of things. We've done it before, so we can give you our expertise and help you make the right decision.
Along those lines, when you talk about making a mistake on a machine, often I visit companies, and I was visiting so many companies through the New England Lean Consortium, and they would say to me, oh, please come and look at our 3D printer. We think we need a better one. And typically they would have spent $50,000 or $100,000, and this was like 10 years ago. And I'd go look at it, and the problem was not the printer. The problem was they had nobody who had the time to figure out how to run it. And I suggested to the one in particular that was near Brown University that they go over and get a kid from the engineering department and have an intern. And they called me 3 months later, and they said, you saved us a fortune, because within 3 months, this kid got us the kinds of parts we were looking for. They were a jewelry manufacturer. They made the Super Bowl rings, and they needed a lot of molds. And I think that, again, going back to that concept of the complete product that Intel's Bill Davidow used to talk about, it's not just buying the machine, it's having the expertise that Tracy's talking about, it's having the people who can run it, it's having all of the support that goes around it in addition to the actual piece of equipment.
I agree, Sarah. And the reaffirming thing now is that, not only are we able to do that, but we are, as an industry, we are now at the point where the major users of additive technologies are coming to their manufacturing partners with a plan, right? So they're saying, I want to use XYZ technology, whatever that may be. I want this material. I want you to run it against this specification, and I want you to prove to me that you can do it exactly how I would like it. And I want to audit you against that, and then I want you to deliver parts on my schedule. So kudos to all of us who've spent, the last 10 or so years of our lives thinking about this, but we're there now, which is a huge accomplishment. So, for machines that were created 30 years ago, and the impetus at the time was, let's make one part and we will reduce product life cycles because we're going to help innovators innovate new things and then realize the actual part. Now we are making production level parts for serious requirements for industries that are not for the faint of heart, and we're doing that successfully. So, for those of you who maybe haven't experienced the full supply chain of what additive can do, we are now living in that moment. And I'm not sure that I could have said that even maybe 3 years ago. But I think that that is definitely real and definitely happening. And it's happening on the polymer end, it's happening on the metals end. So, you know, I know there's a lot of marketing-ish stories out there, but from someone who's, you know, seeing the day-to-day activity around that, I can tell you that we definitely have come a long way in the last decade.
So after that, what role or function are small businesses best equipped to play in the additive manufacturing ecosystem? Where do you think they fit in with this technology? So Justin, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Stephanie. So from my perspective, I think small businesses are best equipped to play specialized support roles in the AM industry. Again, kind of keep it from the metal perspective. I think you've got some very large players out there, a lot of OEMs that get a lot of expertise, and they know what they want to do. But you also have a lot of folks in there that perhaps are not coming with that, 10 years of experience, and that they need some support. And I think small businesses with flexibility, with some of our ability to be, a bit more customer focused in terms of meeting their needs, working with them as more of a partner in the development as they're looking to maybe actualize a part concept and what have you. I think those are really great roles there. I think small businesses are also well equipped to do some of the more novel research, some of the low TRL stuff. It's a bit more challenging there. Again, kind of coming back to some of the SIBR stuff. There's a lot of very interesting, material alloy development things that are happening right now that people are interested in, and that could be very, very promising. And maybe it's not going to be your company that takes it to TRL 10, but if you can push it above TRL 3 in that 4 or 5 range, and then maybe there's other funding opportunities there, some of the things we were talking about earlier. I think those are some of the great places that that small businesses can play in the additive space.
For sure. And I mean, in reality, all businesses start small, right? So this is a relatively young industry. So it by nature has a core group of small businesses. And it works well for this space because we still have a lot of stuff to figure out. So it's almost essential that you have a nimble and kind of core group of expertise, and then you look to grow on that. So I think each of us in this panel are playing a role in that system, supply chain, however you want to classify it. We need workforce, we need finishing expertise, we need machines to be able to complete the jobs we need to do. But there's a lot of, if you look in this audience, there's a lot of small businesses out there because this is still a new space. 30 years is a long time from the original IP, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a very short time. So, again, I think there's huge opportunity. We talked a little bit earlier about the marketplace. The marketplace in the last, if you're following kind of the M&A activity and other investment activity from more the financial markets, this space continues to be incredibly interesting. So for a while it was a hotbed of investment coming into the space, and everyone's very bullish on the technology. Now we see a lot of consolidation happening in the space generally. So it's exciting to watch. It's exciting to be a part of as well, but it is definitely a lot of movers and shakers happening, and most of them have a tendency to be in the smaller business side of things.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I want to add to what Justin and Tracy said is just the ability to be really agile and sort of open to change. So we do, for us to do a custom system is not a huge deal for us because we don't have a huge production line where, anytime you make a change, it can really throw anything off. So if someone needs a, custom technology, custom size, they need a hole that's cut in the side so they can have some type of sensor or system that is going to run through it. For us, we can do that because we're small and we're agile, and we can adjust our production line if we need to. So I think that's one of the benefits of working with a small business is the ability to do those customizations and agility and innovations without necessarily all the overhead or the expense that sometimes would come with a larger entity.
I would just add to that you still need to be sure that the inventors who are coming to you actually, you have to evaluate what the potential of the idea is. And in both companies, spent a long time, working on things that I should have done more research on before I got, too far in. But you're exactly right. The small shops are where you can take a risk, whereas a big company can't. But you reach a point where you really have to, once you have so many people with seemingly good ideas, you do have to do a little bit of background and due diligence to be sure that it's something that's going to have a future.
We do have a question in here from the MMX EWD director. We've heard from this panel that workforce is an issue, especially for a lot of these small, medium manufacturers. Josh is going to talk some more tomorrow about tools that they are working on, but he wants to know specifically what are some of the unique issues that you are hearing individually, each of you, within your own operations.
I can speak to apprenticeships. It is no small feat to get a registered apprenticeship. And it was only because of my relationship with IBM and Jennifer Odo, who is now the director of the Manufacturing Center and Skills Accelerator at Youngstown State University, who helped me push that through. And Youngstown State is our sponsor. But it was far more challenging. I spent 9 months I could have had a baby in that time. I spent 9 months trying to get a registered apprenticeship in my state of New Mexico. And they're not worse than other states because I have worked with other states as well. And the bureaucracy and the difficulty of it. And I think that Josh is doing a great job of trying to streamline that. Our registered apprenticeship for 3D printing technicians is based on a framework that America Makes developed with the Urban Institute and I think Youngstown State and a whole other group of people. I'm not sure who else. But because it had already been approved, putting through our registered apprenticeship was so much easier. And so the groundwork that America Makes laid for that, but it still isn't easy. And it was a lot of work to get through the paperwork. Jennifer and her team was able to push through our USDOL apprenticeship in about 2 months. And part of that was because IBM had an embedded person in the USDOL office in Washington, D.C. And when I was stuck on the forms, and I'm not a uneducated person. I can read, and these forms were so challenging. And I would call him and say, I'm stuck on line, 37, or I called Jennifer, she'd call him and he'd say, okay, I'm going to walk down the hall to the guy who knows the answer to that. But not all of us have those resources. And I think the fact that America Makes and Josh's team are putting serious effort into that is an important step. And for those of you who don't know, registered apprenticeships, like in Europe, are paid training where the intent is that the person stays with you. So it's not that like interns where they, come for a summer and you never see them again. It's really intent upon the person staying in the job. There's a 94, I think, % retention rate among apprentices. It's typically somewhere between 6 months and 2 years, depending upon the program. USDOL sets, I believe, the rate that you have to pay. So for our people in New Mexico, which is a poor state, our starting salary for a technician is $60,000 with no college. And for the apprentices, they start at 2/3 of that, which is $40,000. and they get all of our digital badges for free. We get the IBM IT badges. We were able, again, through America Makes, to get additive badges through and certifications through Tooling U and SME. And these students who, my two apprentices, I'm sorry to go on and on, but I'm so passionate about this. My two apprentices are displaced COVID workers. So they lost their jobs during COVID, were on unemployment, had degrees where they couldn't get any meaningful work, and now are on a career path to work in additive. And we have two more coming in early 2022, and thanks to the efforts of America Makes and Youngstown State, I can't tell you how wonderful these programs are. So anyway, and if you want more information, just text or chat to me, and I'll send you our framework. And I'm sure Josh would be happy to do that as well.
I guess I could give a little bit of perspective from from someone actually who has two open positions, by the way. In a former life, I worked at a very large publicly traded company, and the reality was, if you hired someone at that company and they didn't work out, you could kind of bury them in some role that didn't really disrupt things too much, and not to worry too much about direct costs and making sure those people were direct contributors and all that sort of thing. Well, that cause and effect situation is basically impossible to do as a small business, where not only do you wear multiple hats, but the true definition of working as a team will make or break your organization on a daily basis. So when they're a small group of you and the cultural fit and the the expectations of one another are not clearly defined, it can really be a recipe for disaster. So more so than finding people with the right expertise, it's a combination of finding the right cultural fit, and then also ensuring that your risk exposure is not too high. For example, I'm talking about bringing in people from different states and paying for moves and all those sorts of things. It's a really challenging proposition to find someone with excellent expertise and then realize you have to bring them to the West Coast and they've never lived in Ohio before and it's gray 210 days a year, whatever it is. So there's a whole lot of things to think about, not just from, gee, I need somebody with additive expertise. I'd actually almost prefer someone without additive expertise that has more expertise just around manufacturing, quality, inspection, that sort of thing, because we can teach the additive part of it. And I know the systems are not incredibly straightforward, but they are definitely user-friendly in most cases. So I think that's the real crux of the problem, at least from our perspective, is finding someone with enough experience, but not too much experience, because we're in a space where we have to pave the road. We have to create new processes. So, we can't just accept people who are just going to follow the set of directions, because we still have to create the directions. So it's a unique combination of needing that expertise, but also needing an inherent willingness to not know what the answer is on any given day, but have the fortitude to say, it's okay, we will solve the problem. I don't know how, but we are going to solve the problem. So that's the real hard part of that. I find myself asking a lot of personality questions in interviews, less than, do you know how to run, an FDM machine, or do you know what materials we print in? Like, okay, I can teach you all that stuff. It's harder to find, and this is probably not different than any other position really, but finding that right combination is a challenge, and it can be can unfortunately be a costly mistake, right? So,
I would interject with that. I did, before I started this program, I interviewed 200 employers in manufacturing because we work not only in additive, but with robotics and AI and lasers. And I spoke to, most of them were my customers, so it was easy to contact people over a 6-month period. who ranged from Fortune 10, so Boeing, GM, Apple, all the big guys, GE, down to startups. And 95% of the 200 people I spoke with in manufacturing said that the number one job skill they needed for operators and technicians was problem solving. The number two thing they said was hands-on kinds of experience, not necessarily with a particular technology, but just being able to build things. And then finally they got to digital things like CAD design and computer operations, stuff like that. And part of my interest in the digital badge program that we developed was the portfolio aspect. So as an employer, how do I see problem solving? You can ask them a lot of questions, but unless you really can verify that. And so our badges have a portfolio. The person earning the badge has to identify a problem, either at school, work, play, sports, in their lives or in the world, and develop a solution to the problem. And it's documented in their portfolios. So our digital badge earners' portfolios are then stored in a system that adheres to the international badge standards. So there's a degree of assurance that if they say they got the badge, they did. And through that portfolio, as an employer, can see how they solve the problem. And in my own company, I've had, badge earners who take shortcuts to solve the problem, in order to avoid really getting to come to a good solution. And you see that right away because it's documented with photographs and video if it's a functional piece. And I think we need to move education more to a place where it is competency-based and not degree-based. And so if I have some piece of paper that I bring in, what does that really say? And in this day and age, degrees are so complex. How do I know what an electrical engineer does anymore? I mean, there's so many variations within our degree system. And if we can have something where a portfolio can go to an employer and the student shares it. Now, the employer or a college administrator, if they're applying to higher ed, can see exactly what that person's problem-solving skills were. And I think we need a really radical change in how we hire. And I also think that the White House in 2020 was really onto something. Ginny Rometty from IBM, who coined the term "new collar," was on the White House Workforce Task Force with Tim Cook from Apple and a number of other executives. And the White House issued an executive order requiring that all of the government agencies reevaluate how they hire people. And that is huge. I mean, they're a giant employer. We're seeing it here at Los Alamos. They have, I think, 5,000 jobs open in the next couple of years. And they said 4,000 of those they're reevaluating to not require college degrees. And that has to trickle down to our HR departments and to our hiring. Small business doesn't have HR departments, startups don't, but to how we hire people. And instead of just looking at a degree, really starting to think through what is it that these potential employee is bringing to the ballgame and how did they get those and what skills do they have? So more of a skilled-based evaluation.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, Josh, for spurring that conversation. We have a couple of questions in the Q&A, the one that we have with 5 votes. As small and medium manufacturers and businesses, what challenges have you found in supplying AM parts or services to the federal government outside of your SBIRs and STTRs, which are essentially direct contracts? What are some of the issues, stumbling blocks, holdups you've had with dealing with the federal government?
So I guess jump in first on that one. So outside of SIBRs and STTRs, I think it's extremely difficult for small businesses to deal directly with the government. The lens to look through it, I think, is not all that different. In our case, we've never won a SIBR that didn't have an advocate already in the organization. You don't win, and I'll say there's a caveat there that I think AFWorks is doing a really good job here with their quick $50,000 open calls. You can get a lot more open proposals through that way. But trying to get an open proposal on something that wasn't, maybe had you in mind a little bit already it's very, very difficult, even if your solution is perhaps very well suited for it. And I think if you expand that to getting, some sort of other government contract, there's a lot that goes into getting a government contract. The compliance dynamics and just even understanding the ecosystem is very, very challenging. I'm sure Melanie can add to this here, because I know they do some work in there. I mean, trying to find the right people and the right program offices is extremely challenging. There's a couple other comments, questions, how could these things be aided or what have you. I think having a better matchmaking service for transitioning a phase 1 to a phase 2 where you need an MOU, that would be a massive benefit. And I truthfully don't really know of a lot of contract vehicles outside the SIBRs and the STTRs that are really going to be accessible to small businesses.
I would agree. So currently, the majority of the products that we're shipping on a regular basis right now are going to the tier 1 OEM. So we're subcontracting behind them. And when our purchase contract through the subcontract to the government is a 200-page purchase order for $5,000 worth of parts or whatever the total is. It's a whole new level of organization required to meet all of the Q clauses and the, even logging into the basic systems alone to generate shipments, which are not done automatically. I mean, these are all automated systems, is like a full-time job in itself. So in the last 2 years, we've spent a lot of time purely trying to muddle our way through learning that and figuring all that out. So that's a big job, actually, especially from a company who historically, when at the founding of RPM, we were creating prototypes and we'd accept credit cards and ship parts the next day. It's a totally different system. So the challenges are probably numerous. We're working our way through them. And again, I'm speaking from a once removed situation. So, but if whomever our customer happens to be, and you could think of a couple of defense OEMs, those guys are flowing down all of the subcontract and DFARS terms to us that they sign up for. So that's how they eliminate their risk, by saying, if we have to do this, you guys have to do it. And but from my perspective, that's right where we want to be, right? So again, kind of pushing the additive technology into a mainstream manufacturing technology. And in terms of solving those problems, what it takes is just fortitude and a lot of reading. And again, we have to create a process to accept that kind of work. So in some cases, there are certain customers that are requiring additional stuff from us, and that stuff may be CMMC, it may be digital product definition, and how are you controlling data? And so for a company with not a whole lot of infrastructure systems around it, you could partly say, well, that's easier to control because there's fewer of you, and your systems are not as expansive. However, you still have to set up controls around all of that. So it's definitely not for the faint of heart. However, that's what's enabled us to grow, and so we've worked towards just figuring that out, honestly.
Been any particular resources or anything that you utilize, like your local SBDC, anyone like that, that's helped guide you through the process, or has this all been done internally?
I wish there was a way that we had gotten help, but no. The first couple of transactions that we did, we had very, very patient procurement agents that were willing to work with us, and quite frankly, there weren't a lot of options for them that were in terms of qualified suppliers, and so the onus was kind of on them to make it work also. And so we worked through it. I think we've grown up a lot in the last couple of years around that. But it's not rocket science. No, it's not rocket science. But it does just take a little bit more than, like I said, your standard, maybe inventor calling you with his Visa number to order a part. It's just maybe a little bit more complicated than that. So
I would add to that.
Although
I was just going to say, I would add to that we were located, Potomac Photonics was located, as you would guess, on the Potomac River. And so we were in the DC area where there were a large number of Beltway bandits. And a whole industry grew up around the Beltway bandits to help people with the procurement process, and particularly with setting up the DCAA and the contract auditing processes. And so they were a huge help, and they were not, in those days at least, all that expensive. And we ended up hiring a guy through one of these contractors who I don't know how we could have survived. I mean, we had 16 phase 2 SBIRs over a 10-year period. And it was just a huge help. And I don't know if that still exists, but there might be some people out there who have that expertise. And they were typically people who came from the agencies, so they knew the ins and outs pretty well. One guy we worked with was a former DCAA auditor, and so he really knew what to look for, and was a huge help to us.
Yeah, two things to add to, I think, Tracy and Sarah's comments there. I think going back to Tracy's comment about the 200-page terms and conditions, I think you do have to. I understand why a lot of these things exist, and they need to exist, right? But when you've won a few government contracts, you're going to get at some point audited, which means you've got to have all of your costing in full detail, right? So I can't quote a small, roughly $1,200 job without making sure we build a complete detailed costing, and we have our clear overhead and profit limits and all that sort of stuff. And it's fine as long as it's leading somewhere else, but like that's a barrier, and that's a dynamic that you can't just I think Sarah's kind of commented on it. You can't just sort of slowly walk into it. You got to dive in, right? And I think also, if you're going to dive in, you do need to have somebody, and it's another barrier, right? You probably need to employ somebody full time who does that. I mean, it's what we did. We pulled in somebody who ran the program for NAVC for a number of years, right? And without him, there's no way we'd be able to navigate all the regulations and things like that. It really is. It's a great opportunity. It's a great vehicle if you can do it, but you need to be able to fund it for a little while and see where it can go. And I think Melody's been trying to jump in here.
Melanie?
Yeah,
We have about 10 minutes left.
To just advocates, I think once you have the government straightforward to then, then they introduce you to other people. First sets of
it's very challenging, and we've been successful in one branch of the government in terms of finding the right people and getting advocacy, but now we're trying to branch into other parts, and that's really challenging too, as we're
trying
government and
advocates necessary
branches, and so that's when Justin and I sometimes talk to each other and say,
hey, I'm doing this, or any of your customers interested, and vice versa. And I think as small businesses and large businesses, we have to help each other out in that sense, because it is challenging to find the right people in the government to do work with, whether it's an SBIR. I mean, those are a little bit different, but you still really need an advocate or a level of support typically, or someone to sort of help you identify what's going to be most meaningful for them. And then outside of the SBIR, it's even more challenging. So I think if there's a way to have more opportunities like AFWorks has been doing, and now there's some of these competitions sort of coming online where you have a opportunity to present technology to maybe a new group of people. Those type of events and programs have been really useful to us just in terms of getting exposure. But ultimately it started by finding the right advocate, and the path to get to that advocate was very obscure, and it will probably be different for everyone.
Yeah, and I'd add, just, I promise nobody paid me to say this. I've never met an unhelpful government procurement agent or technical lead. I mean, they're all amazingly helpful. Getting to them is a challenge, and also getting some of their time is a challenge, because they, I mean, like everybody else, they're very, very busy. They're getting pulled in a million different directions. So it's never like, that's not the issue. So the issue isn't a desire to help. It's finding your way to that individual or individuals, and then making those connections. That's very, very challenging. But I will say that like the America Makes dynamic has been super useful for us. Like I've made very meaningful contacts at the Air Force, and some of those advocates that I found have been via these sorts of vehicles and these sorts of technology exchanges. And I think that is really a great path as well. You know, perpetuating these sort of interchanges where there's meaningful dialogue, you know, not just commercialization, what have you. That has a lot of value.
I was going to say that all of our advocates came out because of our technical contact. Our inventor of our technology, Dr. Paul Christensen, was a leader in the laser field and spoke at every conference. And either here, and this is in the days when it was true technical.
Okay. Hear me? Did we lose Stephanie?
Nope, I'm still here.
And that we could, he knew everyone. And one or the other of us always was at a technical conference, always learning from the potential advocates, but also sharing what we were doing. And I think the thing is to really have somebody.
Okay, I will read, looks like there's some other Q&A we can maybe hit before the end of the panel. Let's see, this question says, and I think we've already hit it a little bit, but I think Justin and Tracy, maybe you guys will have more. What policies, programs, or dollars would be best deployed to increase adoption of your technology into the supply chain? Quick hits and long-term plays.
Can everyone hear Melanie? Did everyone catch that question?
Yes.
Okay. I have some disconnect here, but if anyone would like to grab that question, if there's anything that you've had within your organization that you thought has been beneficial as far as policies, dollars, you know, anything that helped long-term expansion and growth, anything that you've received in the past that has been helpful that you're willing to talk about.
It's probably somewhat, I don't think this is a new thought, right? But if contracting speed and selection of contracts could be increased, that'd be very beneficial. I think, you know, to the Air Force Service we're working on right now, I think they were awarded, you know, about 9 months beyond the expected time frame, which is great. We're happy they were awarded, but you almost have to go back in the proposal and say, all right, well, what were we going to do again? Because I mean, so much time has passed, you know, from the actual point of submission. Some of the cross agency funding dynamics are, I think, a little more challenging. Maybe they should be. When you do have a situation where you've got an award and another agency wants to help fund it, some of the hoops you got to jump through to prove that and to get your matching funding they're quite involved. So I think anything that could be done to simplify those dynamics, understanding again that, you know, small businesses don't have some of the flexibility and don't have some of the background, you know, administrative support that large agencies do. That'd be my ad.
Yeah, I think timing is definitely tough. I mean, and again, more of the business transition thing. And again, we're once removed, or our customer isn't directly the government, it's a company in between us. But, you know, it's caused us to do some just basic changes, like quotes are valid for a year. I mean, 10 years ago in the prototyping industry, our quotes were valid for 10 days. So, you know, holding and creating a system for holding onto files for an inordinate amount of time after, if you've actually produced an order, because now, you know, thankfully, you're probably approved for whatever program that have bid on and produced, and so the likelihood of getting that again is high. So there's a lot of just system and changes that we've made, and again, you know, as Justin mentioned, the timelines are quite different than what we were used to. So there's but I think that also scaled with the potential and the revenue, quite honestly, for that sort of work. So, you know, if you're bidding on a program that could use half of your capacity for a year, it probably isn't going to show up as a purchase contract the next day. So.
It looks like maybe we have time for one more question. So the next one in the Q&A is the cost of qualification and verification machines is quite high. And the person that writes this, they are a service disabled veteran-owned small business employing vets. Are there any suggestions on how they spread their qualification and verification costs?
The answer to that is going to be highly dependent on the technology that you're using and the specification that you're trying to achieve. You know, as additive systems go, FDM is considered one of the lesser expensive in general, more widespread, I would say. But qualification is no joke, and it is incredibly expensive. So, you know, we were of the good fortune to be able to lead a program around this, and so that kind of was our foray into much of the work that we're doing that was funded by America Makes and others. So there's, you know, that's definitely a way to do that. You can also, I mean, it depends on your situation, but you know, if certain suppliers are in the case where they don't have a broad enough supply chain, then I'd encourage you to get creative and ask them to figure out a way to help fund it. The reality is if they're a big company and they have money and they don't have enough of a supply chain base, you know, the US government incents big companies to work with small businesses for a reason. If you're a disabled veteran and running a business, they you know, there's fund allocations that have to happen for businesses like yours. So I guess, you know, I'd encourage you to take a look at those. But you're right. I mean, what does qualification and verification mean? It means that you can prove that you've done something and you have a process control that allows you to do it many, many times over and over again. So the only way to prove that is by doing something many, many times all over again, and then recording the data and proving that your coefficient of variance is as it should be expected. If it's not, then unfortunately you spend a lot of money proving that you don't have a process that's in control. So herein lies the crux of manufacturing, right? So this is kind of the job of all of us as manufacturers, is to figure out how to solve that problem and to do it economically so that you can produce things and make money on it. I mean, that's our goal. So, but I think there are resources out there, especially in this space because it is newer. So, and I'm sure the America Makes team probably has some more input on things like that because that's what they're here for, right? That's what America Makes is here for. Is an agency to spur economic development for small businesses to transition into using new manufacturing technologies. So they are your resource for exactly that sort of thing.
I know we had until 2:30. If we have time for one more question, I'll throw that out there. John, up to you.
You want to answer it fast? Sure.
Are there any changes as small business owners that you guys would like to see as it relates to policy or incentives that would allow you to more quickly scale up your businesses?
I wouldn't add anything different. I think it's, contracting time, contracting simplicity, trying to take some of the cost of doing work with the government out would be very nice.
Yeah, and to me, I guess, I'm not sure I'd answer this from a government perspective, but quickly scaling up your business doesn't always mean that your business is successful. So as a pure conservative when it comes to financing and things like that, there's an appropriate time to scale, and incentives to scale doesn't mean that scaling is the right decision. So I guess I'm not overly bullish on this this ideology because there's a right and a wrong time, and the technology has to be right, the financial conditions have to be right, the staffing has to be right, all those things have to be right. And sometimes, you know, we see companies fail because they've gone after things like these incentives to scale up when scaling up maybe wasn't the right decision.
Okay, I would like to thank all four of you for your participation today and joining MMX. So John, back over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists. Appreciate everyone that's spoken so far today. We're going to transition now into the first networking break of the day, or I guess second networking break of the day, since we started off the day with networking. So I will hand it over to Tara, and she will kick us off into the networking zone. We'll start back up at 3:15 with the talk on venture and startup funding. So encourage everyone to, if you have to step away for a minute, be back here at 3:15, and if not, encourage you all to participate in networking. Thanks all. So we're going to get everyone started back up. Hopefully you had a good time interacting with folks and talking to some old friends and meeting new. We're going to get started with the afternoon, or I guess the second part of the day today. In this next talk, I mentioned just before the break, we're going to be talking about funding and, where are the different paths to funding, not necessarily from need money to do an R&D, but if I want to grow my business, or I'm looking to, for venture funding or startup funding, where do I go for that? So we're going to bring up Barb Ewing. She is going to be the moderator. We work very closely with Barb, as she is our close neighbor across the parking lot. Hello.
Hi, John. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
So I will hand it over to you to get us rolling.
All right. All right. Thank you. So the Youngstown Business Incubator is right across the street, right across the parking lot from America Makes. As advertised here, we have programs specifically to support incubation for advanced manufacturing and specifically additive manufacturing companies, and have a portfolio in Youngstown of about 10 companies that we're working with. The challenge, as we see all the time for our young companies, is funding and capital. And it doesn't matter where they are in the process. It doesn't matter who they are. The conversations always circle back around to how can we move from step A to step B, and when can we get some investment dollars to take us to the next step. So we should have a great conversation today about the different types of venture capital, as well as challenges and just how to set expectations for what's going to happen. So welcome everybody. As we talked about earlier, my plan is to introduce you individually, and then as we introduce you, you each have some areas of expertise. Feel free to jump in on somebody else's topic if you hear something that you want to talk about a little bit more. But if nobody has anything that they want to start with, we'll just jump right in. And Ernie, I'm going to introduce you first and jump in with an explanation of venture capital. So as I mentioned previously, YBI is a pretty diverse economic development organization. And one of the things that we've done in the past is work with Ernie Knight, YSU, Bright Energy Innovators on the development of a micro venture capital group called Valley Growth Ventures. And Ernie Knight is the managing director and CEO of that program. So Ernie, can you help everybody understand just from a high level, what is a VC group and how is it different than other types of investors?
Sure. No, well, thanks for the intro, and appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this. Venture capital is different from sort of, I guess, other vehicles in that, first and foremost, it is return oriented, and venture capital funds are managed by someone like myself, but they represent a group of other investors, and those investors have created a pool of dollars that is, meant to be distributed and invested under certain parameters. In VC, it's typically startup companies. Now, those startup companies can range all the way from, pure startups that we call the seed stage, all the way through later stage. Think of it as pre-public offering, or perhaps could be even profitable at that point, but very very significant revenue. And it really runs across the spectrum. But what makes VC, I guess, stand out is, one, it's absolutely return oriented, and two, you tend to get really the professional investor, right? People who do that for a living, and they represent professional investors for a living. So processes and expectations are, kind of very systematic and very business oriented, and very tried and true in terms of things that have been handed down and learned through various years. So hope that's helpful.
I think so. Anybody else in the group want to add anything to that? Any nuances there? All right, moving on. Jim Hart is the president and CEO of the HBS Group, and is also involved with an Appalachian investment group trying to help bridge some of these gaps as well. Jim, we hear the term angel investor network thrown around pretty loosely. And in our world, adding to that, I think there's often confusion between VCs and angel investors and where that interplay happens. So can you help everybody understand the difference between the two?
Absolutely. So if you want to understand angel investors and their mentality, we are, in essence, front-running venture capital. Now, what do I mean by that? That means that I'm betting at a very early stage, with a total absence of data, that people like Ernie are going to double down on my early stage bet in a particular company and help take it to a liquidity event at the end of the company's maturation. So sophisticated angels are doing venture style due diligence, but they don't hold companies to venture style standards with respect to where you're at on top line, bottom line, and then maybe your technology maturation. So we're going to come in really early, but we want to see a very clear path for how people like Ernie and Valley Growth and other private equity potentially on the back end are going to come in on top of our capital and help create winning opportunities.
All right, very good. Anything else from the other panelists to clarify that any further? All right, Vanetta Young, founder of Vanetta Young Advisors, is working to help create a more diverse and equitable world as it looks at investing, and is working with other communities to help bridge some of the gaps that we see along the lines of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Vanetta, if you want to add anything about your background, that would be great, but also if you could help us really understand better what is non-dilutive capital, what else can people be looking at, what else does everybody need to know in just terms of getting a baseline?
Yeah, I think one of the things to know about my background is I got my start in the private equity space at the Small Business Administration, actually. It's my first foray into the institutional investment space at the SBIC program, the Small Business Investment Company program. It's essentially a government-backed program that helps to fund private equity funds that are supporting small businesses. And I think that having that as was my first introduction into the world of private equity and venture capital, I think gave me the sense of learning what exactly what stage a company needs to be at to consider these alternative investments. And I think in terms of that non-dilutive capital, we're referring to ownership of your company. When someone makes an equity investment in your company, you own less of your company now. And so one of the things that I would think that most business owners want to do is keep as much of their company as they can. One of the ways to go about doing that when you are looking for funding, and it's something that Jim and Ernie have touched on so far, is not every business is going to be suited for the venture capital model. And one of the things that companies, particularly those that are starting out who might have more capital intensive models, should actually consider bank loans, SBA loans. There actually are certain grant programs that one should consider as well. So those are sources of non-dilutive capital in the sense that they will give you funding and still allow you to keep your company. And one of the things that I work with my clients, and my clients are private equity and venture capital fund managers who will be fundraising soon. One of the things that I work with them on is, thinking about what their investment strategy looks like and what are the kinds of companies that they would be best suited to invest in. And so some companies that are considered, that in the venture capital world, it might be considered a little pejorative, but lifestyle, that's a company that's not going to return, 10 to 20 times their investment. So if you do have a company that's not likely to return more than 10 to 20x, you might actually want to consider these non-dilutive types of capital.
Yeah, that's very helpful. All right, and finally, Wiley Runstad, who is with the vice president of a group called ScaleCo, is going to talk to us about private equity and what that means.
Sure. I'll thank you everyone for including us from ScaleCo. So we're a small private equity shop out of Cleveland, Ohio. We actually sit in a really interesting niche that kind of helps us have something to say here, that we don't just do investments that have 2 million plus in cash flow, which, we're all trying to grow businesses and trying to get to that next level. And we might not be there at that stage just yet. So ScaleCo focuses on companies that are around 500K in cash flow and growing. And really what we specialize in, and what my specialty in the private equity fund is I focus on organic growth. So my entire role is how do I go into a business that has 500K in cash flow plus, and how do I get that to go to 2 million plus in cash flow in any given year, so I can sell it to the middle market, which is a very well understood, well-trod market of very sophisticated investors that are very interested in that cash flow number and the number of contracts that you have. As long as you've got those two things, you can probably find a private equity buyer that has interest in as an investor. So that's kind of where we sit. And honestly, we partner a lot with Veneta because when we're looking at a company, probably the biggest thing that I want to get across today is obviously I have interest in companies that are already making 500K in cash flow. But in order to create future investments for our fund, we're also very interested in helping people get to that 500K number. So we end up working with a lot of founders, a lot of inventors, people that have an idea that we think can get to that next level. And honestly, some of our best investments have been those that we've helped mentor people up to the stage where we could make an investment. And we're very focused on that. And some of our best ones have been where someone came to us with an idea and they said, we want to do a startup. And we said, well, who's a traditional player in this market that we could help you buy? And then we can use the existing cash flows of that business to fund a new product line or fund a disruption in an industry. A big one in Cleveland is the Accurate Group, one of our best investments. We love talking about that one. I promise I'll talk about some of the not so good ones later, but we always like to talk about our best investment. And that's kind of what I want to get across and maybe help you guys understand is if you have an idea that can disrupt a market, maybe it's best that we partner with a business or acquire a business that is already in the industry doing the traditional manufacturing techniques, and we just augment that business. And I think that's a really big play that is a huge opportunity, especially when we're talking about additive manufacturing, because everything that you guys are doing or trying, we're trying to improve, tweak, or modify or recreate a process that's already been done in a foundry or through some other method. And so taking over some of those traditional players might be the most comfortable way to getting your idea to market.
So Wiley, what makes that one of your best companies? What's special about it?
Well, our exit multiples were fantastic.
Okay.
But really, so like that was
easy
a company,
to love.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, it's a great story from a number of. So the company's based in Cleveland, Ohio, and what they did is nothing to do with additive manufacturing, but Accurate Group basically was a software platform that helped banks interact with their appraisers, which they happened to create that idea in 2006, right when banks were no longer allowed to pick their own appraisers. So we timed the market really well, but basically they're the matchmaker between those groups And that company went from, one server in a closet with a tarp keeping the rain off of it to now we employ a couple hundred people in Cleveland. Or well, we don't, but the middle market private equity fund that has taken that investment has created that many jobs in Northeast Ohio, which ScaleCo is located in Cleveland, but Northeast Ohio is near and dear to our heart. We try to focus on investments that we can drive to because we're super involved. And so those are some of the reasons why that was a huge winner for us.
All right, very good. Anybody else have a particular story that they'd like to share here? I know this is kind of a surprise question, but I'm gonna flip it on its head in a second. But before I ask the more entertaining question, any other really instructive examples that anybody else has of good investments and why they were, and something that other people might learn from? All right, well, then I'm going to ask the question that I'm sure you're going to have a story, and I'm going to give one. So we've got a story of a company located in Northeast Ohio that had really been working on their own, had not engaged with any of the entrepreneurial services programs in Northeast Ohio, and they took a lot of small investments. So many small investments that no outside investor would try to come in because it was just too unwieldy to try to manage all of the exits of the existing investors, and it effectively killed the company. Company's still working, they're still growing, but it's all organic. They can't take any outside investment. So from a YBI standpoint, because we have programs to support entrepreneurship and do a hammer everything looks like a nail, that seems to me like a pretty good reason why people need to be looking at regions or programs that can help support them grow. So give us your best story of things that you saw where things just went wrong, and that could be a good lesson for people in the audience that are thinking about starting a company, things that they should not do as they are trying to move forward. Jim, it looks like you're reaching to unmute.
I am. I'll give a very broad one, not anything with specificity, but one of the problems I see at early stage, whether it's seed to Series A, is there's a new trend in our region, in the heartland, to ask for more money than your pro forma can possibly justify, and to not have an answer as to how you're going to utilize it effectively to mature your business. And the theory around this, so I've been told by many entrepreneurs, is that I don't want to have to raise capital again because it's such a painful process. So my answer to that is, I understand your pain because investors are painful. However, we need to see a logical path and a maturation in your company and funding that matches it. So if you come to an investor and you say, I need $5 million, but really to achieve your next milestone with respect to the company and the valuation, you really only need $500,000. And then you can go back out at a higher valuation and raise some more capital. I need to see that you've thought through that process. So don't tell me you need 5 if you really need 500. And be cognizant about when you're communicating that to an investor, what that says to us. It says to us that you're not going to use the capital that we're giving you in the most responsible way possible to grow the business.
And before we jump on and complete this round, can you just explain a little bit more about what you mean by the valuation?
Sure. So I mentioned angels front-running venture capital and private equity. The whole idea around putting in at a very early stage with high risk capital with so many unknown variables is that we're buying at a very cheap price relative to the overall magnitude of the opportunity. So if I buy at $1 and Ernie pays $2 and Wiley pays $3, then I've done my job correctly as an angel. I'm trying to create the most frictionless system humanly possible to take a company that is succeeding and pass it through its logical stages of funding. So that's how that plays out. Ernie, Wiley, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, the only honestly, I wish if there was is there a digital cocktail hour later for all of the great stories that go in the investing world? But honestly, like going off of Jim's point, like for us, and honestly, this is probably great advice for all of you that are in the midst of starting your business. As investors, we all work backwards. We just work backwards from wherever you are today. So like the only thing that I'm looking at from a private equity standpoint is I know in 5 years I have to do 3x my dollar, every dollar that I invest. And so for us, that means we're going to look at your general ledger and we're going to go line item by line item, and we're going to look at your expenses and your profit and your revenue. And if we don't think that every dollar that we're investing today can somehow get to 3x in 5 years, we're not going to do it. So going to Jim's point of like looking at pro forma or looking at your financials, if you're actually post revenue, we're going to work backwards. And that's where we're really going to take a look at your business at whatever stage it's at. And every investor kind of works that way, to my knowledge. And that's going to be where you're going to get that initial trust factor. So if you come in and you tell me that you need $1 billion, but I look at your financials and you're only going to be making $1 million, I already know the conversation's not going to go anywhere, and you might be depriving yourself of a great learning lesson, if not an investor. Because the one thing I will tell you is that all of us are operating off of the same information that you have access to. We're just operating from the investor's mindset with that information. And the only thing that we have going for us is reps and sets in the industry. I look at 10 or 15 deals that I put in LOIs on and go through diligence with a year. In order to get to those 10 or 15 companies, that means I'm looking at 500 to 1,000 companies in any given year. So like you want to get past that initial sniff test so you can have the conversations. So don't go in throwing out such a high number that everyone just gives you, it was great to talk to you, but we'll catch you on the next round conversation. Get to the next round, get in the room, have the conversations, because once you're in the room, at least you can learn something.
I would love to hear Ernie's opinion on this too. And I think one of the things that's really important, and it's part of the nature of this panel, was saying, know your audience, in the sense of, if you are reaching out to someone for angel or venture funding, know the people that you're speaking with and have a sense of what it is that they're looking for. Yes, there is that kind of across the board. They're looking for companies that are in a certain stage, companies that have a level of organization, but do your research before you talk to someone, because as Wiley's alluded to, you only get one first impression. So having a really solid understanding of what this group is looking for is going to save them time and your time as well.
And I think that's an important note, because every group is looking for a particular thing, a particular state market, a technology focused, whatever. And if you're not aligned with them, you're wasting everybody's time. Ernie, go ahead. I didn't mean to jump in there.
Oh, no, please. I guess a few comments. First, agree with everything that's been said. On the know your audience perspective, understand that I like to draw the analogy to a job search process, right? When an investor first looks at your deck or your summary or whatever it is that you send, they're not reading it in detail. They're spending about 30 seconds on it. And there better be something there that compels them to read beyond 30 seconds into a few minutes, right? And something that compels them then to have a call with you. So don't have the expectation that, by putting a whole bunch of information into a page document, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for reasons to talk to you again. Have you interacted with, Lockheed Martin or IBM or, some, Bill Gates, and I'm being hyperbolic here for a reason, but, give them a reason to very quickly and easily find something on that makes them want to talk to you, more deeply. And secondly, sort of flipping kind of Jim and Wiley's comment to, you can also ask for too little money, right? If I'm talking to an investment that says, oh, I only need $150,000 to get to the next whatever. Well, if we invest that 150,000, you're gonna need to be looking for the next round of capital the next day, because $150,000 just isn't going to get that far, right? So you can ask for too much, and not to give the Goldilocks and the Three Bears analogy here, but you can ask for too much certainly, and you can ask for too little. And regards to the financials, if I had a nickel for every set of financial I looked at that, right, especially at the early stage, didn't include utilities and telecom and all of these little things, and you ask the question, well, why weren't they there? Well, they're all little and they're not going to be meaningful. Well, when you add them all up over a year, 18 months, whatever it is, they're very meaningful. And if you've assume that your rent is a half of what it should be and your telecom costs are half, that's going to make a big difference for when you're going to need a next round. So just adding on a little bit to all three of the previous comments, which I think are some helpful thoughts.
Hey, sorry, Barb. The one other thing, building off of Ernie's point, I wanted to jump in. Sorry, I'm always the guy that talks too much. As investors, making sure that actually look like something real is happening. The other side of that for all of us, because we're all what's called value add investors, is we want to know how we fit into what you're doing. So picking the right stage, picking investors that you're saying, hey, I want you as an investor because you do this in this company, or this fits your thesis, or this fits the industry that you're in. If you can connect the dots, you're a lot closer to that second conversation, because that's what gets their minds going, especially for us in private equity. Like, I can be doing platform investments or I can be doing add-ons. If I know how, and the difference there is a platform is like, this is my first investment in this vertical, I'm going to build around this, or add-ons, which is I'm going to take this business and plug it in with this business to get a bigger business. If I know how you might fit with those things, that gets you a lot closer to that conversation. We're going through this all the time. Every time we're having a conversation about every deal is, could this be a platform or could this be an add-on? And honestly, with every private equity fund, most venture funds, and everyone in between, you can go on their website and we put the logos of all the companies that we work with. So if you're like, that guy right there on your website does that, and I can do this, and the two of us can work together, the light bulbs start going off. And the more of those stories that you can tell us, the faster you're going to get to that second conversation, to that 3-minute review. And that's where you need to get, because that's where you start learning.
Just taking one of the questions from the audience and tweaking it a little bit, because I know it's rather specific to additive, and I'm not sure we have enough information really, because it's really a fairly new technology. But have you looked at this technology deeply enough to be able to say what revenue multiple is the standard for this industry? And if not, first off, could you give a good explanation of what that even means? And how would somebody start to try to determine that if they were looking at their own financials and how they were going to do a projection?
I know how I'd look at it.
Okay.
So like, my best recommendation is honestly, I don't think that you can come up with that revenue multiple yet for additive, because the industry is just too new. And I mean, honestly, additive's been around it's actually been around for a while, but we're still just trying to figure out what processes it can disrupt. And for me in private equity, where I'm working with later stage companies, I'm going to compare it to whatever you're disrupting. So whatever process or product that you are making the argument that you're going to disrupt, I'm going to go try and find a comparable for that and look at its expense profile, its labor profile, all the way down through the financials. And then I'm going to look at what you say you can produce that for, and I'm going to compare it there. And then now I'm going to build an entire model around if that company is going to make sense at a multiple that I can actually get 3x my money in 5 years. So like, again, we always work backwards, inventors work forwards, right? That's the major crux of why there's sometimes a disagreement between us. But for us, that's where I would actually start. And any information that you can provide as the company that's pitching me is going to help me get that mindset. So if you can tell me the actual specific process that you're disrupting, that's going to help me draw that financial model together a lot faster and get me a lot more interested.
Jim?
Yeah, I'll add on to that. So right now, when I look at additive deals, I'm giving them a multiple that corresponds to industrials. But at the same time, I'll give you an example that happened just a few weeks ago with an additive company we looked at. They were playing in the aerospace supply chain, and what they were doing essentially is establishing part provenance and printing on site for rapid delivery of actual usable parts. And in that particular case, in that use case, I'm going to give them a different multiple outside of the depressed industrials, and I'm going to then apply an aerospace multiple to them, even though they're just fitting into one segment of the supply chain. So I say all that to say this: your revenue multiple is going to be, to Wiley's point, specific to who are you disrupting. So go out and look at the industry vertical that you're looking to enhance, and then there are multiple sources, and I honestly use New York Stern School of Business. They publish some really good multiple numbers that you can pick up by industry vertical. Go out, take a look at those, and figure out what works for you based off of the space that you're disrupting.
And honestly, to add to that, Jim, a lot of times if you can find a company that is doing the traditional manufacturing process and you go have a conversation with them, you'd be amazed what owners will tell you.
Oh, yeah.
You'll also be amazed what other investors in an industry will tell you. If you can find a PE investor that's in an industry that you're disrupting, they'll have a great water cooler conversation with you. And again, like that's kind of what I was getting to. You have access to the same information that we do. We just know that people are willing to answer questions if we ask. And a lot of our job as investors of capital is going and asking those questions. And that's all we do, is basically go around and try and learn every day. And that's something that you might not have time for, or feels like you don't have time for, but even one conversation can get you put on the right track.
To be fair, though, we do a better job finding comps.
Vanetta, do you want to add something? I see you shaking your head.
There's the unmute. No, Wiley just got me thinking about, the of networking in a context like this kind of can't be understated in terms of not just getting information, but also developing relationships with folks who either can put you in touch with people who can invest, in addition to just giving you the additional education and information. So that was just something that crossed my mind while Wiley was speaking, is, reaching out to people, not just because you need capital, but because you need information and because you want to develop a relationship that might pay off in the future.
So jumping off of that, let's talk a little bit about market validation, because we hear so frequently that, everybody has the next great idea, but it's not necessarily one that somebody's going to pay for. And we work very hard to try to get our companies to understand that you have to be solving a problem. So what do you look for in any type of market validation, and how deep are you going to double check everything? Wiley, you look like you have something to say.
So I will say that probably in the capital stack in your series of investments, the farther into the stages of a business you get, the more intense this gets. So, for us, diligence on a company lasts 90 days, and that's 90 days of us tearing into every single detail, including talking to your actual customers, pretending to be a customer, getting to talk to your frontline employees. And again, like when I said we look at your GL, by the time we actually write a check for acquiring a business, our team of analysts will know every single line item on your GL, and we'll be asking you about where you used your Amex points. It's not fun for anyone, and we apologize up front for doing it to people. So for us, market validation is honestly, we look at historical performance. So for any private equity fund, us or anyone else, we're going to look at 3 years. Or if you're don't have 3 years, we're going to expect a really significant amount of growth, but we're going to look at 3 years of cash flow and we're going to model from that. So our financial models that we build during diligence, it's 3 years. And then we just extend your GL, every single line on your GL for 3 years, 5 years into the future. And that 7-year window, if we see this, it's not going to work. We want to see a nice steady line of growth that gets us to the point that we can aim for something. So, I mean, we're probably the most intense and the least fun. But yeah, I'll turn it over to everyone else.
I'll give the angel perspective. Oh, go ahead, Ernie. Go ahead, Ernie. Oh, okay. So from an angel perspective, when you're really early and again, we're taking that high risk bet, anything that you can do to demonstrate pent up demand with action is going to serve you very well. Now, what does that mean? Well, don't tell me names in your pitch deck of people that you think might like your product. Bring me memorandums of understanding, letters of intent, things that document in a very hard way that if in fact we fund you and you reach the next level of your company's growth, you have pent up demand sitting there that you need to fulfill. Because if you do that at the angel stage, by the time you get to Ernie, you're making his job much easier. Because now he can see that there's even a larger market that his larger capital base can help you grow into. So that's what we're looking for at the angel stage. If you just put names on your slide deck, it's not going to do you any good. Ernie?
That's a great tee up in that, we're looking for those initial customers, right? And have they written checks? How big were the checks, right? There's a big difference between an unpaid pilot and a paid pilot and an actual customer contract, right? So, and bigger companies extrapolate generally to bigger markets, right? If you've got a very large manufacturer as your customer, right? He used IBM because this is additive manufacturing, but there's a reason for the go with IBM term, right? Big brands, big companies extrapolate to big checks in big markets. Not to say that you can't have validation with smaller companies, you absolutely can, but then you need more of them, right? Because it's going to require smaller check sizes to get to the larger returns that we require. And the other piece that we look at is what other types of companies in your market space have been funded by other venture firms, right? Once you've gotten beyond Jim's angel stage, right? You're hopefully not creating your own market. In some cases, that's the situation. You are creating a new market, but ideally the market's already started to form. And if that's the case, other investors have probably entered it, and there are probably other venture financings. So we often look to sort of our brethren nationally and see what's going on in a particular market, who's being funded, how much, what are their value propositions compared to the company we're talking to, and so forth and so forth. So it's an investment market validation, so to speak.
Honestly, Ernie and Jim, you guys are like right on point. Like the other thing I'd say for all of us is like a recommendation here is how many customers you think you're going to add, how big those contracts are going to be, how many of them you think you can retain and for how long. If those are all things that are built into your projections, that all gives us all comfort, because what we're going to do is whatever projection you're going to give us, we start by dividing it by like 75%. And if that number still makes sense, we divide it by 80. If that still makes sense, we divide it by 95. And if that number still makes sense, then we want to have that conversation. And like, if we see you having those thoughts in your mind, it also gives us a lot of ease with the management team. And this is, I think, applies at both angel and VC as well, is we're trying to assess you as a person, your team, as people that are having these downside conversations, because we don't want to be the doomsayer, and we don't want you to be mad at us when we do have those what's the downside conversations. And that gives us a lot of confidence in the team as well, is to know that you're having that. Is like, hey, I think I can do this, but this still works if I can do this. It still works if I can do this, and it still works if I can do this, because we get to say that to our investors. We say, we've got your capital invested. We think this can do a 12x, but you're still good at 3. And that makes our investors happy.
Vanetta, you want to jump in?
I was going to say, just given the kind of rumors that Jim, Ernie, and Wiley have laid out, if you're too early for all of these, that's where your non-dilutive capital is going to come in. I think early stage entrepreneurs often don't think about bootstrapping, or they do think about bootstrapping as the kind of struggle until they get capital. At the same time, I think there is so much validity in bootstrapping in terms of, showing skin in the game, as the industry calls it. But I think if you are very early and you're like, well, where do I get the capital to get the validation? That's where that non-dilutive and bootstrapping is going to come into play, because as you can see, there are a lot of standards you have to meet when you're actually going out to get capital from other people.
And honestly, Vanetta, I'm going to prompt you a little bit, but if you're in those early stages, this is where, like, if you don't know what the SBA 504 and the SBA 7A program are, there are people that can help you understand those programs. Yeah. And again, that is non-dilutive capital. And honestly, I wish I had used those programs over the last 2 years, because the government just basically paid 2 years of everyone's payments on those programs for buying businesses. Great time to be an SBA partner right now. And I think there's going to be more of those types of fundings, but Vanetta can talk a lot more about those programs, so I'm going to let her take over. But if you're at those early stages, those are programs that you should know what they are.
No, definitely. And I think because for full context, live in Washington, D.C. And so sometimes I get a little swept in the wind of all the things that wind up changing, but definitely the SBA is going to be your best friend for sources of non-dilutive capital, and definitely keep yourself posted of what they have, all of these different programs that they have going on, because they do come and go as Congress does.
And just to throw in there, you don't have to know them yourself. You just need to know how to access them. So there are organizations like YBI and many others that can help entrepreneurs find their way through those mechanisms, and not just with the SBA, but with Small Business Innovation Research grants and STTR grants as well. So you really need to understand the economic development platform in your community as well. So we are running out of time here real quickly.
Who knew I think a bunch of investors together to talk about investing.
And they talk. We already talked about this a little bit earlier. So one piece of advice, if you could talk to people in the audience who are thinking about starting a business or developing a new technology, what would be the one thing you would want them to walk away from with this today?
I'll start if you want.
Yeah.
And we touched on this earlier, and I say this constantly to entrepreneurs that I interact with. Do not waste your first interaction with capital. And what I mean by that is that, and Vanetta talked about it earlier, do your homework. Don't talk to capital that doesn't want to invest in you from a thematic standpoint, from a geographical standpoint. Don't waste that first interaction. Don't test a suboptimal pitch deck on your first venture capital call. Don't do any of that. Your first interaction is the most meaningful, and you need to be absolutely prepared for it. And if you're not, don't do it. So that would be my biggest takeaway, because I see entrepreneurs, really promising ideas, really promising teams, fail to raise capital because they don't appreciate the importance of that first interaction.
Vanetta?
I think I would also emphasize the do your homework and know your audience, and know your own business, and have a sense of how much ownership do I want to give up? You started this business for a reason, presumably. How much of this do you want to give up? Non-dilutive sources of capital might actually be what fits best for your business model, but frankly, emotionally might feel better for you than giving someone a piece of your business. And you know, this sounds like it can be exclusively a business decision, but it's not always, because this is something that you started and it needs to feel right to you.
Wiley?
So I've got two. So my first one is always take a look at non-dilutive options. Like everyone, the only reason that people don't do non-dilutive normally is the personal guarantee, especially when they're a startup. Are sometimes, and if you talk to people like Barb, or if you come talk to me or someone like Vanetta, or really anyone on the call, there are non-personal guarantee options out there for startups. They're rarer, but even if you are going to take a personal guarantee, there are ways to structure that risk and box that risk for you as an investor and not just as an inventor or a entrepreneur. There is collateral, buildings stand before your personal guarantee, all sorts of other assets that we don't have the time to get to here stand before your personal guarantee. And so you can box that risk really well, and you can use that instead of giving up equity, because you only get to give up equity once. So that'd be my first big one. The other one that I would say is going off of do your homework. You would be surprised at how often, if you just call people for information, they'll give it to you. So again, don't be afraid to call investors in an industry. Don't be afraid to call VCs and say like, hey, you invested in this company. It's sort of like what I want to do. This is what I'm doing. Can we just have a conversation about why you picked that investment? Those conversations will pay dividends. And honestly, I help a lot of people where I don't invest in certain industries, but I liked the way the team reached out to me, and I'll help them find the right investor. And like, if you can get into those networks, because we spend all our time networking with other investors, if you've got one guy that's willing to vouch you over to another VC, another angel, or another private equity fund, or a non-dilutive partner, because banks love getting referenced deals, that will pay dividends. Like those, there's just no, it's completely invaluable.
All right. And Ernie?
Well, I've got, three here I've been debating.
Hey, I'll give you all three. It's okay.
Dovetails a bit on the doing your homework piece. Absolutely agree, no doubt about it. But there's a deeper reason, and the advice is, as silly as it may sound, your investor materials are not a sales pitch, right? And what I mean by that is a lot of entrepreneurs will put a lot of hyperbole, right? The greatest next thing, the best this, and it comes off kind of used car salesy. That's not what investors are looking for. And they're looking for, you to do your homework and provide these materials, not because it's a checkbox to get investment. It's because it's good business sense. You should have done your homework. You should have explored your market. You should have put together good financials, right? Investors aren't looking to them because they're trying to walk you through a process and there's a golden ring at the end. It's because that's what they would do if they were starting the business and what they would want to know, and they want to know that you know it, right? So there's a reason for the homework. It's as much about having done the right personal analysis of your business as it is other. The second thing is, don't view venture capital in particular as the way you validate your business, right? You could have the best business ever in $100 million market and VCs won't touch you. But you know what? If you could tell me that I could own a $100 million market by myself, I'd quit what I'm doing right now and go do it, because that's a great business for me personally, right? And then lastly, venture capital, and this is, I'm the venture capital person here, I want to focus on that. It's not for everyone, right? Even if you don't give up controlling interest in the business, there are going to be provisions that allow the VC to, the VCs and investors to really manage the company. You're going to become an employee, right? An important employee, but you become an employee. And there's a big difference between being an owner who reports to yourself and being a CEO that reports to a board and a set of investors. And that's not for everybody. So you really need to think about whether that type of investment's the right program for you, because it's not for everyone. So anyway, hope that's helpful.
And I will throw in one last one, which is to have a very clear understanding of what problem you are solving, because you can have the greatest technology in the world, but if it's not solving an actual problem, then nobody's going to adopt it. So with that, John, I see you've jumped in here. It's time to wrap up.
Wrap it up. All right. Well, thank you all. Really appreciate all the diverse perspectives. This is something that honestly we haven't really addressed at the Institute before, perspectives that we brought to the community. So really appreciate your diverse perspectives. So I want to now kind of transition into a discussion a little bit more wrapped around policy and some of the work that's going on within the government. I'm happy to bring Jerry McGinn to the stage. He is, very much knows the Institute and the Institute structure and the folks that we work with every day in DC. So hello, Jerry. I will hand it over to you, sir.
Hey, John, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Good. How's the event going? You got a nice crowd there. It looks like,
yeah,
huh?
fantastic.
Awesome. All right. So I'd forgotten now. You guys told me, can I share or is Tara going to present?
You should be able to click the share button right next to your microphone and it should pop up.
Okay, great. All right, let me get my, all right, does that come through?
Yes, if you can go to full screen mode. Yep, you are good. Oh, there's a toolbar across it here. There you go. We're good to go.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Oh, great. Thanks.
All right, John. Hi, everyone. So I'm Jerry McGinn. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Government Contracting here at George Mason University in Virginia and the School of Business. But as John mentioned, I'm very familiar with the institutes. I used to oversee the now institutes. It was 8 in my day. When I was in the Pentagon, I was the career SCS in what's now industrial policy. And when I was there, we had oversaw the institutes. They are now underneath R&E. But anyway, so I understand very well the public-private partnership that you all have at America Makes, and how and that I'm very supportive of the model of the institutes and efforts that you all are each doing to bring these technologies to the and develop your own ecosystems that to support the commercial and military applications of your technologies. So what John and Andrew asked me to talk about was the topic of additive and creating an additive manufacturing breakthrough. It's been, additive is it's not quite the soccer of today. Soccer is always the sports of the next generation. Directed energy is always the weapon of the next generation, and it never seems to get, either of them seem to get there. They're both very, very successful, particularly like soccer, but doesn't become the reach the level that the proponents speak. And additives a little bit got that. I mean, additives making a tremendous impact, but is not quite developed where the advocates think it could or should be. And so my presentation is I look at, okay, well, maybe we need to think about a different way to do that, to break that bottleneck. And I posit kind of a novel idea that for your consideration. And so essentially that obsolescence may be the right path for a true innovation breakthrough. So let me kind of walk you through this and look forward to your reactions and comments for this discussion. So essentially, additive manufacturing is the way for a breakthrough by going backwards. Because there's been a number of activities. I met John and Andrew earlier this year is when they rolled out the new DoD instruction on additive, and we held an event at George Mason, and we had Tracy Frost, who runs the institutes, and a number of and John and others talk about that instruction, as well as earlier at the beginning of the year had the AM strategy that was that has really kind of what that has done, and I'll talk about this in a minute. That's really set the stage. Industry, all the companies involved, American Makes, and some of the startups that we were just hearing from, they continue to innovate in all kinds of ways, in aerospace parts and medical supplies, response to COVID, and all kinds of interesting, great ways. But the challenges to adoption really remain, and they're almost become chronic. Quality, certification, standards, workforce development, things that impede additive to really kind of becoming the revolutionary technology that is adopted everywhere by everyone. And so what is the path forward? So first I want to look at, what is the DoD posture for additive? Now, as I mentioned in my last slide, the DoD's done a lot of work. First ever additive manufacturing strategy, first ever DoD instruction on additive, and these are great, but they do limited things. So these documents, they set the goals of what areas they're interested in terms of the focus areas on forward deployment, maintenance operations and sustainment, and improving warfare readiness. And then the instruction. What the instructions are very straightforward. They all establish policy, assign responsibilities, and they set up detailed procedures regarding the use of additive in DoD. What does that mean? What further is being done in DoD? So principally, what's happening now is the implementation focus is really internally focused within DoD. Now, no one can form a committee like the Department of Defense. All right, they can process the crap out of every problem. Believe me, I've been in these working group meetings, and there's a lot of goodness, but it just becomes very kind of internally focused and on process and things like that. And that's what the Department of Defense does. So, and like for instance, the JAMWAG, which is my personally worst favorite acronym, the Joint Additive Manufacturing Working Group. And I say this because, I was there, I oversaw the first meeting of this group, but I wasn't around long enough. I was heading out the door, so I couldn't change it. But anyway, it is the JAMWAG. So, but the real fundamental question is, okay, we got these process things happening. Is that creating increased demand across the services, across DoD organizations for additive parts? And is that demand or increased requirements? And is that then flowing down into requirements, demand for companies, for all the American Makes companies and beyond to build additive parts? So my supposition to answer that question is not yet. And so I'd recommend to you all, there's a great article written by Andrew Hunter, a good friend of mine, who hopefully, knock on wood, will be the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for acquisition by the end of the year. And he wrote a paper on achieving additive manufacturing breakthrough. That's sort of the idea for this talk. And I recommend it to you highly because he really and his co-authors expertly analyzed the history of AM, current state, and some of the challenges facing AM adoption. And he argues that the AM communities, AM stakeholders, need to work to comprehensively lower the barriers to AM adoption. That's quality, that is certification, and then to achieve an additive, once you lower those barriers, achieve an additive breakthrough through moonshot type challenges, big issues. But the discussion, I'll talk about moonshots in a little bit, but the discussion about additive in his paper and and I'm not an additive expert, and I don't play one on TV, but my strong perception is that the AM discussion is all happening in the innovation ecosystem. The whole the world of I heard one of the previous speakers talk about SIBRs, the world of S&T or R&D, and then how do you transition to commercialization and production. And Andrew's paper talks about this a lot, the whole overcoming the valley of death. And there's a lot of truth there, but I just think we've been struggling with this for probably a decade now on doing this breakthrough. So I want to think that perhaps it's time to focus additive and to focus on a different target for a breakthrough. And so and what I'll talk about in the next few slides is that why don't we prove out AM in a less sexy but a really truly pressing need for the department. And that may be the catalyst necessary to demonstrate AM's potential and adoption that would really kind of get it to the level where we all think it can be. So, and now obsolescence, and the even better term, diminishing manufacturing sources and material shortages, or DMSMS. The most cumbersome acronym in the Department of Defense, but one of the most underappreciated important ones. Now, apologies, just the 2018 White House Executive Order report is a little dated, but I worked on it, I led it for a while, and so I know it really well. And I do know that the fundamental problems we identified in that report, EO 13806, they haven't changed. They've gotten more sharpened. They've gotten more attention. And since this report, most of this was already, it was reported in our annual capabilities report, industrial capabilities report to Congress, which the Office of Industrial Policy puts out each year. I commend that series to you. And it keeps going on, and you'll see that these same issues there. And even in the Biden executive order on supply chains, and the reports come out there, they talk about essentially continuity or continuing the efforts of 13806, this White House comprehensive order that we did over the course of over a year. And what identified some significant risks, and one of them is the DMSMS, or obsolescence. And just looking at it, and it's true from dealing with your DoD customers. I mean, you have, two examples that I'll give you. One I personally was involved with, and is in one of the annual reports. Is there was a fifth-tier electronic supplier that supplied a switch that was bought out by another foundry, and so the government did the prime did an end-of-life buy order that was intended to last several years, and it only lasted 6 months. So here we were, and it puts operational missile systems at work. So we had to form a group where I was sitting around the table. I was chairing it with Arnie Bunch when he was the principal deputy for Air Force Acquisition, and another of 3 stars, and just rationing out missiles to meet operational needs, and working on the fix. So obsolescence can be really, really sharp. So you have to find a way to be proactive about it. And then you see here, that looking at one logistics center identified over 4,000 DMSMS parts for just the radars. And then in the bubble, you'll see that 70% of electronics are essentially obsolete prior to system fielding. So this is a big challenge. It's not sexy, but it's big. So is this really an opportunity for additive? Well, interestingly, this year there was also, late last year, DoD published its first DMSMS policy since 1974, and here's the instruction that you can link to it that establishes those policy procedures and the like. Now, the DMSMS the DoD spends almost $2.5 billion a year on DMS resolution issues. And 90% of those are on redesign. So, and this comes from the use of COTS parts. It comes from, businesses, small business going out, and sustainment of older systems across force. So, and how these are now dealt with, these shortages, the government, the PEO goes to the OEM to find to either find additional parts or an alternative supplier, or they have to contract to reverse engineer the parts. So it's a very mechanical system. And what the instruction called for was making this more proactive and predictive. And so it was a great idea. Again, though, it set policies and procedures, didn't really set demand signals for industry. So my recommendation is we shift focus to obsolescence, and that may just create the environment we need for an AM breakthrough. You've already got the focus area in the AM strategy on maintenance operations sustainment, and the chronic problems I talked about. I mean, are ripe for a big challenge. And to be honest, I use the word moonshot, and that's the word. But I think moonshots are kind of not what we need to be thinking about. But I'll get to that in the next slide. So, so instead of spending all this $2.5 billion on redesign efforts, why don't we use AM to permanently solve these kind of challenges? There may be a higher upfront cost, but the longer term cost should be significantly lower. That's what to do it now. So what needs to happen going forward? So the foundation, like I said, is set. You don't need you got the policy in place. You don't need more process work with the government. You just need to set a demand signal. And here's where the government can help. You can connect the requirements owners with AM producers in terms of figuring out, okay, what areas would be ripe for doing additive? What system is it? Is it a Bradley? Is it a Chinook? Is it a destroyer? The engine room of destroyer. I don't know. Whatever. And develop an extra resistance strategy where you're going after a family of parts, a group of parts using additive, as opposed to eaches and onesies and twosies, because that's how it's done now. So if you do it that kind of way. Now, and here's where I go. Well, I kind of critique the moonshot. So instead of doing something that's grand, we could focus the AM investment to pilot on a few programs and to see how that works. So instead of doing, unfortunately, we do everything as a moonshot or a Marshall Plan, and what that does is create all kinds of churn and creates a lot of people involved, and therefore or Manhattan Project's another way to do it, but those seldom lead to real progress. The Manhattan Project was so closely held that a lot of people involved, but very few people knew the whole picture. The Operation Warp Speed was another one where a very discreet group of people were given a mission and given money and told, and they were able to work and spread money to get that vaccine done. Those were, very, very focused and focused efforts. And so that's what we need here is, and I would argue, because those were sort of in the black, so to speak, something that this is not. So this would have to be something where you do it, a pilot in a few areas and then scale it. And I think leadership, to make this happen, it's got to have leadership, because obsolescence and DMSMS has been an orphan for decades. No one in the department's wanted anything to do with it. I'll never forget when I was in the building, I was like, I got to know the issues involved, and I was like, wow, this is a really big issue. Someone really needs to lead this. And we contemplated taking it on within industrial policy at the time, but I was like, it was just too much because of the other things we had to do. But now it's great to see you've got a designated lead in ASDA within ANS. The ASD for sustainment within ANS, and they can actually really go after this. You need to appoint a person, and now is a great time to do that, because you have, yesterday had Bill LaPlante identified as the Undersecretary for ANS. And then Andrew Hunter's about ready to go in to the Air Force. Should the Senate confirm him, hopefully. And it ties in with the strengthening supply chains, which is a clear Biden priority. So this is a good way to try to get that breakthrough that we needed. Now, it doesn't have to be obsolescence, but I would argue that it should be, instead of something big, it should be something focused. And it should be And that is how we're going to, be able to work something through the DoD systems and achieve the breakthrough that we need. So that is enough of me. I don't know how I stopped sharing my screen. Okay. So anyway, so that's kind of the points I wanted to make, and I wanted to see if folks had any questions or points I want to bring up.
So there is a question over in the, if you go over to the window to the right, Q&A about will DoD policy and some of what you talked about.
Yeah.
Do you really see it changing acquisition strategy or the way we're training the sometimes it comes down to the actual individuals who are making those decisions about buying widget A or B and different manufacturing process. And if not, what needs to be done? I think one of the narratives we hear pretty regularly is, one of the bigger problems is when we try to go replace something or an obsolete part or something like that, we've seen, and we've had members reach out to us specifically on this question, where in the solicitation on Fed Biz Ops, it clearly calls out additive manufacturing not applicable, not an approved process or something like that. How do we get that changed?
Yeah. Well, this is where you got to have the leadership. This has got to be, you've got to get this to where it's on a priority level for, probably not for build a plant, but for, I think, was it Chris Lohman was not nominated attempt to nominate for ASD sustainment. He's got to get it hit on his agenda. And then he's got to drive it. He's got to drive it through these working groups that are across government, across DOD, to get this crap out of the freaking opportunities. We want more additive. If there's a problem, let's work through it. And so we don't have the kind of problems you're talking about. This is where leadership is key, because there's only a certain amount of things that leaders can focus on, because you can set policy until the cows come home, but if no one leads it, then nothing happens, right? So, because it'll just go back to like, well, I'm going to do the acquisition officer is going to take lower risks and just do it the way he or she's always done it. And it's not a bust on them. It's just, there's got to be a clear kind of who's the sheriff in town, what's my priority and the like.
Got it. So I don't know if you can see those questions.
Yeah.
On the side, there's a bunch of them coming in now.
Yeah. So is obsolescence challenge primarily going to be a push or pull process? Is DoD pulling these options for the private sector, or does industry need to push these solutions? Yeah, I think that's a great question. I've done this from the industry side, and it's hard. Ultimately, you can push from the industry side, but it's not going to matter if DoD doesn't kind of start thinking the same kind of way. But this is where thought leadership comes in. This is where unsolicited white papers come in, because if you present an idea to your PEO or your PM for your program, say, hey, here's a way that you could save money on obsolescence, and you got to have a little bit of substantive detail in there, and then get that idea churning, or a local trade association can also help you there. So that would be, I think, it's got to be a push and pull, but DoD's not gonna pull unless there's leadership, unless there's push from above, and then there are options that are realistic from industry, right? All right. What steps do you see DoD in making aid qualification of parts made by AM? So I'm sorry, I mumbled that one. So what steps do you see DoD making to aid in the qualification of parts made by AM? So, this had previously been done solely by the services. And I think part of the intent of doing the instruction was then to sort of harmonize how DoD kind of does this. The OSD is not going to be able to drive something like this. It's always going to be deferred to the military services, because they're the ones that have to organize, train, and equip. They build the systems. They have to stand by them. But it can't be something that's a crutch and a reason why not to do something. So having this increased DoD focus on qualifying certification of parts made by additive is a good way to kind of move that one forward. The reservations. Other reservations in the resiliency of the current AM supply base to support this program of record. How can it be done? How can we better prepare? What can be done to be better prepared should demand arise? Yeah, so this is where, companies, what you can do is you can do proof cases for your customers and start small, essentially like for a certain system within your program, here's how additive can help. And I've seen companies do this. You just, make that, you have to find the right kind of customer and they have got to have the support. This again goes back to my leadership point, but there are kind of forward thinking PEOs, and the more we give them the ability to take risk, the better. But I also would recommend on a practical level for companies, I probably wouldn't focus on additive for F-35 or additive for hypersonics. You want to focus for something like additive for the a long running system. Something that is well known. There's a good number of so again you lower the risk profile for the government.
We'll go. Pick your favorite last question.
Okay.
We'll wrap her up.
There's a lot of questions. That's great. Such as him. This last question is a good one. This question is a good one. Isn't DoD missing the whole point of AM? They're advising to only make parts as they exist now and not to look at redesigns to really take advantage of the benefits of AM. So I think this is, actually that's where additive needs to go. But right now it's got to get off this point where it's not trusted enough in most places. And so I'd argue that before you get to this, you got to get this at the right place and break through on the manufacturing of that, and that'll allow you then to reach the full potential, because you can't. So that's that's why I think obsolete parts is a good kind of testing ground or proving ground for AM.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Jerry. I think we could keep plugging you away with questions for quite a while if we had some more time. So appreciate you participating today. Really enjoyed the panel we did this summer. Hopefully this is the start of plenty more conversations between groups. I think you're doing some really interesting things over there at the university that tie in pretty nicely with what we're interested in at the institute. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'll put a brief plug for the center. Go to govcon.gmu.edu or just search Center for Government Contracting, George Mason University. You can sign up for our events list. We'd love to have you participate. We're going to do a bunch on AI and acquisition in the coming year. And John, love to get up to Youngstown next time, and look forward to working with you again. So
good deal.
Well, for the opportunity, and so great to see you again.
Yep, good to see you, sir. Thank you much.
Okay, all righty.
So we're gonna kind of kick off our last presentation. I believe Brady is coming to the stage. So we have a talk about one of the large programs that's taking place at the Institute. And it's going to, talk some about the program, but really some of the opportunity as a whole related or surrounding large-scale additive manufacturing. So last talk of the day, sir, and it is over to you.
All right. Let me get my share going here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
And see me. I just got to get my on here. All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, if you could enter full screen mode.
Yep, I sure can.
You should be, good to go.
All right, thank you. Once again, I'm Brady Walther with Center Street Technologies here in Youngstown, Ohio. As you know, we are kind of, focused on large-scale hybrid manufacturing and the development really of a platform that we feel like will meet a lot of the DoD's strategic goals. And that's kind of what I want to talk to you about today is how, as a machine builder, integrator, system creator, how do we make sure that we take those top level goals and make those threads go into what we're doing as a systems integrator for hybrid manufacturing or additive manufacturing. So that is the topic today, kind of finish up the day. Kind of ties in well with what Jerry was saying and others today, which is you look at the guidance that was put out in January from the DoD. And, typically with that guidance, that has a lot of stakeholders involved. And you've got to kind of pick through it to figure out how do you embrace that, align with it. So it probably takes you a couple times to read it, but you will see things in there that are applicable to you. And at Center Street, we definitely want to keep that on the forefront and use that as guidance for all the innovation that we are doing in AM technology and seeing how we can embrace the warfighter in the DoD space. And so you'll pick out certain things like agility, and you've heard people talk about that. Those are all things that, we need to pay attention to. Trying to get the technology into other people's hands, you'll pick up on that, and aligning things to basically use this new technology. So when we dig into that document, I'm just going to kind of dig into it a little bit. I'm sure a lot of you have read it, but just in case you haven't, those big strategic outlines are, to modernize the defense systems to improve performance of AM designed equipment. And so as a systems integrator, as a machine builder, we want to really focus on that designed equipment because that's what we're doing. But then also to increase material readiness and rapid. So we need to stay focused on that because our systems need to be geared towards that. And these are good guideposts. So everything we do, we need to, check to see if, hey, are we increasing material readiness? Are we increasing rapid prototyping, other pieces of obsolete hardware, those type of things? And how can we do that to help the warfighter? And so the last bullet, of course, you can read it, but it's more centered around the warfighter and getting this into his hands or her hands. When you dig into it a little bit deeper, you can see there's 5 main, strategic goals that they've laid out. And those you can read yourself. And what I'm going to do is what we do, not every day, but we do look at this as guideposts to make sure that what we are bringing to the table as a platform, both physically and as a digital representation, that we are answering these questions as best we can. Do you answer all of them? No. Everybody plays their part, and you really need to go through it and parse out what is applicable to you to really understand it. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to show you at Center Street how we are answering these or trying to keep these in mind as we build a platform going forward for additional adoption of AM technology. So just an overview of our platform, a little bit of our platform, which is we really have the big machine, which is the AMC 2304, both in the physical and in the digital space. Those are comparable. We want those to be as close as they can be, as technology allows. So that is our true digital twin of the manufacturing environment. And then the picture on the right at the bottom is the actual physical there in Youngstown. Everything upstream, which is that red arrow, the benchtop and the 96 you can think of those as emulators. And so for rapid response, we don't always want to go to the large space. We want to be backstream to scale up. To scale up, we need to have interoperability and we need to have commonality. And that's why these are emulators. And they have their digital space that they play in. But one of the things that you'll see, the common thread to how you scale is all of three of those feed into coupon level testing or coupon level creation and can participate in that. And that's how we get the tie or the scalability. The 96 machine and the 2304 then have the added capability of going up to the element, substructure, and structure level, which is how you scale from there. You can scale even more on this backbone as you go up to, you know, an AMC 640, you know, whatever you want to go to. And so that's what we're really trying to do is maintain that digital thread as this is an engineered material system. So we are not much different than the composite industry and the fact that a composite material that have been put on a lot of DoD platforms is a heavily engineered material system. So as you design it for the application. And so we need to think about it like that in order to, you know, get it into the platforms and onto into the warfighter's hands. One of the things, so that's an overview. So the first thing that I'll talk about is that number one was integrate AM into the DoD and defense industry base. So, and Jerry kind of pointed to this. So what we have done is we've created a customer advisory board. And that customer advisory board really is made up of many different players from the DoD to other OEMs to us in Center Street, and then also open to standards and academic groups. And the idea is that we will do exemplar parts with the AM process to basically show and pilot, you know, the applications on the platform. And one of the things that we're centered around is the DODAF architecture. So the DODAF architecture, you know, one thing the DoD does bring is it brings a lot of systems engineering. That's what they tend to concentrate on. And so they kind of level set a lot of standards in systems engineering. And so we want to bring that architecture model into what we're doing so we can get further adoption of the AM process. Number two was align AM activities across DoD with external partners. We fully engage in that and understand that. And so what we have done is we're standing up, you know, our team center environment, but we're enhancing that team center environment. So one of the things that we're doing is team center is kind of, you know, an industry accepted PLM system. And then we are taking that kernel, which is what they call a data rich model. And we are able to enhance that with things like hyperthought from the Air Force, those type of things. And then our simulation set of suite that really dictates a lot of the digital twin. So our foundation really is not only the physical, but the true digital twin and the system digital twin. And all of that, you know, it allows for the collaboration through Team Center. You can control, you know, you can open up communities, you can give them insight into the AM process, into the platform through that. And you can also validate and verify your data rich model and also authenticate your data rich model for uses downstream, which is one of their points, which is, you know, some type of authentication. So we kind of build into that. So number three was advance and promote agile use of AM. So that's kind of a pretty big word, right? A DoD type word, agile. And so what does that mean to us as, in the AM community? Well, really, we're at the forefront of these digital twins. We really, you have to embrace that. And you have to embrace that from the fact that it's going to be a validated digital twin. And it also is going to be open. So you want an open architecture. So when we talk about interoperability, those type of things, weapon systems, they've been talking about this for a while. You want to have a space that allows for your architecture to be open so that you can innovate. Typically what happens is we conceive these systems, and as we conceive these systems, the way that they're used later on is not how we conceive them. And so if you can have that open architecture and that digital twin to set requirements for that open architecture, then what you can do is adapt the system. And so that's what we want to do, because we can go out and create physical systems as needed based off the driven digital twin of that. And then we know those systems are achievable. So, we want that fully digital twin for some performance, but then also for speed and adaptability. When we look at the machine, we can benchmark this. Siemens has benchmarked this many times. And so we're fully integrated with Siemens as with our controllers on the machine, and of course with their simulation suite. And so if you can do this right, and it's painful and it's not easy, but if you can create that digital twin, typically what machine builders have found is that they can cut the actual creation of that machine by about 50%. And they can integrate new sensors, they can integrate a lot new things on the digital side, and then push that to the actual real machine. And so the other graphic on here is you can see the real machine as it's pictured, and then the simulated machine. And then if you dig in deeper, that's just the graphical representation. All the software is also simulated. And all those devices that actually make that thing work are part of that. And so we want to make sure that we care and feed for both of these for agility. Agility will come from this model of a platform. So that hits on to the next one, which is advance and promote agility use of AM. So when we look at this, we look at, 4 building blocks, which is material manufacturing. We want to simulate that material manufacturing all right down to the extruder. And so those bottom pictures, of course, are showing that. And we want to show that polymer being, manufactured, those microstructures that are a part of that. We then can go into the virtual testing to see how those handle. And then we can also design the material system based on the application, and then turn, change the manufacturing process to meet that. And then that ultimately lets us get to the part design. And that is kind of the building block approach for what we want to do. So when we look at it, we want to understand the material from the micromechanic performance all the way through its performance as a system or finished part or component or assembly. And we believe that that is a key part of the digital twin of the actual created part. So we have the digital twin of the manufacturing system with the part that then continues that thread as it is used into service. That's key, and for us to get systems onto platforms from an AM standpoint. The next thing is expand proficiency in AM, learn, practice, and share knowledge. And so at Synerstrate, what we're doing is with that complete unified digital twin of machine and product environments, that will create a sandbox. That sandbox, you don't need anything physical, right? It will be as close as we can get it to the actual physical machine. But that'll allow for people, anybody with a PC or whatever, to engage in the sandbox and be able to see what they can do or what they need. Eventually, if we could get it into warfighters' hands, logistics people or whatnot, we might be able to see some advancements there as far as then they're able to see how additive works, we can co-develop, and then we can also get that into some type of production or whatnot. And, it's funny because I've always said this, and they say this, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, then a simulation's worth 1,000,000 words, right? Because a simulation is just an in power of your pictures. So that really will help the development of this, technology and platform. So we are embracing that. We're investing heavily in that so that we can push things forward. We definitely are, big fans of our partner and Siemens, but that doesn't mean that we aren't going to look for a la carte things from ANSYS and other, simulation dominant companies. So that's really what we want to get that into the workflow and kind of what our culture is and thought. Then the other piece of that is secure the AM workflow. And this one's kind of big, but we need to pay attention to it. That was one of the reasons why we went to Team Center, was the multi-layer collaboration environment of Team Center. Also, the ability of it to be an enterprise level solution for supply chain. Team Center evolves. It's been in the industry for a long time. And the DoD is very used to it. And so it does kind of support a lot of things that will happen, and that's always good for us. It also will authenticate the design and manufacturing process to make sure that we take care of that piece, which is in that stated goal. The next thing that is a little bit unique is we feel like virtual commissioning of the machines is very important for this one, because if the system becomes corrupt, and when I say the subsystem, I mean the machine, because it is a subsystem to our broader platform. If it becomes corrupt, or we want to make sure that it is clean, we will be able to virtually commission that machine, kind of wipe the slate clear, and then go down to the PLC level instructions and be able to wipe and reset the machine. And we feel like that's a key aspect, because that can be a very secure link, that if you had distributed machines and if you felt like they got corrupted, then you could recommission them or commission them with the latest and greatest, configuration to allow for agility, right? So it goes to play back into the agility of the machine and the process. So we feel like that's, we want to bring that to the table, and that will bring us forward, as an industry, to get more adoption of these components, because it will just be better than the next thing, right? You don't have to be the best thing. You just have to be better than the thing below you, right? That if we bring that unique ability, then we'll be able to get onto platforms just with that. So with that, I just have a summary. And that is, just kind of some of our answers to the strategic goals. And so we want to keep, like I said, we don't do everything for these. There's other stakeholders, there's other people, But we want to make sure that we keep them in our forefront, and as they change or whatever, we want to make sure that we review those and we bring what we need to bring to the table to make these things happen. So with that, I think that I can open up for questions, or I'm not sure how to do that, but am I still on?
Yeah, you're good. Over on the right-hand side,
Okay.
there's a couple of questions that have come in.
Yeah. Okay. So the digital twin is not an animation, right? It is truly a simulation. There's a big difference. An animation is, graphical, and a true simulation is physics-based. And so you can validate certain pieces of that and make sure that your digital twin is as close as it can be. Are they identical twins? No. They are close. And how close you can get it and increase that fidelity is how much you want to invest in it. And so, part of that is that's a pretty big question as far as different techniques of how to validate it. But there's different ways of doing that through test and through experimentation to make sure that happens. Okay. Well, so obviously we're going to participate in these pieces and these events. And so you're always welcome to contact us. You're always welcome to, engage while we engage America Makes. We also, are open to, on our executive board, our customer board, if there is something, we would definitely, entertain having you as a member of our board potentially. And so that would be another way of making sure are participating with us. But we intend to engage America Makes, and we intend to showcase, what we're doing and let you ask questions and be a part. So hopefully that answers that. Any other questions? Yeah, see, I got you right on schedule for 5 o'clock.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
6 hours of content. So
yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. It's a big and important program going on here at the Institute. So appreciate you guys giving us an update. So sorry, Alicia. Good to hear from you, but Brady is gone now. So we're now going to break off. We have the venue open for the next hour. So imagine you're walking through the door and going to go off into a cocktail hour. Sadly, we have no cocktails and you won't see face-to-face, but we have a fantastic virtual platform to operate in. So I'll ask Tara to kick us off. Welcome everyone to come back again tomorrow morning at 10 Eastern. We have a similar setup in the morning, and then we'll be getting kicked off at 11 a.m. Eastern with quite a bit more content tomorrow. So if you thought today was good, come back tomorrow. It'll be fantastic as well. So we're going to now break off into networking. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of MMX. Excited to have everyone back today, and hopefully we've got some new folks on. I think yesterday went fantastic overall, so hopefully you were able to participate. If not, we actually recorded all of the presentations, and we have all the content or all of the slides that we collected. We'll be making them available and getting those to the point where folks can access them on the digital storefront. So all of that, in case you missed something, I know there were certainly some talks that I want to go back in and rewatch because they were quite good and I think very well fit together. So what I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes on, we're going to kind of rehash. I got some questions at the end of the day yesterday about some things that I covered in the morning. So I want to just reiterate them. So I'll show a couple of slides here in a second and then yield the balance of my time to Josh Kramer, who's going to be talking to you about education and workforce development and kind of what we've got going on and where we're going with that portfolio. But before we get to that, just a couple of quick overview comments. There's one thing we had some problems with folks in chat yesterday, not with what was being put in there necessarily, but people having problems finding other people. So as a reminder, and especially those of you that are new to the platform, you can go into the tab that says participants and actually search for names in there and find people. At that point, you can, I believe there's dots next to it, or there's a drop down where you can actually put in and direct message people. The challenge with that is folks need to monitor that little chat bubble. You'll see it highlight with a number if you have active chats in there, because people can be direct messaging you. I know I even myself yesterday had people message me and I didn't notice them for a while. And I also messaged others who never responded, who I know were there. So that's just something to pay attention to for you to keep track of if you're trying to connect. That is how to do it. Reminder also around Q&A. I think we had really good questions yesterday, a very lively discussion. The panels were really good, but that only works when you ask questions. And this is the place to do it because we are here to try to get your questions answered. And we've got a really good group of speakers again today to try to address open issues out there in the community. So please use the time to post those things in the Q&A. And if you have general comments, hit us in the chat. I want to share a couple of slides really quickly. So I just wanted to go over a couple of things that we went through yesterday. Sorry about this. For some reason, I forgot how to do it since yesterday. There we go. Sorry about that delay there. Everything went pretty smooth yesterday around this slide that's up on the page, but a reminder to anyone who is new today or folks, we're really wanting to create an environment where folks are comfortable exchanging, asking questions, reaching out and starting to collaborate with folks. But we do not want people bothering people. And we want to make sure that we're not having folks send unsolicited messages to people. So please just adhere to these things. It's pretty simple and basic practice, but we don't want to have to remove folks from the site because they're not following that. We did have, and this is, specifically what some people asked me about yesterday. And most of them weren't there in the morning when I kind of walk through these things, but I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes on this slide just as a reminder, if nothing else. We have a executive committee that is effectively the voice of the membership. So it's made up of 8 different individuals plus 3 different government participants that each serve as your voice. So we have industry representation, nonprofit representation, academic representation, and then there are a couple of at-large seats on the executive committee. That's a 2-year commitment for anyone who serves on that executive committee. And it is something where you either need to be nominated by someone else or nominate yourself and put that forward. The current executive committee is actually set to complete their term at the end of this calendar year, and we'll be starting a new executive committee for 22 and 23, which is very exciting as we're kind of going into our 10th year. But we're going to get that new executive committee established before the beginning of the calendar year. So I ask you if you're interested in being considered for the vote, either that you want to nominate someone or you want to self-nominate. I need to have those submitted by next Wednesday. So after end of day Wednesday, we're going to take that list, and that is what will then, reach out to folks if they were nominated by someone else to make sure they want to be considered. And then we'll actually put that out to membership for a vote, and we'll give 10 days or so for that vote, and then that will, the folks that are voted and ultimately selected as the executive committee will be notified, and then will be in place by the end of the year. So this is an opportunity to kind of serve. It's effectively like the board for the Institute, but they're also the voice of the Institute back to the leadership of the America Makes. So if you're interested, please sign up. The operating plan, went through this as well in a little bit of detail, but we have went through and revised the operating plan. So this is kind of a set of rules, if you will, of how the Institute is to run. It is something that's been in place from the very beginning and gets updated every year or a couple of years. It's actually been since 2018 that we had a fully revised version of the operating plan. Spent quite a bit of time this summer going through that with the executive committee and our team at America Makes, and revised the majority of the sections, but most of it was relatively minor. Voting for that is to complete or to cease on next Thursday, the 9th. I would have tried to coordinate those 2 days, but we have to keep the voting period open for 10 days, and the operating plan was sent out this Monday on the 29th. So if you received the notice to vote on that, again, for many of you, you may not be aware of this, but per the operating plan, it is voted on by the governance board. The governance board is made up of an individual, one person from each gold and platinum member. So those are the folks who ultimately vote on that operating plan. This is something we would normally be doing face-to-face and kind of almost like a town hall meeting. However, we're virtual. So that is where we're at with things. So that's due on the 9th. The last thing I wanted to hit on here is around events. I kind of went through the reality that, or not reality, but the opportunity to restructure our sequencing. The timing is more or less the same. So we're going to stick by a spring, summer, and fall event cycle, but we're going to move the MMX, which is the event that you're at right now, the members meeting, and it's going to take place in the summer, and their intention is to, moving forward, keep it this week of August 16th moving forward. That aligns exactly with the anniversary of the Institute. And it's very exciting because this year is going to mark the 10th anniversary of the Institute being established. So we're expecting an absolute blowout event here in Youngstown. We're also then kind of bookending the year and intend to do this moving forward, as these are kind of our flagship events for the year for face-to-faces, having a spring TRX and a fall TRX. That will provide us the opportunity to separate them on the calendar. The intention is to have spring TRX in Utah on March 22nd through the 24th. So as it's planned right now, it's likely the event will be 22 and 23. That's a Tuesday and Wednesday. And then 24th will be set aside for advisory groups meetings, working group meetings, but most importantly, workshopping. So we typically do workshopping or try to align it to other events. That's not to say we won't have many other virtual events over the course of the year. The portfolio, as I mentioned yesterday, is quite strong, and there's so much work that needs to be briefed out. And I know in talking to some of my colleagues and even questions I got from people yesterday afternoon and evening, the TRX events is where you see that very deep, rich technical content. There is an expectation or requirement in our project work that they have to brief out at a minimum once per year and sometimes twice per year. So that's where we do it, if at all possible. And then if necessary, we do separate events, which we may need to because there's so much activity in the portfolio right now. But that's what we're looking at for next year. Strongly encourage you to mark your calendars right now for the spring TRX. Really looking forward to heading out to Utah for that. We're also going to try to do an East Coast, West Coast sequence, if at all possible. Again, that comes down to who we're able to team up with and partner with. But that is our plan moving forward. And then please mark your calendars for August, because we're really expecting to. We're trying to bring everyone home, almost family reunion style. It's been a really exciting 10 years. It's really hard to believe it's been 10 years, but it has. So we want to bring folks that maybe haven't been around in a while back, and invite folks who are interested in learning more about this to the party as well. So that's kind of where we're at. And I'm now excited to say we are getting ready to kick off the day. So again, today we've got a couple of our directors going to give updates on what's going on in our education and workforce development portfolio. And again, this is about combination of what's going on with where we're going. Similarly, on the technology side, kind of peel back what it is that we're working on, how your engagement is leading to impact at the Institute. So Josh and Brandon are going to be giving those updates. And then we've got a series of other panels and speakers over the course of the next 5+ hours who are going to be talking to you about, different topics that you said were important to you. So hopefully this is going to be fantastic content again today. And I will hand it over to Josh. I said I'd give you extra time, but apparently I lied. You get 1 extra minute, sir.
That sounds great. No worries whatsoever. Is the mic camera look okay? And I believe Travis is going to be joining as well.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, great.
Workforce Development Advisory Group. I want to introduce Josh Kramer this morning. He's the director of the EWD at America Makes. In his presentation this morning, he's going to review a number of efforts in the education portfolio available to members in America Makes, as well as a number of different ways that members can engage with this training content. I myself have been part of a number of programs through America Makes over the years. Educational components of projects that will make up this body of knowledge available to America Makes members. I think it's important for everybody to know and understand how vast this resource is, and that it's at your disposal as America Makes members. So with that, I'll hand it over to Josh to walk us through all the great projects that are ongoing right now and how members can engage with these extensive resources.
Thank you, Travis, and really appreciate that, and appreciate all your support and leadership over the years here as I come up on this is my 4th MMX, and I have the blessed privilege of leading our education and workforce development portfolio here at America Makes. And so I take that job very seriously with a bunch of passion. And so thank you for that. And we'll get started here as well. I'm sure Travis can leave the stage if he'd liked as well. I think you all have my slides are up. Just want to make sure that you see my screen as well. Anyone can throw a chat in there as well, just to make sure that we're good. All right, awesome. Thank you, Mara. So as we get started, I wanted to take kind of a walk through, give you kind of a little snapshot of what the last year looked like, introduce you to some of our new team members, and then also have an opportunity to talk more about getting engaged with our portfolio and leveraging that to create impact right in your community as well. So here you'll see a snapshot of our team.
We are a small but mighty team. We have grown, if you remember John's slide yesterday kicking off, we have grown 200% across our team. This is the first TRX where it's not just me, or MMX where it's not just me. So we have both Emily and Courtney on our team. They will be hanging out throughout the networking sessions and have been yesterday and today. Feel free to stop over on floor 2 and have a chance to meet our entire team and talk with us as well on the EWD portfolio. So again, blessed to have these two ladies as part of our EWD team. We also have an opening position at the current as well for another project engineer to come on and help, as you'll see through our portfolio, being pretty robust at the moment. You also wanted to share our strategic advisory group. As Travis mentioned, he leads this group, and we have Craig McAtee who co-chairs this with Travis, and you'll see that we have a pretty diverse group as we talk through our portfolio this morning. And I'll be kind of going quick because we get a lot of information, but I did want to just kind of highlight just the diversity of this group, both as you've heard John mention, our big focus of national strategy, local impact. It's important to have a variety of community-based organizations, those focused on underserved and underutilized talent, as well as the voice of industry and defense, and many of members of academia is represented here as well. So we have a rockstar group that really contributes to a lot of this work and really helps guide it. And we'll talk a little bit later about ways to engage across the portfolio. So we, and we'll talk about, the different entry points. As you can see here, just as a reminder, our educational workforce development, that EWD, educational workforce development acronym there, you'll see that our mission is largely focused on this national strategy, local impact through collaboration, and really highlighting on built for and by industry and defense. That's very important for us, making sure that we're rooting all of these bodies of work back to the AM body of knowledge. And so that piece of work was created in 2013 with a number of partners, many of which are on the line with us today. And that has been refreshed several times. As a matter of fact, as recent as this year, has been looked at and refreshed at what are the competencies, what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities across the industry. And so we made it a big focus of ours over the last 3 years to really make sure that we're dedicating all of these projects to link back and map and articulate. And you'll see a lot of that through the portfolio as well as we talk, talent pipeline and career pathways and those types of things of where to engage and how we leverage those pieces as well. Just as a refresher, when we execute the mission of EWD here at America Makes, we really focus on 5 big buckets. We start with thought leadership, and that's really talking about the skills gap, but the larger awareness gap, specifically focusing, and then narrowing that into what is our skills gap and awareness gap specific to additive manufacturing. We contribute a lot to advanced manufacturing, as we all know, and many of you work in advanced manufacturing or manufacturing in a broad state. We know additive, especially in the talent pipeline, is an excellent opportunity to engage students and participants throughout their journey to also engage into those pathways, and they can start in additive. It's a great opportunity. The education workforce development roadmap and inventory. So it's very important to us to continue to have a pulse on the industry. And so we've set off and we continue to monitor both our roadmap and then making that roadmap an accessible inventory for you. And so we have a couple things that we'll highlight on getting these things, books off the shelf. So when we talk about our library of educational workforce development assets, think of books on the shelf. And our goal is to make sure that we don't have too many books in one session versus no books in another. And so we do heat map industry, we do heat map what's within the Department of Defense as well as what's in our own portfolio, so that we're really focused in things where there are gaps, executing to those gaps, and then delivering those assets out to not only you as members, but the talent pipeline as well. Industry recognized credentials. This also includes our work within apprenticeship, in youth and pre-apprenticeship as well. You'll hear from me in a little bit, and we'll talk about industry credentialing pathways. Now, starting as low as elementary school age. And it's very important that our pathway, and you'll see in the next block here, is K to Gray. So it's very important, and we are working with partners all out in Utah with Utah Defense Manufacturing support community out there with UAMI and the governor, really focused on even as early as K1-2. So you'll see these pathways, and our portfolio really hits across that spectrum, all the way to reskill and upskill for talent pipelines in advanced manufacturing. We'll highlight some of those stories for you as well, but really making sure that we have a robust educational outreach portfolio. And this is a great opportunity for you all as members to engage and leverage those things in your local communities or be a part of it and mentor. An opportunity to volunteer and be a part of these programs. And then the last piece that we do focus on, we do still do a number of tailored AM trainings. And again, we do not have training staff. Tiffany showcased our new space in Youngstown, Ohio. We've also had some great partnerships with some of our academic partners and universities to host these trainings as well. So we do that in collaboration with our membership. When we do get the call to do those tailored AM trainings. And sometimes it's because folks they can't access on the public market, or we may be piloting these trainings. For example, we have a great project that's funded out of OpNav, specifically building a 3-tiered apprenticeship pathway for AM within naval civilian artisans. And we're actually doing a pilot of that training in Carter Rock down outside of DC here in January. So we do some of that work as well across here. So just talking a little bit of kind of the last year and looking forward a little bit here as well. One of the things that I'm really proud to tell you is that, since 2012, we've impacted over 65,000 folks in our portfolio. We've executed 125 projects. If you look at the chart on the right top screen there, you'll see kind of our trajectory of impact, which I think is important, right? We really set out to work with you all, over the last 3 years to build a strategy, to put that strategy to the street and work with you all to build that and maximize impact across these projects. And so you can see it's working, and that's great. And that's because of you all and your engagement, to drive forward on these things. And so we have, as John mentioned yesterday, we have 15 active projects. So I mentioned this is my 4th MMX. My first MMX was in 2018. I was here 2 weeks. We had 2 projects. We now have 15 plus 6 additional initiatives that will most likely turn into projects as well. So as you can see, we're growing in scope and scale and impact across our portfolio. We are launching 6 new projects between now and probably February of 22. In the past year, as we run from a October 1 to September 30 calendar year, we've impacted over 14,000 folks across this portfolio. And again, many of you, over 50 of our members have been engaged in that impact, either as subject matter experts, project steering committees, on our advisory group. We have a number of members that are performers, that are active participants on our projects. We make it a point to collaborate across Manufacturing USA and the Department of Defense institutes. There are 8 that are Department of Defense that we work a little closer with, and then the greater Manufacturing USA network as well. We currently have 5 initiatives with those institutes as well. We have 3 statewide initiatives that we're working. We have 5 national entities that we collaborate and partner with. We have 2 philanthropic organizations that contribute to these 7 projects that are now onboarding. And again, I think the importance there is diversity, right? And so making sure that we're engaging to kind of meet not only this talent pipeline, but making sure that we're responsive to what the industry needs and what they need for tomorrow, as well as for next year and 5 years down the road. And then the last thing we'll talk a little bit about is AM Nation. And so AM Nation is a concept that will turn into a big outreach initiative of ours, where we're partnering with a number of folks to deploy some of the best practices out of our portfolio. So when we talk national strategy, local impact, we only get there through the success of partnering with local organizations, local companies, local businesses. And so in doing that, that's really the spirit of AM Nation, is being able to get this out there, having success locally. And we'll highlight some of those things even later today in the Education and Workforce Development panel. That's, I believe, at 3:45. So as we talk a little bit, I did want to highlight a little bit of a couple different statistics here. So these are just the last year metrics. You'll see the pie chart on the left talks about kind of our impact to the industry. So who are we engaging with specifically? And you'll see that the largest part of that pie, almost 3/4 of it, is incumbent workers and warfighters. And so that's about 77% of who we engage with. You'll see that the K-12 post-secondary and then a group of educators obviously rounds that group out. that data chart right in the middle of this slide specifically talks about where we're growing and where we've lost a little as well. And this is comparing specifically to the last year. So it's growth within the last year. And then the right side, the level of learning. And one of the important things here is that, you know, we're making sure that we're diversifying the portfolio so that we are focused on as much of, you know, building knowledge and awareness to create inspiration to enter the additive manufacturing career pipeline. But then we're also focused on building those deep dive skill sets across the portfolio as well. So you can see there a pretty, you know, evenly sliced, and then it gets into application and creation a little bit less as it gets into the R&D space of, you know, obviously deployment of technology, which is then mirrors nicely with Dr. Ribic, and you'll hear from him a little bit later, and some of the work that we engaged to make sure that we're synced up within the tech portfolio as well. So a couple snapshots of impact over the last year, and again, really wanted to highlight some of this, and hopefully these are not new stories for you. We had a NIST-funded effort. This came out of, partly funded out of the CARES Act. So that was part of our AMCPR that you heard John mention yesterday. And this actually built 11 new micro-learning modules, where I'm going to show you a little snapshot of that here in a little bit. It also built a new high school industry-recognized credential. So we are working industry-recognized credentials as far down as high school to make sure that we can tap into that widest part of our talent funnel, which is K-12. So inspiring those students, building those knowledge sets, building awareness both with students, parents, principals, counselors, but then also being able to validate those skill sets so that as they look at career pathways or educational pathways, they're prepared. The other thing that we did specifically in this program was we actually reskilled and upskilled over 1,000 adults across the United States, across 48 of our states, and over 100 companies participated in this, totaling over 4,000 hours of training within that NIST-funded effort. We actually still have some opportunity in that project. So if you're looking for some, you know, some training, and that training was built out of the next snapshot of impact, which was our Office of Naval Research, Manufacturing, Engineering, Education program, which is called MEEP. This project specifically built 30, and this was a collaboration with Tooling U, SME, as well as the Thomas P. Miller and Associates Group. And so this built, and again, we'll have a highlight slide on this as well, but this built 33 new e-learning classes, trained over 8,000 folks over the last 2.5 years, totaling 90,000 classes. So a very large impact program. We have 2 new instructor-led trainings that have come out of here as well. And then we also had done some very focused research and workshops around underserved communities, underutilized talent pools, as well as separating veterans. That was important in this one. We focused around 7 regions in the United States where those populations are really high, including veteran populations. And then we also looked at some national workshops. So what are some of those barriers to enter the workforce or complete a training program for those populations? And how do we tackle those? And how do we work with national organizations and local organizations to make sure that we're being the best that we can be to make the impact within those regions? We also did a great regional landscape audit that looked at 72 organizations that offer credentialing specifically. And then we looked at across there about 2,000 competencies and really looked at where, again, some of the deficiencies or mismatching what was a lot of that as well. So making sure that, again, we're looking at that, educating our roadmap and our projects and those kind of things. And again, all of these projects had America Makes members that led these steering committees, that led the voice of industry and defense on here as well. You'll see the State of Ohio budget-funded program. This was the Additive Manufacturing Training Network. This was all focused on high schools and middle schools across the state of Ohio. And so we selected 10 high school sites that were partnered with MEP centers across the state. And the goal here was to deploy technology and equipment packages, curricula, training, industry-recognized credentials to those programs, support things like having them join us at Rapid. We had a couple of schools that actually went to Rapid and joined us up there, and were able to come see, you know, where the industry is going and that kind of stuff. We also had an opportunity to support local outreach events. So opportunities to talk to mom and dad and brothers and sisters and those kind of things, local leaders, local community members, taxpayers, all that kind of stuff. This program also was able to create the first Girl Scout additive manufacturing patch. So we are proud to say that we actually have a new Girl Scout patch. We've been working with the Girl Scouts on this over the last year. And it is a 3-tiered patch. I'm a big advocate of making sure we focus on the entire process of additive manufacturing. So it is 3 phases. It's a design, print, and post-process. And that is in deployment phase. So we're actually looking to scale that up across the United States. We have a couple of sites already picked, but was built locally with our Northeast Ohio Girl Scouts Council and those kind of things. We also built another industry recognized credential. This one was specifically with the NIMS, the National Institute of Metalworking Skills. So if you're familiar with machining and machinists, then you're familiar with NIMS, which is a big, very popular industry recognized credential for machinists. And so the goal here was able to stack an additive credential with their machining certification. And so as we look at post-processing metal parts, it is very valuable for our machinists to also have that opportunity, to have the opportunity to have knowledge base and validated knowledge base in machining. And so very cool for us to have those. And then you also look at, we just kicked off in the last month or two, a General Motors reinvestment program. And this is specific to Youngstown, Ohio. So this is in the backyard of the Institute, if you're from or know of the Mahoning Valley. And so the goal here was just to really look at this outreach to engage Katie Gray. So it's focused on underserved communities. It's focused on talent talent pipeline specifically, and really having a dedicated focus to build those talent pieces specific to the region. And so we've been deploying that, working with a number of schools, getting some of these things that we'll talk about out into the stream as well. So the next slide I wanted to talk about a little bit was national footprint. So we had this AM Nation, and this is a concept again that we haven't, it's not on the website. We're working a lot on this stuff. But wanted to show you, there's a couple of things. One is national impact. So we have trained folks, and we've had folks engaged in our portfolio across 48 states. We're missing Alaska and Hawaii. I wouldn't mind joining either of those states. So if you do know some folks there, feel free to introduce us. We have worked with some folks in Puerto Rico, mind you, that's just not on this map. But we, that national impact, 48 states, 14,000 learners, that's what we've done in the last year. But we do have more tailored engagement across these 11 regions. And this really drives to the heart of our strategy of that national strategy of local impacts. This is where we're literally kind of taking our toolbox to these local regions, deploying the best practices, working to bring members and engage them locally into these. And so it's a great opportunity, but I wanted to kind of just show that that national snapshot. And again, this is not limited by anything. It's just, this is where we're starting. And so we're hopeful that we can work with all of you to bring this stuff to your backyard as well. This slide truly is just taking a snapshot of kind of who we're working with, right? So when we talk about incumbent workforce and post-secondary and you'll hear a lot of me talk K-16, community and nonprofit organizations. So our portfolio is very wide. And we engage a broad audience. It truly is everyone in the spectrum, because we know it's going to take a village to raise the child that becomes the next generation of additive talent. And, it's going to take all of us to work on these types of things. And we also know that we can talk skills gap and 2.4 to 4 million workers that we need in additive or in advanced manufacturing. But we also know there's a huge awareness gap, and that awareness gap of what do these careers look like? What's a day, day in the life? What's needed? What are the competencies? What are the knowledge, skills, and abilities? How do I get there? Who can I work with in my community? And we're working on tools to answer all those questions so that you all as partners, as stakeholders, as members have access to these tools and can deploy them. And that's very important for us. So when we talk talent need, and we really took a deep dive at this over the last year, and we had looked at some project data we had pulled. We have looked at Burning Glass data. We've looked at sites like LinkedIn and Indeed and Monster and ZipRecruiter and so forth. We looked pretty far and wide. And one of the interesting things is, we found about 50,000 openings across the additive manufacturing landscape nationally. What we do know for sure is that number is probably about a third of the actual openings, based on the fact that we know there's a bunch of hidden job roles. For example, they're looking for a designer, don't mention additive, so it doesn't get pulled into that search. But then when you look at the company who's hiring the designer, all they do is 3D printing. So there's some hidden job roles in there, especially in post-processing or maintenance. Obviously in DFAM, there is quite a bit. But you can see some of the biggest groupings are DFAMs, technicians. Maintenance technicians is a big one that's coming up. Material specialists, you'll see a bunch in quality and certification inspection. Some of the top states that have saturation that we have found: California, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, New Jersey, PA, Ohio, Oklahoma, Tennessee. The list keeps going, because there's pockets. As you all know, you're probably living this every day. We've heard workforce was an issue all day yesterday, and it continues to be. The great part of this that tells an awesome story of why we need to get to mom and dad and why we need to get to principals and counselors is the opportunity of, over 50% of these jobs are entry level, which means that it's an excellent opportunity coming out of school or coming out of community college and so forth. It's important to note that less than 10% of these job openings are paying more than $50,000 a year, which is above industry average. And these are well-paying jobs. Salaries obviously can top 230 plus a year. Obviously, those are probably senior executives and those kind of things. And again, some of these specific competencies, and we'll focus on some of these as we go in and you hear a little bit on some of these programs as well. But just wanted to share a little bit of that as well. And again, we focus K to Gray Superhighway. So when you hear us working in collaboration with partners, it really runs this whole circle. It runs everything from working on awareness to thought leadership to strategic partnerships to understanding program leadership and co-branding opportunities with our members. Membership engagement is a big part of this, right? Partner support. Are we out there, helping a partner who executed a project that, is in our best practices? And then working across the Manufacturing USA network of institutes as well is a big part of what we're doing here. So again, enriching this talent pipeline, reskilling and upskilling our current workforce, making sure that we're focused on those non-traditional students, underutilized talent pools, making sure we have very specific programs that focus on underserved communities. Because again, talent is something that's very universal. It's out there. Everyone has a spark of talent, but zip code absolutely can change the opportunity to deploy your talent. And so we really want to make sure that we're changing that by lowering this barrier that may exist and access to, world-class content in programs and those types of things. And again, we want to do that in collaboration with all of our members and partners and stakeholders to build these successful programs. I affectionately call these slides the Connect 4 slides. So if you're like me and you grew up in my generation, you likely were hanging out on the floor playing Connect 4 one of these days. I didn't intend this to come out like that. That's just what they look like. But you can see here, all of these programs across this slide are new in 2020 or 2021, and some are coming in 2022. And again, we'll share these. I know I'm flying through a lot of information, but you can see when we talk K to Gray, we really mean K to Gray. And so we really focus, and again, this is just specifically on education outreach. And again, a lot of the focus that we have is on the first two jump off points for that student or participant, adult, whatever it may be. So again, focus on how do we build knowledge and awareness? How do we create the inspiration? And then we focused on what we call micro learning. So understanding that a lot of times we don't want to lose them once we have someone inspired and excited about the industry, excited about 3D printing. I mean, this is a cool technology. We've heard all about it in the past day or so. We know that this whole audience knows this. You can do some cool stuff. And the really cool thing, most of you know, I came from education. I had the opportunity to see the light bulb turn on for these students. I also had the opportunity in 2003 when we bought our first 3D printer to say this generation will define that technology. And it's really cool because I work in an organization that still doesn't see at the end. We're still inventing, right? There's still innovation happening. And so it's an excellent opportunity to provide that inspiration, excitement, but we need to be able to then capture that. And so this micro learning, again, it's a way to engage students in bite-sized pieces. So 10-minute micro learning sessions. They're all e-learning based, blended learning based, and we'll have a couple snapshots of what it looks like as well. We started with the middle school group. We're going to do a high school. We're doing adults as well. This is not deep diving training, but the goal is for our members and partners that offer deep dive training is to provide you with a better student day one. It's hopefully providing those students and participants that can come in and know enough to be dangerous as well. And again, we will continue to execute on the gaps in deep dive training, but we really want to capitalize on those folks doing that great work and bring more people to the party, so to speak, as well. So you'll see we launched Additive Edge. This is a cool thing over the last year. This is an entrepreneurial approach to using additive manufacturing as a way to, we heard from the panel yesterday of investors. This is the key part of that, and really building, how do we take an idea to a product using the additive manufacturing process? We partnered with Nick Uhas, who's the Discovery Channel host, and doing some videos. We have workbooks, playbooks, all these kind of things. We're deploying this for both adults and high schoolers. Currently, this is out in live. You'll see the middle school recruitment toolkit, again, focused on those two first jump off points. So we have middle school micro learning, and we have a middle school recruitment toolkit as well. So we want to get students excited, build that knowledge, and then have the first step, and then we can work with schools, or work with training organizations to build those deep dive pieces or leverage their deep dive that already exists. And so same thing here. Students actually, this little robot's named Avi. They have to design and print all of his bracketry for all of his sensors. And then they program him to do a bunch of different challenges and those kind of things. So again, for middle school students, an excellent way to start getting them thinking about these things and engaged heavily in the pipeline. You can see this is part of our new AM Nation pipeline portal. This is not an LMS, but it is where we hang in all these educational outreach opportunities in here. And you'll see, obviously there's a landing page that'll have all of these programs that you'll have access to and be able to deploy. And most of these we can provide at no cost, mind you, because you're all partners and members and stakeholders of this great institute and this great work. And we're able to leverage all of these things that are funded through a variety of resources. And then you'll see, this goes through micro learning modules and resources and content specifically as well. And then you'll see some of our micro learning. Again, this was built for middle schoolers, so it's animated. And yes, we use real life pictures and real life screencasts and software and pictures of printers and all those kind of things. But you can see we literally start that journey on what is 3D printing? What can we do? What can't we do? How do we design digitally? How do we make our files accessible? How do we optimize for additive? Start getting students to think about designing for additive and those kind of things. How do I run a printer? How do I post process? What happens when the print fails? And then we even focus on cybersecurity, and we partnered with MXD, our digital institute. And so in deploying this as well. And so again, this is one of those ways that we want to collaborate with folks that have this great stuff, right? And we don't want to just do this stuff in a vacuum as well. So we talk about pathways, and I know I'm running short on time, so I'm going to fly through a couple of these slides. Again, K to career, really want to focus across the spectrum here, across a lot of these. You can see industry recognized credentials. Again, going from entry level to deep dive credentials. This is just focused on credentials that have been vetted by the Institute that follow the ISO standard in industry recognized credentials. This is not every certification or certificate program that exists. These are the ones that are built through the industry advisory teams that you're all members and you have a voice with. Many of you on the team were writing assessments and building the performance-based assessment for NOCTI and IMS over the last year. And if we go back a little further, in 2 years, you heard from Sarah Boisvert from Fab Lab Hub when we did the digital badges and what will become the micro badges. There was a robust team from America Makes members that actually contributed a lot of the subject matter expertise there that, again, were the voice of industry and defense in building these. And so the goal is we continue to root these back to that additive manufacturing body of knowledge, doing the competency work to understand how do we link this, how do we drive this by competency so that when these folks graduate and they're excited about the industry and they have that pathway to join the industry, we can link them directly into those roles. So that you all have excellent talent pathways to join as well. These are just a couple snapshots of these two new credentials of NOCTI and NIMS that you've heard me mention earlier. We talk about 21st century employees, specifically small and medium manufacturers. We had a panel yesterday that talked about small business, and so we definitely have an opportunity to engage small and medium manufacturers. This is a snapshot of the MEAT program that did a lot of that work around small and mediums specifically. And then one of the things that we also focus on is a couple of pieces that are specific to deployment with small medium manufacturers. The first part is the Guide to 21st Century Talent. So this is a project we're just kicking off, but building kind of that how-to guide to how do I recruit talent? What are the best practices? How do I onboard them? How do I build progressive training models? How do I build fellow programs? How do I do all of these types of things? And just have access to kind of the shorthand guide of, you know, who do I talk to? Who can I work with? Where are those best practices? And so, you know, we're looking forward to having that for you probably at MMX next year, and being able to share these kind of things. Industry recognized credentials, apprenticeship programs. You know, we were blessed to be part of a great team that stood up the first additive technician apprenticeship program recognized by DOL that has now grown to having not only the first technician apprenticeship, but a maintenance technician. You heard Sarah talk about their state apprenticeship programs, the pre-apprentice youth apprenticeship programs that we're deploying across as well. We work a lot on competency models. We've talked about that. This amjobs.org opportunity where we're starting to build like that on-ramp so that we can engage students. What do these jobs look like? How do we engage? What is the day in the life? What do I need to know? What would I like? How do I know if I fit within the industry? All of those kind of things, working on kind of the card catalog of the library, which we're calling the AMPed portal. And then this last piece is what we call the IAMCOs, which is inspiration through additive manufacturing community outreach events. And these are specifically, how do I have an event where I can invite parents and students or adults to learn more about companies within an ecosystem? And you heard Kim led a panel yesterday on ecosystem. And so these become some of those tools in the toolbox to kind of rally that regional group as well. You'll see our apprenticeship pathways here as well. And you'll see the capstone over in the far right corner is that Navy program that we talked about, working with civilian artisans as well. We really see that as an excellent capstone. And then we are working a couple of cross-functional opportunities across the institutes of all the technologies as well. But you'll definitely see some additive specific focuses. These things are live and can be deployed within your companies. And we have teams that can bring that best practice right to there to help you on your talent as well. Just the snapshot. So I believe this is my last chart as I'm a couple minutes over, and I apologize. But, you know, we really want you to join us in this work. You know, like I said, I truly believe this is a blessed privilege of mine to lead this work, but we're only as good as the voice. We're only as good as the support. We're only as good as the opportunity to get this stuff out and make an impact. And so there are several ways to engage with us across these things. You know, you saw the strategic advisory group. We're looking to do working groups off of that group that focus on very specific topics. The project steering committee. So when we launch these projects, we're always looking for members to engage with us to steer these projects, to be the voice of industry and defense, to be deployment mechanisms for pilots of these projects, so that we can look at how do we improve, how do we make this better, how do we make a larger impact. Local deployment, all of this stuff is available for you to use. You heard Travis mention that earlier. You know, we want to engage with you to how do we bring this impact? How do we bring these programs to your local community, to your local, you know, workforce organizations, your economic organizations? How do we help you be a leader in that community and educational workforce development, or to work with schools, or to help start that conversation? And you don't have to be an expert there. We can help you. If you're doing stuff now, maybe this just helps, you know, add a little bit to it. All those kind of things. If you're looking individually or personally, you know, think about volunteering or mentoring. Again, many of these folks, they just don't know what these, you know, what this industry looks like. And so sharing a life in the day, we all have super unique stories. There's probably very few of us that said, hey, we were sitting in a 10th grade classroom and said, we're going to do this one day, and we're all doing that thing. I can tell you I'm not. I have a very weird kind of bounce back and forth. I started in a classroom, and where I'm doing today wasn't what I set off to do. And I'm sure many of us are like that. So the opportunity to engage here, and then collaboration and partnership is that last piece. And that wraps me up, John.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. I think you kind of were able to fly through the massive amount of work that's going on. So certainly appreciate that. You got a couple of questions. If you want to pick one of them, or that would be wonderful. I think if I get a vote, I guess I do, would be the last one. How do you get access to these toolkits?
Yeah, and let's just mention that one, and I would say the rest, stop and see us over at the table, right? Is an excellent way to engage with it. How to get access to these? Super easy. I mean, reach out. Our contact information is right on the web. We are working on an intake, so when you heard Tiffany mention about the new refresh website, There will be an intake on that website for the EWD activities where you can kind of sign up to learn more and those kind of things. But we can certainly get you, set up, sharing for more information than what you've seen today in a lightning round of speed dating, and talk to you more about how to help you deploy.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Yeah, check out the whole team is here for the balance of the day. So if you've got any questions, stop on by. They're eager to help you out. So thank you, Josh. Appreciate your time. We're going to now kind of transition into, yesterday I talked quite a bit about this, again, like Josh was saying, national impact or national strategy, local impact. So, what does that mean? What does that mean here locally? What's going on in the state of Ohio? I mentioned on one of the slides I briefed, this increased amount of engagement with the state. So we've got a couple of folks who are very active within the state of Ohio and trying to deploy that. And our comms director, Andy Resnick, is going to get those folks up on stage and get going to find out what's going on here.
Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
I think we are just waiting. There's Elaine. Morning, Elaine. How are you?
Morning, Andy.
I think we're just waiting on Jay as well.
I'm here.
Jay, how are you?
Good.
So we have Jay Ferran with Team Neo and Elaine Bryant with Jobs Ohio. And again, as John said, I'm Andy Resnick. I'm the Public Affairs and Communications Director with America Makes. I'm pretty excited about this panel that we have today. And I think, the work that Jay and Elaine are doing throughout Ohio to really advance additive manufacturing as a sector and an industry has really, I think, shown tremendous results, and as well as the job that the entire state's doing. So I really wanted to hone this conversation, and it'll be just like a conversation, but we really wanted to hone this conversation on the work that the state's doing. What are some opportunities that we have here in Ohio? And what are some things that can be replicated around the country? I think, we look to state governments, especially in this political environment right now. State governments tend to be the innovators, the drivers, the ones that can have the most impact on a day-to-day life, or, the most impact day-to-day on industries. And because Ohio is our backyard, because we do so much here, we're seeing that impact in a very real way, with a lot of the organizations that we work with on a daily basis, including both of yours. There's a lot of organizations in this state that have a national reach and a national network, but really drive that local impact. So really wanted to just talk about some of those things, about what Ohio is doing right and what the opportunities are, and what the current state of play is. So with that in mind, just kind of to kick it off, if you guys don't mind, just kind of giving a little bit of background on your organizations and yourself and the work that you guys are doing throughout the state. Start with Elaine.
Okay, great. Thanks, Andy, and good to see you, Jay. Really excited to be here. Thanks to John and everyone at America Makes for inviting me to speak today. As Andy mentioned, Elaine Bryant, I'm with Jobs Ohio. I'm the managing director for the military and federal sector. I'm also dual-hatted in the Dayton region as the executive vice president for aerospace and defense. I'm also a 20-year Air Force veteran, and it's really exciting for me to be in my Jobs Ohio role, and in this role in helping with the military missions across our state, and working with the industry partners and the nonprofits that make all of this happen. And by the way, kudos to Josh and everything that you all are doing on workforce. That was really amazing to see. So exciting piece there. So in 2020, Jobs Ohio stood up a 10th sector. So you all may be familiar. We have 9 sectors at Jobs Ohio. Advanced manufacturing is one of those. And I think one of my colleagues, Karthik, is on the call as well. And so we stood up the 10th sector because we saw the importance of the federal missions, both military and also at NASA, and the economic impact that had in the state of Ohio. And the goal was to make Ohio have Ohio be recognized as the top or #1 state for military and federal missions, their members, families, and veterans. And so that's the charter that I have been working off of as part of this new sector with 2020. This sector is very much in line with the state's aerospace and defense strategy. Many of you probably know Colonel Retired Joe Zeeson, have probably heard his 4 pillars, which is the
First is retention and expansion of those military and federal installations. So that's my focus area. Innovation, which is bringing together the research institutes across the state to continue to support all of those missions. Third is industry attraction. So glad to be on here with Jay. I know that is his core focus is not just the business attraction from outside the state, but also growing and expanding the right industry partners here locally, and then talent, which you guys knocked out of the park, so I won't go there. So what we did is we conducted an economic impact analysis this past year, looking at the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Veteran Affairs, and NASA, analyzing the $22 billion that come into our state from those 4 agencies, and looking across the state. It's about a 5.5% total Ohio employment, and it represents a $39 billion economic impact and $69 billion gross output. So this really helped to solidify and get the data behind why we understand that these military and federal installations are so important. So how does this tie into advanced manufacturing and America Makes, and why this is all so important? Well, you know, as I mentioned, one of our 9 sectors in Jobs Ohio is advanced manufacturing. I work closely with Glenn and Tim. I already mentioned Karthik. This is all very much cross-sector. Advanced manufacturing cuts across all of the sectors and all the work that we do. And when I look at my focus area in the defense realm and in the NASA realm, advanced manufacturing is going to be key to continuing to grow our economy and continuing to show Ohio's strength in maintaining those missions and taking care that we are providing the right ecosystems to sustain those missions and also to attract industry partners. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg a little bit. We want to have the industry partners and we want to use that to bring more missions, but we need more missions to bring more industry partners. But I think where we are as a state right now in collaboration, as I mentioned, you know, with the governor's strategy on aerospace and defense, with this new sector and the work that we're doing with NASA, AFRL. I know I scrolled through the list of the names on this call, just a great group of folks. It's been just really exciting to see all the partnerships across the states. And before I turn it over to Jay real quick, I do want to give kudos to the state and again, to a lot of the people that are on this call, including the America Makes team, because in August of 2020, Ohio was designated as a defense manufacturing state. And that work is ongoing. It was a designation for our state, but it also came with a $5 million grant. And I know that there was matching from our MEPs and from our state. There's a lot of great work being done with small businesses and work with the team members on this call. And that's just really a sign to the Department of Defense, hey, keep sending more missions to Ohio because we get it and we have the right ecosystem. And you guys are part of making that happen. So
that's a great point, Elaine. And I know I wanted to dive into that a little bit deeper because it was a big deal when it was announced last year. So we'll come back to that in a bit for sure.
Great.
Jay?
I think I'm next. Jay Ferran. I'm Senior Vice President of Industry and Innovation at Team Northeast Ohio, also known more regularly as Team NEO. We are an organization similar to Jobs Ohio in that we are private and we're not for profit. We are, though, focused on the 18 counties of Northeast Ohio. It represents about 25% of the state geography, but about 40% of the output of the state. Why is that? Advanced manufacturing is at the core of everything we do. So my role, as Elaine outlined, there are 10 sectors that Jobs Ohio puts focus on and leans into in our state. And my job is on a local level to align with those strategies, to bring those strategies to life in the local market. And in doing that, we, in addition to trying to create new jobs and create more capital investment in the region, et cetera, we are also looking at ways to help our companies be more competitive globally so that they can be resilient, that they can advance their revenue and increase their profitability. And a few years back, call it 7, with the location of America Makes in our region, and the fact that the state was really focused in on additive manufacturing, we stood up a additive manufacturing cluster. So for us, what that meant is putting in place a roadmap, not a technology roadmap, but instead a commercialization roadmap. So the Youngstown Business Incubator, Magnet, Team Neo, with the help of a grant from the Fund for Our Economic Future, was able to put together the initial roadmap for how could we catalyze additive manufacturing in the region for our companies and to use it as an attraction agent as well. That roadmap served us well. The whole idea of the roadmap is really, what's the state of the opportunity? What assets do we have that give us a sense or the feeling that we can succeed in that particular, against that opportunity? What's the size of the prize for achieving it? And what do we still need to do in order to be successful? And again, as I said, that roadmap served us well. But here more recently in 2021, we started all over. We threw the old one out. We used, obviously carried over some of the information, but created the updated version of that roadmap. And what was important in our process and the methodology that we followed was that we leveraged the knowledge existing at Jobs Ohio. We brought together industry companies here in the region like Lubrizol, Parker Hannifin, Eaton Corporation. We brought together service providers. We brought together academia, materials companies, et cetera, all with the intent of putting together that roadmap. And here most recently, call it 4 months ago, we launched that roadmap. And what is great about it is that it's not a report. It starts out looking like a report, but embedded in there are 7 different initiatives that are intended to drive activity in the region so that we can continue to improve in the acceleration and adoption of 3D printing in the region, and use it again, as I said earlier, as an attraction agent, such that OEMs and material suppliers, et cetera, software organizations associated with 3D printing machines would look at our region as a attractive location to establish their operations. So we're well on our way, and
I appreciate the introductions from both of you, and actually kind of dive right into it, Jay. What you were talking about leads a little bit to that. One of the first questions I had is we have such tremendous assets in Ohio that both of you just talked about, right? In terms of our existing manufacturing base, in terms of our defensive infrastructure, in terms of coordination and collaboration amongst the regional partners in multiple regions around the state, which is something you don't see in a lot of states. A lot of times you get a lot of competing interest, right? And everybody kind of fighting for that same slice of the pie. But we seem to have a bit more of a coordinated approach. What is that next step in terms of taking that coordination, taking that roadmap, and then engaging with either the state government or local economic development partners to have that actually start to come to play and actually become something that goes from an idea into action?
So for the roadmap specifically, those 7 initiatives, we had about 35 people around the table on a regular basis over a 6-month period. And as we launched the roadmap, we quickly followed back with the formation of working groups, whereby some portion of those folks, as well as other folks that we drew to the table, sat down and identified action steps against each of those initiatives. And we have had a regular cadence of sessions whereby the working groups go off, do their thing, come on back, report back in, get feedback, etc. And the thought here is to keep moving those initiatives along such that we're making progress against them as best possible, and as well as integrating those efforts, right? So those initiatives can range from how do we build talent. So we've got a group of colleges and universities and others from industry that are working on that aspect, all the way to how do we promote our region globally as a center of excellence, starting off with our asset of America Makes, as well in our roadmap and other activities. So these things are different, but at the same time, the intent is to leverage the collective strength of those initiatives that help accelerate again the rate of adoption, and again put us on the global map as a center of excellence around this technology.
Elaine, I want to pivot back for a minute to the DMC designation and how important that was. Actually, at MMX last year around this time, we had the Lieutenant Governor on who spoke to that same point, how important it was. We didn't get into too much detail then, but I would love to take the opportunity here, especially with your expertise, to dive into that a little bit more. What does that mean, for Ohio manufacturing? And to be able to get into the defense supply chain and be able to have that access, and how does that differentiate Ohio from some of the other states around the country?
Absolutely. So yeah, it was a pretty exciting to get that designation. Now there are other entities within Ohio that have collaborated with others, and I know America Makes has also collaborated with other states to receive that designation. I share that just for complete context, but not to downplay the importance of it. Knowing that other folks are participating. But the fact that we got it as a state, as I mentioned earlier, it really sends a clear signal that, just as you were saying earlier, Andy, we are coming together. We've got a strong group of teamworks. There is a lot of pie to go around, so we don't all have to fight over the same slice. And I think that when this opportunity was presented to us, and I was fairly new in my Jobs Ohio role, was able to reach out to AFRL, reach out to the folks, on base, different folks, to say, hey, Ohio is going for this as a state, and your support in this would really mean a lot. And so I'm by no means the expert in, the Industry 4.0 and the actual, as I mentioned, about 26 projects that we'll be undertaking. Not an expert in that, but do feel that I was able to lend some help and expertise and support to helping people understand why this was so important. So the designation is kind of, we got our ribbon and we get to wear it. But the grant is really important. There's a lot of support out there, especially these days with the federal government and options for grants. And so, being able to bring in $5 million for the state of Ohio, where we could work with our MEPs and be able to collaborate and have some very specific projects. We just had, Aaron Patrick, we had one of our leadership committee meetings for that community, and just to hear the updates, to see what everybody's doing, it's just really exciting. The signal that it sends to the Department of Defense is, as I mentioned earlier, we need to bring more mission here. We need to bring more industry. And so this is just another validation for the rich heritage in manufacturing that our state has. And that heritage is actually allowing us to propel into the future. So we're taking advantage of that. We're looking at, what is the next thing on the horizon? And so it's been really exciting to see the progress being made and all the work being done under that grant. And what I hope is that we are able to apply for additional grants, that this is just a stepping stone where this is a model for other grants that we can apply for, instead of as individual towns or individual organizations, but that we can apply for as a state. Those individual ones are important as well, but I think we are stronger, and a good balance of that with the statewide grant is important.
Jay, are you hearing in your conversations with some of the companies that are looking to come into Northeast Ohio, is this becoming a factor for them in terms of that environment that something like the DMC designation has, or at least the defense infrastructure that we have in the country, or at least, the defense infrastructure in the state? Is that playing a role in some of the companies that are looking to relocate here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Another feather in the cap of Ohio. I mean, again, you take the legacy, you take the position that we have in the military and federal segments. You have the assets that we've been developing. We have America Makes. We have so many aspects that, and we have cost of operations that is attractive for companies. You put that all together, and it's a compelling argument for why companies, why here, right? Yes, a lot of R&D in the OEM world exists on the coast. But again, when they get to scale their business and are in full productivity and assembly, why not here? We can do it.
What are some of the things that we're seeing right now that are pain points that the state can do a little bit better of a job at? When it comes to growing that additive base, are there areas where we look at it and we say, you know what, we can progress a little bit more here versus there. We might need the state's help to start looking at some of these policies. Initially, some things that come to mind. I know when we're sometimes talking to folks down in Columbus, it's a lot. It's focused a lot on broadband access. It's focused a lot on. We've talked a lot today about workforce training, the work that Josh is doing, and especially around the state has been tremendous. And some of the other entities that he's working with, assistance for transitioning into a new technology. Those are all things that we've seen as hurdles and barriers to entry for a lot of our members. And I would imagine that is not only the case in Ohio, but around the country. But are those areas that, are there certain areas that we want to see the state maybe progress a little faster and that we want to be able to say, hey, if we were really going to sit down and develop the governor's additive manufacturing strategy, what are the key components that need to be in there that we're not seeing right now?
Well, I'll take a shot at it because it's embedded in our roadmap. It starts with the fact that we have to do a better job of articulating the business case for broader adoption of 3D printing. So again, we have a working group that's tasked with that. And then it's the talent aspect. Both, and I would highlight that, both at the technician level, we need more talent in those roles, but we also need design talent. And there's still a disconnect from our point of view that enough companies are not recognizing the value of design to 3D, and that we need more people capable of to be able to design for 3D. Those are a couple of things that jump out at me.
So I'll piggyback, just reiterate the talent. Really, that has got to be the number one. It is the number one, I think, and something that we have to continue to work on. I won't delve too much into that, but I will say, Andrew, if I could talk about maybe some opportunities. So they're kind of like pain points, but places where I think that this group and others could really look towards this. So advanced air mobility, call them flying cars, call them drones, call them orbs. You say flying cars, you have to do air quotes. Sorry, I forgot mine. That, we talk about, what is the future? And, obviously the Wright brothers home here in Ohio, but as we look to the future, this is where we are in the near term future. I mean, this is coming fast and furious, and these companies want to build faster. They want to, build more efficiently, more durable. And so additive is going to be key. It is key in that. And one of the things that as we're attracting these companies with our military and federal work that we're doing with Agility Prime, if you all are familiar with it, but which is the Air Force's program to ensure that industry stays in the United States for national security reasons. But as we work with those companies and the Air Force and Wright Pat, and we're doing, ODOT, I got to give a shout out to ODOT and the folks working on Fly Ohio, Drive Ohio. That's all great that they come here to research and develop and test these technologies. But what I want to see, and I'm sure everyone on this call wants to see, is we want to see those folks manufacture here in our state. We want to see those technologies in additive, in manufacturing, develop and grow here, but then we want them to stay here to build, to have their research and development and testing co-located with their manufacturing, to leverage our heritage and all that we have to offer in terms of advanced manufacturing. So I would say advanced Air mobility is one where it's an opportunity. And I think we're working pretty hard on that one. And the second one is space. We are, I tell folks the path to the moon and Mars goes through Cleveland, Ohio. You're not going to get there without NASA Glenn Research Center and all the work that's being done there. And as we look to the future, so I see the flying cars as near-term future. Space is the future. We are going to be living, operating there. NASA just reorganized their headquarters. We are fortunate enough to have worked with Jim Free, who's now up at NASA headquarters. We're going to need to build things. We're going to need to use things, create things in space. And I know a lot of folks, are working on those things already. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us as Ohioans is to, Florida has launched, Texas trains astronauts, Alabama builds rockets. But Ohio, we enable, we build and create and enable the life and operations in space. And I would just say that's our future, and that's what we're moving towards.
Andrew, I'd add one other opportunity as Elaine's really summarized tremendously the opportunity around aerospace and space, but I'd also add in healthcare. We are very fortunate here in Northeast Ohio in particular, but across the state, because we have some amazing health systems. And those health systems are leading edge in many ways, starting with the Cleveland Clinic. And we're already engaged with them around, additive manufacturing in the healthcare space. So that I just add that one. We have, we're working on that one pretty vigorously right now.
Sure. So, one of the things I think that we often look to is, this whole notion of how we develop ecosystems around the country, right? And how we develop ecosystems specifically to advance and accelerate additive manufacturing. We're fortunate, we talked a little bit about how we've done that in different areas around the state. Youngstown, we all often look at, right? Because this is our backyard. And Jay, for you, for Team NEO, it's cited. You've mentioned a few of the organizations, right? You have the right recipe, if you will, in terms of you have access to startup funding in terms of the business incubator. You have a research institution which dedicates funding towards additive manufacturing research and development, or the academic side of it. You have access to continuing to drive research and development and federal funding through America Makes. So you have that right recipe, right? You have a workforce that has a tradition in manufacturing and a workforce that's willing to be trained in how, in what comes next. Are we seeing that around the rest of the state? And how does that right recipe create a competitive advantage for regions around the state to jump into additive and do it successfully?
As Elaine indicated, there is the sector of advanced manufacturing and aerospace, one of the 10 sectors in addition to, to hers. And it's additive manufacturing is a statewide strategy. It's embedded as, along with advanced materials and automation, the 3 A's. And so that drumbeat is constantly coming out from Jobs Ohio, and there are affiliates like Team NEO in each part of the state. There's 6 of us across the state. Yeah. So collectively, we're in the, individually we're doing our thing in our region, but collectively we're learning from each other. And what's great about the Dayton region, where Elaine is that in her work with the military, if we're learning from that. Here in Northeast Ohio. Likewise, some of the roadmap work, et cetera, we're sharing back with them. So there's best practices being developed across the structure, which is, I think, one of our, secret sauce for Ohio is the Jobs Ohio in its leadership position and strategic development position with the affiliates across the 6 portions of the state.
Yeah. So, Andy, if I could just piggyback on that.
Sure.
Yeah. So absolutely. So in the Dayton region, it's the Dayton Development Coalition is the Team NEO equivalent. And They work very closely with Phil and the Fast Lane team, so our local MEP. There's lots of partnership there. Similar to Jay was talking about, their cluster, we have also focused on the additive manufacturing, advanced manufacturing in our region, but that's going on across the state, as was mentioned. Also want to point out the Lima tank plant producing all of the tanks that our Army folks use. I mean, what a testament to what we do in Ohio. And it happens quietly in Lima, but every tank rolls out of Ohio. So there's a lot of manufacturing being focused on across the state, and that's done with those partnerships, the Jobs Ohio Network partnerships, the MEPs, the organizations such as yours. AFRL has the Materials and Manufacturing Directorate, but it goes beyond just those directorates because it's very cross-cutting, right? There's automotive, there's aerospace, as Jay pointed out very appropriately, the medical field. So it's very cross-cutting, and we do that in partnerships. And I guess if I had to answer your question succinctly, is yes, Andy, it's happening. And forums like these, I think, give us an opportunity to share that. And so I'm appreciative of this opportunity.
Sure. Well, we've got a couple questions in the, looks like 8 minutes we have left. So let's go there. We've got the first question, which has 2 votes. So we'll just go in order of the number of votes people are given to these questions. So what types of suppliers and organizations are needed within your current plans to complement goals and timelines?
What types of suppliers? Well, we can always use more post-processing capability. We've got some. I think we have an end-to-end value chain when it comes to additive manufacturing. But, that's an area that we'd like to see more development in.
Is there anything, and we talked about this a little bit, I don't know if there's anything to add to that in terms of anything that's holding the state back or in terms of something that might need to change?
I'm just going to tell Voltage Valley to keep going. with all of these drones and flying cars, we got to keep pushing that battery technology, the eVTOL, both in the air and then, of course, automotive. So yeah. I would say keep pushing hard. I hope that's an official term because I use it all the time. Voltage Valley.
It has been officially coined, I believe. For those of you who don't know, who are not familiar with Voltage Valley, that's in Northeast Ohio, the emergence of the electric vehicle industry, and that's been a tremendous boom for a lot of the manufacturing capabilities in the area. So it's definitely something that we do need to charge, no pun intended, charge forward on. But I think everybody benefits from that. What initiatives or docking points are in place to drive statewide cross-cutting collaboration on these big picture projects? I think we touched on this a little bit as well.
I'll just highlight again, we're working, and I know it's the aerospace and defense strategy for the governor that Joe Zeese talks about, but it absolutely includes additives. So I don't want folks to walk out and say, well, she never talked, it's not an additive manufacturing strategy she's talking about, but it is the aerospace and defense strategy. And from my perspective, we have to continue to, if we as a state we've come together under these pillars and working on them, if we continue to drive towards that, I think we will continue to be successful. So in order to plug into these things, working with, your local Jobs Ohio network partners like Team NEO, what is happening locally there? On a statewide level, we have events that we're, putting on in coordination, with Jobs Ohio, with Joe Zeese and others to get the word out to connect folks. So I would say stay plugged into those things. And Andy, I probably, once the new year comes in, would love to share with you, upcoming statewide events that we're hosting to get people, to get plugged in to getting into that. Yeah.
And I would sum it up as alignment and focus, right? So that's the beauty of the Jobs Ohio model with its 10 sector focus, right? But with the affiliates like Team Neo, we align. That's my job, is to help align on a local basis to each of those 10 sectors. Now, I have sectors that span automotive, aerospace, healthcare, federal military. Additive manufacturing's a core element of every one of those strategies. And so that's how I depict it. It's alignment with across, state, regional, and local. And then, focus on those strategies specific to certain sectors.
Actually, a very good question, especially given the audience here. How can folks get engaged with the state, with your organization, if they're interested? If they're in Ohio, how do they get engaged in some of the initiatives we have going on? If they're outside of Ohio, what's the best way to look at potentially coming to the state and doing business with the state?
Any door will get you there. So what I mean by that is Elaine, Karthik, who's on the call, my colleague, Eric Fitzpatrick's on the call. I know Kirk Rogers is in the audience here. He's involved in our cluster initiative. I mean, so my point would be, if companies are interested in getting involved in Northeast Ohio's cluster effort, they can contact myself or just America Makes or anyone else along the line. If they're looking to get involved statewide, I can help you get there. But also, you could just call Elaine or Karthik, who's also on the call. So any door will get you there.
Any closing remarks in the 2 minutes left?
We're having fun. And, Team Neo's role here largely is we have a strong research group, and they help drive that methodology to create the roadmap, et cetera. We serve as the convener, but this progress that we've been making would not be possible without a variety, the diversity of participation, right? We've got America Makes at the table. We've got the universities and 4-year and 2-year. We've got, the companies, the industry, the big ones and the small and medium-sized companies. And we've got solution providers, service providers, et cetera. So I think when people come together, you get that coalition of the willing. That's where things start to happen. And, you can get your region or your state or even your own company leaning in, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, go ahead, Elaine, please.
I was just going to say, keep working. This team is amazing, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And however I can help, let me know.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate both of your time today. Hopefully, everybody got a good taste of what's going on in Ohio and some potential strategies. So we'll circle back in a couple of years when we have flying cars, and we'll talk about how that contributes to that.
It'll be sooner than that, Andy.
There you go.
Good deal. Well, thank you both. Appreciate your time. You guys are fantastic team members, and really exciting what's going on in the state. So appreciate you guys taking the time to give a little bit of an update to us. So thank you all. So now we're going to, so we heard from Josh this morning around what's going on the education and workforce development side of America Makes. And I now would like to have Brandon Ribick come up to the stage, our tech director. He's going to kind of walk you through a similar overview and update and kind of vision, but on the tech side of things. So good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good to see you. Thanks, John, for that introduction. Let me go ahead and just quickly kind of pull up what I got going on here with my slides. I hope that's coming through.
We currently see both, like kind of your presentation.
Adelia. All right, hold on. Sorry, let me fix it then. Apologies.
Seems
How about now?
it is beautiful.
Amen. There we go. Hoo-ah. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. As always, super de duper thrilled to be here. I'm Brandon Ribick. For those of you who don't know me, if you don't, my email is there. Give me a holler. I'm here to help. But, I've been a part of America Makes now for, I want to say the better part of the last 6 or 7 years. And more on the industry side. And then in the last 2 years, I've kind of hopped over the fence and came and joined the family here at NCDMM and got involved in the tech team. And so it's been a long time, I will say, relatively speaking, since we've talked about the technical pillar of the Institute in detail. And for those of you who have been around a while, I know some of the folks in the audience today have been, we used to talk about that on an annual basis. It used to be a discussion all the time. What really is the technical maturation component of America Makes? And so today I want to talk about that. And you're going to find, this is a little foreshadowing and something to just look forward to in the mail in the next few weeks. You're going to find that a lot of what I'm talking about today complements what you'll be seeing in our first issue of Layers. And really, it's the point that we need to share what we know, what we believe, and how we're approaching these challenges at a national level with everyone. And that's the point of America Makes. And we are here to empower and enable our community to take action. And so really, I want to kind of start there. If I can get this to advance, let's see. I'm going to try. Oh boy. All right, here we go. So, tech advancement. Right. As we heard today, good news, there's still pie left over after Thanksgiving. Elaine told us there's a lot of pie to go around. Now, that pie looks different for different people, right? We all care about different things. We don't care about the same things. We all have good friends, colleagues, suppliers, customers. And, it's important because with all this pie to go around, we need to be intentional. We have the smartest folks in the country working with us within our membership. We're fortunate enough to have representation from all tiers of the domestic supply chain within the America Makes community. And with all this power and potential and genius, it needs to be focused. It needs to be focused because time is of the essence. And not to sound cliche, but we have to strike while the iron is hot, right? We have to pick the right target. And really, we need to coordinate our efforts. So a lot of what we heard in the last 2 days, right? I mean, even the VC folks were telling us, it's not enough to know someone. We have to be in the know. And that's what America Makes is here to do. It's here to short circuit that. And it levels the playing field for the smallest organizations and it brings them into a sphere of influence where they directly and quickly gain the ability to interact with the largest organizations in this manufacturing domain. And really together, we take this immense potential and derive priority through coordination and collaboration. And then we leverage our collective intelligence to go after all these targets. And the great thing is, because we bring the end users, because we bring the design community with us, there's a lot of intent there. We understand the end game that we're all going for. We've heard it several times in the last day and a half. Demand. Where's the demand? What's the demand? How are we going to grow? Which direction should we grow? These questions are common. We all have them. There's nothing wrong with them. It's great that we're talking about them. But that being said, we need to leverage our collective intelligence in order to go after these things quickly. And so how do we do that, Brandon? You're talking about some abstract components. So the figure on the right-hand side, this is not the first time this has been shown, but it's so important. We have to start to come to grips with it. It's not a matter of words. It's a matter of understanding. It's how we know, we being the additive manufacturing or the advanced manufacturing community, we know we can derive readily with high potential success, and how we can quickly onboard our suppliers, our customers, the regulators, in order to derive, right, enduring legacy, high return on investment, et cetera. And we need to level set, right? We have to come together to agree on what we're going to go after, How are we going to get there? What constitutes success? And then how will we share that with anyone else? Is it just for us? Well, very rarely do we ever do these things in a bubble or in a silo, right? We have to be able to bring along our suppliers as we hear, right? We heard standards on day one. That is a major component to that is communication, and data is a component of that communication. What data, right? We all keep hearing these discussions about we need more data, but what data, right? That really gets to the concept of pedigree. It is select components of a data package which substantiate evidence to support success, right? Or to support that it's okay to keep going. The product is safe. The product is effective. And then furthermore, to share that either through the written word or through verbal communication like we're doing here today. So how do we define the opportunity? So I think, over the last day and a half, we just heard a little bit about the Education and Workforce Development Advisory Group. But how many folks know there's a bunch of different advisory groups and working groups? We talk a lot about these groups. I don't know if it's clear to everyone in the audience today, what's the purpose of these groups? What do they care about? Why do they exist? What role do they play? This is not to answer every question, but this is to better inform you and provide you some additional information today. But if it's still unclear, reach out. And I'm going to provide you here in just a minute, once I talk a little bit more on this slide, about some people who you can contact today, starting right now. So, first of all, there's a lot of information that the Institute publishes. We have events, case in point today, and then there's a way that we share data with one another. We call that the digital storefront. So it is an access-controlled data repository that contains the information that we've gathered throughout our nearly 10-year history. We have these advisory and working groups like I talked about. So they have different focus areas. So AMSC, which stands for Additive Manufacturing Standardization Collaborative. So that's focused on understanding the evolution of the standards landscape, not necessarily for the purpose of developing standards, but for collaborating and coordinating the development of standards. Again, standards aren't developed in a bubble. It requires a lot of subject matter expertise and standards development organizations in order to make those resources available. The Maintenance and Sustainment Advisory Group, a group very focused on a particular use case that we heard yesterday is vital to our near-term success. It's a community that convenes and discusses a lot of different new and emerging technologies, as well as the utility of additive manufacturing technologies under that specific use case. And then one that we talk about probably quite a bit in the tech domain is the Roadmap Advisory Group. But what roadmap are we talking about? Do you know that America Makes has multiple roadmaps that it helps foster? If you don't, there's actually at least 4 of them that immediately come to mind. And I'll just briefly introduce them in a second before I finish talking about the RMAG. But the RMAG is a group of select members from the 5 working groups that you see around that center bubble. And those select members are the leads from the working groups. And those leads come together in order to socialize one another collectively and collaborate in order to chart the strategy and chart the history of the Institute in terms of our additive manufacturing technology strategy. And an instrument that they utilize to gather information from everyone are workshops. So they're brainstorming sessions where we go through a series of systematic exercises in order to gather information from you. Yes, your voice is very important here. And if you're not sharing it, you need to know that the time is now. And there will be an opportunity in March in order to do that. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But what's the point of a roadmap? Well, again, I was talking about we need to define the motivation. We need to be intentional. It is a way to organize and prioritize the opportunities because, as we heard, there's a lot of pie to go around. And so we have to pick and choose. And a lot of folks care about different things. So if some of these things sound of interest to you, here's a list of folks that you can get in contact with. that are leading the charge. So there's a number of folks from throughout industry who lead efforts within the RMAG and the working groups that you see here and who you can readily reach out and contact if you're interested in these things. As well as they work with a number of members of the staff here at NCDMM in order to remain effective and keep the ball moving forward. What about the advisory groups, Brandon? Don't forget about them. So I don't think this is all of them, but I'm pretty sure I've covered most of the active advisory groups. Now there's the Government Relations Advisory Group. I failed to mention that here. But that being said, I've already talked a lot about this, but these are folks that you can get in contact with. You have Josh Kramer's email address here. I didn't throw up Travis's, sorry about that. But Stephanie Gaffney coordinates a lot of the activity there as co-chair, and she's a great person to get in touch with if you want to get into those meetings. And we're always looking for folks to come and speak at the AMSC, either from a technology development perspective or a standards development perspective or from an end user perspective, right? We need to understand the need. We need to understand the goal. So with that, I mentioned these 4 roadmaps. What are they? So it's been a couple years since a lot of information has been published that shows the perspective of the Department of Defense. But America Makes and the team at NCDMM is very fortunate to be able to convene an environment where we can gather perspective and desires and requirements from our DoD stakeholders. And we coined that the DoD Additive Manufacturing Roadmap. The last one we published was in, I believe, 2016, but there's a wealth of excellent information that's there. That's a publicly available resource that if you do a little Google search right now, you can download that and find it. And the cool thing is you would find that it mirrors the design, the structure, the framework, or the cool word, taxonomy, of the additive manufacturing technology roadmap. So not the end game of, I want to do things. The technology roadmap is these are the things we must do in order to get there. And I think there's always opportunity to sharpen the pencil there. And that's something we're doing right now. We continue to do that. We'll be continuing to engage in that in the spring. Similarly, there's the EWD roadmap. And last, but most definitely not least, right? Once we all become really smart, once we train the workforce how to execute manufacturing operations, how are we going to communicate with each other in the supply chain? And that's the AMSC roadmap. It details the existing gaps, that is, holes within the standard landscape where there is not a standard that exists, and there's an opportunity for development and further refinement of communication and understanding and knowledge sharing and defining considerations for industrialization of additive manufacturing technology. There's some information there that establishes priority as well as a need for further research. And the framework or taxonomy of that document mirrors the America Makes Additive Manufacturing Technology Roadmap. So I talked a lot about DoD roadmaps, but something to note, we have some recent information that we've gathered in the last year or two from the Department of Defense. We're in the process of getting it to you, but actually good to know, we have new input from DLA that's available on the digital storefront. It's available for you. I want to make everyone aware that it's there. You can go and access it. We're working on making available information from other services, and it's under review so that we can readily share it with the membership. And we'll be making that available and providing updates on when that's available as soon as it is available. But as I mentioned, the document provides that perspective, right? It connects the why and what to the where's it going, right? There's many layers to the onion. It's not necessarily getting in the weeds of the science, but the bigger picture of how can I derive utility from additive manufacturing technologies to go and execute the broader, bigger mission. So I hope I've convinced everyone, and a lot of folks are probably aware of this slide. I show it almost every time I speak in a public forum. But I hope what I've done to this point is shown you what I mean by collaboration drives our strategic focus. Now, I think of any roadmap I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that most folks may be aware of this one. This is one we talk an awful lot about. There's 5 swim lanes. We break it down according to design, which is more around, defining the geometry or understanding the operating environment effects on product performance through it can be model-based approaches. So that's what's meant by design aids and apps, as well as exploiting geometric complexity, which is meant by bio-inspired design. Material, that's a lot of process structure property relationships, next generation materials, so materials development, and tech data packages, which there's a lot of components to that, as we all know. Process, which is really talking about how to control the process. So hardware, software, as well as advanced methods, could be computational based methods in order to develop analytics or control AM processes. Value chain really composes a number of factors. Advanced sensing and detection methods. So the development of those, not necessarily the introduction and exploitation within a given additive process, recognizing that challenge space is difficult enough as it is. Understanding cost and energy drivers, which impede the adaptation or adoption or commercialization of additive manufacturing technologies. Leveraging the digital thread. Rapid inspection technologies. We all know inspection is a vital component to certification or meeting the regulatory requirements surrounding additively manufactured products. And of course, standard schemas and protocols. So this is really developing standard methods, not developing standards, right? Developing standard approaches. So the idea here is technology maturation. AM genome really deals a lot with physics-based modeling. So understanding materials and process modeling and validating those tools so that we can build trust and believe the predictive capacity that they present. And so the roadmap partitions the technology space in such a way that we can help to define our path forward. But also I mentioned that the Roadmap Advisory Group, thinks about our history. So the roadmap also serves as a data model. It is a structure by which we store the information that America Makes produces and house it in the digital storefront. So that being said, if we do a project and you see a swim lane associated with it, which we have a swim lane associated with every project we conduct, you know that that information is going against requirements or concepts that are defined by that swim lane. And our approach is really application and process agnostic. I mean, it's not that it's done without intent, but it's not overly constrained. It allows for technology maturation, right? That's our goal, which is much more broad spread than medical device production per se. And the great thing about it is that it leverages collaboration, right? It's not only informed by the end users, it's informed by the membership. Everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute. And so that's a bit more on that. And so hopefully we understand the alignment between the ground level of requirements and how that connects to products or applications through this roadmap model, and how that points towards meeting the needs or demand within the commercial or defense sector or whatever market we're interested in. So what have we done, Brandon? What's happened in the last year? So a lot of information has been developed. I won't read the list on the right-hand side, but that's to give you a flavor of the types of data or information that has been generated and delivered in the last year. You know, most people have heard about a project or a program really called MAMMLs. The third phase of that, which was focused on understanding the realities of additive manufacturing. So it included concepts like effective defects or advanced qualification techniques like feature-based qualification have concluded. They're all done. That information is available to you. Our other projects that share that focus, AAPT, which is advancing AM post-processing techniques, as well as advanced tools for rapid qualification, are buttoning up, and they should be done in the next several months. But there is information that has been generated and is available to you now. So that being said, there is a tremendous wealth of materials data for material systems like aluminum, silicon, 10 magnesium, Inconel 718, Inconel 625, Ti-6-4, as a result of laser powder bed fusion or laser powder fed directed energy deposition that is available to you. We've heard your voice. We know there is a need for dynamic data. It is there. There is fatigue data. There is fatigue crack growth data. There is corrosion data that will be available or is available to you now. We also have these little things called the Rapid Innovation Call and Open Project Call that we've started in roughly the last year and a half or so, and they've made a huge impact. And you know, those two endeavors alone have allowed the ability to directly address the needs of the membership. That is, the ideas come from you, and they are executed upon by you to meet your needs. And really, it's resulted in over 15 projects and, you know, nearly what, $2.3 million worth of research. And that's the federal funding portion only. There's cost share against a lot of this as well. And these are a consequence of all these groups that I've told you about. Right now, we know what RMAG means. These are coordinated efforts from those bodies. They provided the concepts, they prioritized the focus, and we are executing. And this is the result of that execution. So where do we go next, Brandon? Well, we got some more workshops coming up, but you know, we did a lot of workshopping this year. And if you didn't get a chance to join us, there'll be an opportunity in March coming up. And really, we're going to continue to workshop. And so that being said, you know, we workshopped 3 of the swim lanes this year. And we conducted a workshop over the summer called the Alloy Development Workshop. And the swim lane workshops focused on asking ourselves, are we still working on the same things? Have our goals shifted? Do we need to change our priority? And then furthermore, how do we get there from here? And then the Alloy Development Workshop took all the lessons we've learned over the better part of the last 10 years and said, what if we leverage material freedom? And how do we do that? And how can we be more intentional in that space? So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the results there just quickly, because I'm quickly running out of time as well. And I want to keep this show on track. So that being said, it was a 3-day workshop. We considered the modification of legacy alloys, the development of entirely new alloys, and how do we prioritize all that? And we took folks through a series of brainstorming activities and prioritization and detailing of the approach, as well as some voting, some opportunity to be intentional. And we started to kind of map out the opportunity space. And so with that, we saw where the opportunities are, right? There's a number of industries that you see in the top right-hand side that are detailed there. And furthermore, we assessed, well, do we believe there's more opportunity, or do we see that there's more alignment between all this opportunity, these applications and processes and material systems, if we were to modify an existing alloy or to develop an entirely new alloy? And we see that a lot of the opportunity exists within aerospace, automotive, and the energy sectors. And the belief is that through these endeavors, we'll be able to derive product-specific performance improvement. And the facets of that kind of rose to the top include these ideas, which are you know, kind of encouraging us to do things like fatigue life modeling or fatigue crack growth assessment. So this durability and damage tolerance assessment. But also, once we get smart about all these things and we understand these intrinsic material behaviors, how can we lightweight structures? And furthermore, how can we leverage these materials in order to improve temperature capability, which can sometimes lead to energy efficiency improvements, depending upon the application. But the good news is that folks truly believe this is an opportunity space. We reached out over 60 organizations to help participate in this information. And that being said, a variety of perceived benefits are listed on the lower right-hand side. So it's not just that, you know, the material behavior or the ability to lightweight effectively or temperature capability were the only things we heard. They were just kind of the heaviest hitters. So another question we asked is, okay, if we do pursue these things, what are the hurdles we anticipate to see? So of course, cost is a major factor here. And the heaviest hitter there, or at least the thing that we perceive to be the most influential, impeding our success, is qualification, certification, and quality control. That is our ability to manufacture the geometries and the materials successfully, to do it reliably, repeatably, be able to inspect, and then also understanding or mitigating the risk of material process compatibility, right? We hear a lot when we talk about additive, effective defects, lack of fusion, porosity, and how that can degrade fatigue life potentially. And so trying to come to grips with that and maximize our potentials for success is clearly something that we perceive as being in our way. Also, feedstock sourcing it's the second highest rated consideration in this domain. What were the technology gaps though? So not surprised to see microstructure, process structure property relationships, the mechanisms that arise due to post-processing. We've spent a lot of time looking at that in the last 4 years of our efforts. Inspection, the development and validation of modeling tools, experimental methods and techniques, and of course, training the workforce. So at the conclusion of the activity, we went through some voting, and thanks to the support of all the participants, we were able to arrive upon 16 prioritized concepts. And that was based upon a series of factors that are listed there. And we developed a 3-phase approach, assuming a launch in 2023. And these variety of endeavors, tasks, projects, whatever you'd like to call them. So the orange on the right-hand side representing new alloy development, and the bluish color representing the modification of legacy alloys. And those largely focus on the material systems that I have there, but there's a range of applications that were identified. There were about 10 industry sectors that aligned to all these projects. And the published report with all the details will be made available soon to the participants and the members of America Makes. So look out for future notice about that. I mentioned the workshops coming up in the spring. There's going to be a focus there on process and value chain. So it is a great time to get engaged now. So reach out to the folks that I provided their contact information on earlier. You can get engaged in those conversations now as they're getting prepared to conduct these workshops. But keep an eye. We'll be contacting you soon on how to get engaged. In terms of standards, I wanted to make mention that folks may have seen that we're conducting quarterly discussions as part of our role in AMSC, and thanks to the help of Jim McCabe and others, the advisory group especially. And these quarterly discussions are kind of systematically going through the sections of the AMSC roadmap in order to gather new needs, identify new gaps, and understand the evolution of the standards domain for each of those focus areas. And we're going to continue to do that with the intent that when the time is right, we will pursue a version 3 of the roadmap. But we want to make sure that that's not premature. But of course, we need to keep a finger on the pulse. So that being said, this year we did conduct 3 events. The next one, as you see, is next week. And if in situ monitoring or NDE interests you, we're going to be talking around those 2 areas. And we've got a number of great folks who are coming to speak on that. And if you're not too aware of this, here's some information for you to go check out. You can see some updates on how the gaps are being addressed from our GREAPS progress reports, as well as if you missed the prior events, there's some reports out there that you can go read about all the great conversations that we've had over the last year. Mention again, we got a conversation coming up next week, and that starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. So if you haven't registered, there's still time to go register. Go to the AMSC website and please do join us. We'd love to have you. So I mentioned digital storefront, and I'm going to talk. I just have just 1 or 2 more slides here. But I want to talk about that. So some folks are probably well aware of what that is. I mentioned it's our data repository. It allows us to share the information that we've written and the data sets that we have and share the results of our efforts. But that being said, folks have probably heard about this over the last few years, that we've been looking at how to get information that's been a result of other public funding that's been done outside of the Institute. Well, I'm happy to say we've gone out and we've taken the time to characterize that technical data, and we've aligned it to our roadmap. And in some cases, we've integrated that information now in its current instance, but we'll be reaching out to the RMAG in order to verify and validate that alignment, of course, in the next year or so, or in the next several months. But that being said, folks have probably heard about some of the efforts at NASA where they've generated some wonderful materials data in the last few years. You might not know that information is in Digital Storefront and it's available to you. So we've taken the opportunity to look through that information, make sure it's worth your while, and integrate it there. It's there for you to use. But as you see, the entirety of the wealth of information we are looking at and integrating, there's over 80 pieces of information or reports or data sets that we're going to be integrating once this is all said and done. For the NASA and the DTIC information, that's all there and integrated and available now. We'll also be integrating the information that's come from the Solid Freeform Fabrication Symposium, which contains technical data. So it's not just necessarily a narrative, right? There is tech data in there for you to go and understand it and then, utilize it if you need to. And so please go into the Digital Storefront, use that information, it's there. The last thing, I mentioned this thing called layers, and I know a lot of you haven't seen it yet. But the second issue is coming up. I know you haven't gotten the first one yet, but it's in the mail. You'll have it soon. But we're thinking about the next issue. And so I wanted to reach out to the membership today. We're going to be, at this time, limiting submissions only to members. So we want to hear from the membership. But really, we want to get your feedback. We want to understand. We want to add more of a technical flavor of how we can make sure that this speaks to you. And so if you would, please contact me as soon as the time's right regarding your idea for a manuscript or a concept or an abstract, if you like. And so with that, I thank you all for your attention. I went about 2 minutes over. Sorry about that, John. But I hope everyone enjoyed that. I hope you found it informative. I don't know if there are any questions.
Yeah, you got a few. I would say we'll probably have to handle most of them at the break, which will be coming up here relatively soon. Maybe you want to cherry pick one, the one with the most hits. I don't know if you want to hit that one or the one around.
Sure. So the DLA data is specifically a prioritized list of needs aligned to the America Makes Roadmap taxonomy, where they have capability needs, clear alignment to, let's call it vehicles or things that they believe where additive provides a next level of utility, right? And so there's clear alignment between you can do additive. This is how I want you to use additive for me. That's what that roadmap details.
All right, hit the storefront one just as a plug, and then we'll have to handle the rest during.
Yeah, there sure is. So there's information online. I believe we have some recordings that can be available. If you don't mind, please reach out to me. If you know Jason Thomas, he's another good person to reach out to, or Joe Veronese is always available as well. But I'm a great person, probably since you have my email address from the first slide. Happy to help.
Awesome. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And thanks for the update. Hopefully that gives everyone a little better understanding, now between what we're doing in education, what's going on the tech side of things. At the end of the day, there's a tremendous amount of activity taking place, but it's all ultimately comes down to, making sure we're doing the right things and, finding ways to get engaged with the Institute. So hopefully that helped out. We're going to now transition over to a panel discussion. So I invite Dr. Ed Herderich to the stage. So Ed is one of those fantastic executive committee members that I mentioned earlier. Okay. He is going to moderate the panel on AM lattices and what's going on in that world these days.
Great. Thanks, John. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we've got Ryan, Jim, and Brent. I think I all saw in the lobby. Perfect. They're joining here. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Hey.
Okay.
So, well, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thanks for coming. So for the next 45 minutes, we're going to be talking about the panel is the future of lattices and additives. So the intersection of two of my favorite topics. And to get us started here, I'd just like to go around the horn and do quick introductions, name your company and role at the company, And once we do that with all the panelists, then I'll invite you to sort of provide some opening remarks about different elements of lattices that each of you are working on. So just briefly, I'll just go first. So my name's Ed Herderich. I'm the Director of Additive Manufacturing at OSU CDME, and I'll be the moderator today. So Ryan, if you go next, please.
Yeah, I'm Ryan O'Hara, formerly of Topology, so and now work for an engineering services company called RGBSI, Aerospace and Defense, and based here in Dayton. So, and I'm heading up our advanced manufacturing efforts. So, yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. Brent.
Hi, I'm Brent Ewald. I'm the VP of Informatics and Engineering at Winpact. I'm in charge of all the software, tools, and data that we bring to market to change product development.
Thanks, Brent. Jim?
Hello, my name is Jim Sauerbaum. I'm with Carbon, and I'm one of the business development directors focused on high volume application scales through our elastomeric lattice programs.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining for the panel. Obviously, lattices and let's just say, all these periodic structures that could be made any other way than additive manufacturing are probably one of the most exciting and rapid developments over the past few years. What I'd like to do next is invite each one of you to sort of give 3 to 5 minutes of remarks on maybe different projects or products that you're working on at each of your companies. Or maybe in a past life, if you care to have your remarks from that perspective. But Ryan, if you care to go first.
Yeah, sure. Just wanted to say it's great to see all these familiar faces in the Remo platform down here, and it's also, side note, great to see a bunch of progression as everybody's updating their picture now. So there's still a few just letters or initials there, but it's getting better, so that's great. Excited to be back, and I'm excited to continue working in the space. And so just quick background for me, 20 years as a developmental engineer in the Air Force, stood up one of the first metal additive labs behind the fence at the Air Force's graduate school. We're focused on the application of Inconel and other high temperature materials for advanced Air Force applications. Also did a lot of material testing and work with periodic structures. After I left the graduate school, I worked for Topology for almost 3 years and did a lot of use of that advanced implicit modeling technology for the use of periodic structures. And if you're familiar with the NTOPS platform, we do a lot of things with sinusoidal structures, often referred to as gyroids, right? And so with that said, kind of like in my previous life, right, there's, especially in the aerospace, there's an aversion, you're talking about the use of a bunch of technologies for advanced applications, right? So whether it's aerospace or hypersonics, and you're bringing in, and it doesn't have to be just metal, right? It could be, in this case, we have polymers and a whole bunch of other things, but there's an opportunity in aerospace for lightweighting, right? And a great way to remove lightweight or make something lightweight is to hollow it out, right? And then sometimes you might need material in a particular place that's not possible without another method besides a periodic structure. And this, this could be anything from like a topology optimization where it's the organic structure, right? It could be that organic structure that's then hollowed out and then filled with a lightweight lattice, much like your skeleton or bones, right? So periodic structures and lattices are, a great way to lightweight things. And I think that's why we're here to talk about that. And kind of, when I was at NTOP and also wearing the Air Force hat, anytime though you show somebody a periodic structure, at least in the aerospace, right? Old Graybeard is going to tell you, I'm really worried about fatigue and what's going to happen when those items break, right? And so addressing those concerns, I think, is one of the things that we're talking about here. And then I think we're at a unique state where we have tools like implicit modeling, like Topology, Carbon's got their own lattice design tool. And I think the capability to insert these lightweight periodic structures is becoming much more commonplace, right? And then there's this other gap though, that's the modeling and simulation piece, right? So every time you're doing modeling and simulation, your model is only good as the real thing, right? And then there's this little bit of a disconnect of just because you design something to be a nice, perfectly shaped graph lattice, that's not necessarily what you get through the additive manufacturing process, right? It could be a stack of dimes or depending on the resolution of the printer and then the stack layers. So getting the correlation between what you design and then the material and then what was actually made is a tough challenge, right? And I think that's kind of where we are today, where folks like Carbon and Intop and maybe WinPack as well are trying to bridge that gap between being able to design, being able to simulate, and I don't know if even design, it's create the geometry and then fabricate it. And then the merging of those two is kind of where the design happens, right? So you can design and put material where you need it. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I'll just caveat that I know we were talking about lattice structures here, but if anybody knows me, I call myself Dr. Gyroid for a while because that's my hammer, right? Like I can take a sheet-based sinusoidal structure, right? And I can keep the graybeards quiet and it's really lightweight and stiff. I don't know if Oreb Al-Katan's on, but he's a great researcher out of the UAE and who's done a ton of work in this and improving out those concepts. And I think there's a merger with these periodic structures with like heat exchangers. So anytime you can take these multifunctional structures, you're going to see some unique opportunities that weren't available. So that was kind of like long-winded. I apologize. I'll let the others go. So yeah,
that's an awesome opening salvo, Ryan. A lot to chew on there. Thanks, man. Brent, you want to go next?
Sure. So in a past life, I worked on a lot of applications in lattices. One of the most common, I think half the people here might have, a footwear application is one I worked on for a while. And that dealt mostly with elastomers or elastomeric materials. And, when I think about lattices, a lot of the problems I see right now is that, or the current state of the industry is we're doing a lot of design, right? And I think Ryan just touched on this, is we're doing a ton of design or geometry creation, and we're trying to characterize unit cells. And I'm going to say it nicely and say, hope it extrapolates to a volume. And then we spend a ton of time characterizing that volume and then tweaking it. But that doesn't account for things where like distortion of height, if you do conformal, which is one of the approaches to fit a volume, is, you conform it. But when you start cropping beams and you do half a cell, that might perform entirely different than the full cell, right? Depending on the symmetries of it. So a lot of the sensitivities in the design space are really difficult to handle. And when you look at simulating those, the simulations are so time intensive because the geometry is so finite. So in general, that's kind of a big challenge there. And then the other thing where I think where current state of art is falling short is fatigue, but not necessarily in the way Ryan was addressing it, but in the applications I named. So if you think about footwear, helmets, backpack seating, anything that touches the human body, it's going to undergo cycling, and elastomers and Mullen's effect are going to dominate much higher than in foams, because foams have this nice quasi-isotropic properties and no maximum stress versus minimum stress, whereas a beam, if you're bending a beam, you're going to get a lot of maximum stress and some that have relatively low stress. So those kinds of trade-offs are, really difficult to handle.
Well, Brent, just to add, like, you're including plastic deformation, right? So it's non-linear deformation as well. So you're taking like all these hard challenges of modeling and then doing it at a very fine level. So then that's a balancing act it's incredibly difficult to navigate.
That's right. And the other thing that's really difficult is that a lot of these simulation approaches come at the problem from one state, which is the maximum state. It doesn't consider it under deflection. So if you look at beam-based lattices, a lot of them go over center and then buckle, right? And so you get these weird looking curves that, like gyroid is incredibly stiff in its maximum state. But once you start compressing it, it actually softens up a ton.
Right.
So these are all the things to consider in terms of applications. And so, it's incredibly valuable. And if you look at it like an Ashby chart, that's my favorite chart. But if you look at an Ashby chart, you can take your material and move it down somewhere over here. You have to stay under that 1-to-1 line and keep on, the slope of 1, but you can move your material around, so you can get some really unique outcomes.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, Jim.
Yeah. I also wanted to thank everybody for hosting us, and It is great to see kind of how this program has grown so much over the last couple of years. But I think this is such a fun space for myself and for Carbon. My role has been very much involved over the last 3 years in finding the customers that are interested in kind of taking their products and finding a way to incorporate Lattice into them so that they can put them into a commercial product and get them out into consumers' hands in a pretty relatively quick scale up period. And what we found is that a lot of those conversations, and this is going to be very specific to kind of Carbon's world of polymer lattices and elastomeric lattices in production, is finding the applications in which an energy response is the primary objective to tune within the product itself. And we found the success to really come forward in that with our Adidas partnership through the midsoles in the 4Ds and the 4D forwards. We found a ton of success in the helmet space in doing that for program TM. Most recently, a partnership with Hardhead Veterans in a military helmet liner system. And we're continuing to see that expansion into other programs that are more protective in the sense of kind of glove protection, hand protection, and areas like that where we're going to be continuing to grow into. But we certainly recognize a lot of the same kind of challenges that we come across, and kind of how do we guide a customer? How does a customer use our tools to really figure out what is that desired mechanical response of those parts, and how do we make the cycle time a bit more reasonable to go from idea to conception to print to validation. And that is an area where our software team has been focusing quite a bit on being able to solve those questions sooner in simulation rather than having to do as much trial and error to get there. And it's certainly not my area of direct expertise, but I did spend some time kind of catching up with the software team to really understand a bit more about kind of what those problems look like to them. And one of the biggest things for them is getting to understand kind of beyond that buckling, how do we simulate kind of how the nonlinear response of those polymers does continue to respond within the lattice structures. And you'll see that in a lot of these products that we have come to market with so far, they're going to be, I think, Ryan, you call them the graph-based. We tend to refer to them as strut-based, but the idea of all those beams connecting to one another. But the concept of the sometimes we call them surface-based. I think you're calling them sheet-based, like those gyroids and those other types of triply periodic structures can really start to change the behavior of that effect. And we're doing a lot of work now on kind of managing those transitions between those types of structures so that you can really tune that response. And you'll notice that in our CCM helmet and our Riddell helmet, there's a combination of both the graph and the sheet, or the surface and the strut-based lattice types to help us get there. And that's one of the things that we are kind of approaching a point where we do have a high level of rigor to be comfortable in kind of releasing our full simulation tools, but we're getting pretty close to that right now, and we're actually finding that within the Carbon material set, we're simulating up to about 70% strain, and then the simulations with physical experimentation, and finding that we're getting really great match to what the simulation is suspecting the part to perform and what the physical experiment is showing us. Because, like you said, it's one thing to simulate it, but it really comes down to what that geometry does in practice. And we want to be able to continue to grow there. And I think one of the things that we're very excited about right now is we've often been the gatekeepers to being able to develop these lattices and at least kind of correlate those to Carbon properties. And we've recently launched the design engine to our current customers, and we'll be relaunching it to non-Carbon customers within the next 2 months as a lattice generation tool that does consider all the simulation capabilities, and will begin to really just empower more and more designers beyond those that are working directly with Carbon to try these structures out and use them, whether it's on our printers or other printers, but really start to adopt and more so democratize lattice generation and design, specifically focusing on both the conformality of those designs, but also the transitions between those lattice types. So that's a lot of the area where we're focusing on. And I think for the application space, it's really going to be, for us at the moment, going to be about kind of that energy management within these kind of impact damping or energy return applications.
Well, I think, Jim, like I was, now that I'm not at NTOP anymore, I was very impressed of what you guys did, bridge the gap. So one of the questions we got a lot at Entopology was, which lattice should I choose, right? So we had this big list of lattices, and at the end of the day, you can kind of only use a couple of them, right? And it really depends on your process, right? And so, and the couple that you choose are the ones that kind of lend themselves to like 45 degrees and additive manufacturing. So it ends up, you have a choice of 50, but you can only use 3 to 5 maybe, right? And but I think you guys did a great job, and maybe there's a plug for Carbon or future stuff. Is there, you guys did a good reference of like, hey, here's where a good place to start. Do you need energy absorption? Do you need to be real stiff at the beginning? Do you need to be compliant? And I think you guys did a good job of bridging that gap. And I think you guys had a webinar or something, and I was very impressed by that, because that's often just, where do I start, right? I have the tools and the design, but and I, you know, I think like a big thing, I hate to say it, is like sometimes you can't, you know, this is advanced manufacturing. It's additive. We can do things quickly. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of users, you're going to need to go in and build and test, right? Like you want to design, but like simulation is, you're actually going to waste a lot of time. I'm actually looking at the Q&A, right? And so one of the things with lattices, there's so many little triangles. If you try and put an STL, that's real tough. You know, the other thing too is like with software tools, you can actually blend. You don't have just a uniform lattice, right? You could have a lattice be thin in the middle of the structure and get thick and actually go solid, right? And how do you model that? And you're like, man, that could be so tough and complex that I used the analogy when I was back at the Air Force Graduate School. I could build and test and hydraulically crush these. I could do 30, 40, 50 samples in a day or two, right? And then our simulation guy could do one sample in 3 weeks, right? So it's like you know, and sometimes even if it's you're working in metal, sometimes even working in plastic. And I had a graduate student that actually just used FDM and Ultimaker, and we were actually able to get a good idea of the response of the structure. You know, sometimes you just want to start out, is this one better than this one? And you're like, well, I just pushed on it. It's still relative. It's not the same as a plastic versus a metal system, but like we got a good indication. And sometimes you just can't beat, and that's the power of additive, just touching and holding something, right? And being like, oh, that lattice is too dense. I can't get any powder out, right? And then like visually seeing it because you're trying to shake it and there's still powder coming out, like that kind of thing. It's like, it can be very helpful in designing these things, right? So I don't want to, software and prediction and design is great, but like also just building and testing is important, right? So
totally.
Mm-hmm. And,
that's perfect for teeing you up, Brent, to talk about testing and dynamic materials testing, right? Because I know that's one of your passions and what WinPac's working on.
Yeah. So one of the key problems when you talk about when like you actually hit on it when you talk about energy management is that it happens at a rate that is not quasi-static. So most material data you see on spec sheets and things like that is collected at, quasi-static test conditions, whereas impacts in like footwear happen at about 100 strains to 200 strains per second. Or if you're a really big guy like, me, it's probably a little bit higher on that footwear. And so, when you think about it that way, the data just doesn't line up with the actual response you get. You can get 30% error in just that kind of data management alone. So having dynamic material data that's characterized at the rate you're performing the actual, that you're actually characterizing the product at is really important. And so, that'll be 30% off. And if you have buckling modes or anything like that going through it, it just gets worse and worse. So, we have, at WinPact, part of what we do is provide some simulation support, but also novel material data that can be characterized at, various speeds. And these have, 30% more, or it's all application specific, but higher accuracy at the type of impacts that are really relevant to these applications. Mm-hmm. And that's what, a lot of this lattice stuff is going to be application specific.
Yeah.
One other thing that's interesting from a design aspect, maybe this will lead to someone else getting a chance, is 2D lattices. There's a lot of applications, everyone talks about these 3D structures, but there's a lot of applications where you want to wrap something or you want to have a surface or compliant members. and 2D lattices are, I think, undervalued in that regard.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
go ahead,
Brian. No, go ahead.
I'm just trying to, maybe to that point, and I'm trying to make sure I have it. Like I think about lattices too, and I think some great work being done is in the orthotic space or prosthetic space, right? And there's some, it's Brent, I don't remember his last name here. And
Right?
Brent Wright. Yeah, Brent Wright is doing some great stuff. You should check him out on LinkedIn. And what he's doing, and he's a guy that's great because he's kind of jumping in. I think he's taking a unique approach where he's building and testing, and he's working with his customers and getting like feedback where he's actually not testing, but working with the amputee or whoever's wearing the prosthesis, and he's using 2D lattice structures, wrapping them around either wrist guards or he does a lot of leg and arm tech things, but it's both functional, right? He's often using like a TPU liner, so he's making the liner have variable compression, so that's like a really unique space. And then he's also just making it cosmetically like cool looking, like patterning things on the outside, so like amputees like not embarrassed by their prosthetic, but actually it's really cool, right? And I think that's an interesting use of lattice type structure, and they're able to make some really impressive type things. I don't know if that ties in with your theme there, Brent or Jim.
Yeah, no, it definitely does, and that also undergoes dynamic loading conditions. I mean, if you look at anything on a human body, which is much of what Carbon, you guys do a great job with this, but it's all dynamic, and so we have to recognize the human factor in all of this.
For sure, yeah, and that's actually an interesting concept too that you brought up about kind of wrapping different items, and I don't know if I'm fully interpreting it the way that you intended, but I was recently at Formnext and learned a lot about some applications that I hadn't been aware of, where lattices were being applied to provide kind of a protective layering around different robotics, and it was a different use case in the sense that it wasn't for the energy management, but it was for the thermal management. And there were instances where foam and the products that were used in the past to give that protective aspect were causing the electronics to burn out just because the exceeding what they could achieve. So using the lattice as a more somewhat of an energy management piece, but primarily to manage that thermal release so the components could continue to perform at their peak without having the microelectronics burn out was another interesting application that I hadn't learned about, and could be similar to maybe what you're discussing in the wrapped idea.
Yeah, I wasn't alluding to any particular product, but that thin things also can be latticed, even if you, but it requires, so we talked about triply periodic surfaces, right, TPMS, but we also talked about beam and strut based surfaces. But if we step back and think about conceptually what a lattice is, this sweater is actually a lattice of fibers, right? I mean, woven products are lattices. And so when we look back at like what this could potentially be, I mean, there's you can think of all sorts of things that need to be breathable and strong, and we can kind of influence that with our design of lattices, and we should think about surface lattices as well as 3D volumetric lattices.
Yeah,
I should have noted at the beginning. So we are open to questions and chat comments. And so we do have a comment in the chat window if you guys have that open. Maybe I'll just summarize the comment. Lattices are usable for simple shapes, not capable of conforming to complex surface topologies. So that's those are fighting words. What a great something to throw out there for a panel. So maybe I'll just throw something out there. We haven't necessarily talked about it yet, but maybe building on what we're talking about a little bit is hierarchical lattices, right? So if you have, one link scale of a periodic structure made up of another link scale of periodic structure. Of course, this is how a lot of biological structures are in the human body and throughout nature. And well, anyhow, I'll leave that for the panel to pick up how you are interested.
Just throw a grenade out there, why don't you? So You know, Ed's thrown this at me before. I'll say, and I think that the limiting factor in hierarchical lattices is the size of the product and the size of print resolution. Ultimately, I mean, you might be able to get 2 hierarchies. You can model, you know, as many as you like, but in reality, you're limited by the size of the product and the print resolution. I don't have too much information on the performance of it, though. Which, if anyone has that, that'd be great. The other thing I might pose here is the idea of the STL is in the chat window, and down with STL. I kind of like STL because of how readable it is, but that's also why I like 3MF. So I'm going to put a plug in here for the 3MF consortium and what they're doing there. The types of representations you can move around can solve a lot of those problems too, and it could actually also address the hierarchical lattice problem. You know, you could capture assemblies and assemblies within assemblies in the way that goes about. So the 3MF answers a lot of those problems, at least from a modeling perspective.
Yeah, and I think what Brent's alluding to is that you can have a facet-based triangle like an STL, this mesh, and then it's compressed as part of the 3MF standard. So that's really nice. So you can cut your file size in about half. But the other piece too is that where you don't need, we call it these graph-based lattices, where you basically have 2 nodes and a beam in between. You can just represent that lattice as this graph-based system rather than having to model the entire beam per se with triangles. And so finding a hybrid of that is good because with these latest design tools, you know, there's like 3D Expert and topology and carbons. But the unique thing is when you're incorporating these periodic structures, what often happens, or it matters a lot, is just like when you have a cantilever beam, or I allude to a tree, right? You know, the base of the tree always spreads out into the root system, right? Or blends into the wall of the structure, right? So and most people just call that a fillet, right? So having these fillets and blending them into the structure is really important, especially in situations where you have high thermal stresses or stresses from the build process, right? So I think of metal additive, right? So the lattice, if it's not properly rooted into the wall, the structure can actually tear itself apart during the manufacturing process and like leads to broken or, you know, separated beams. So that's often really important when you think about those things. And so being able to model those like with the 3MF standard is nice because you could model the blends and the fillets, but you could still have this like straight pokey tree kind of poking out of the side of the structure, but you're not modeling, you don't need that complexity for the round part of the beam that's not changing, or even just a tapered beam, which you're allowed to do too. So there's some interesting things there.
Yeah, you know, we're able to, at one point in a past life, I was able to model a full midsole made out of beams in 10 megabytes, or actually 66 midsoles, sorry. You know, so some massive number of them in 10 megabytes with that kind of reduction.
Yeah, so there's another question in here, which is kind of, we've got about 10 minutes left, so we can either take this or keep going with the flow of the conversation. But there's a Q&A. What are the next steps you hope to see from America Makes with respect to sort of open-ended design or lattices, cellular, architected materials for end-use applications, any particular case studies of interest?
Maybe I could, this is one area, and for those here in the community, right, all the SBIR, STTR topics were released yesterday, so this may be trying to find a spot to put this in, or if you want to partner on some things. One of the things that we looked at was using these gyroid structures for heat exchangers, right? But one of the big things that was a limiting factor is not really strength or modeling of the part itself, but was actually doing the thermal simulations, or even more to that was using these structures. When you talk about heat exchange, there's basically a standard is like, I have to dissipate a certain amount of heat and I have this amount of volume to do it, and I have some flow. And basically heat exchanger designers just kind of look up in a table and say, oh, a tube and fin structure has this heat dissipating coefficient. I'm going to use that, and I'm going to use this much of it. It's a very like homogeneous type things. But for a lot of these structures, that data doesn't exist, or that method may not even be practical. So there's a whole nother level of this where, you know, I've been talking to some different folks at the RMAG and whatnot about how to characterize these these unit cells or lattices for not just structural applications, right? And so that's that's like an area. That's just a case study question that came up from the chat. So
yeah. So what so often happens is people say like, oh, I know this would be better, and it turns out it is better, right? But that doesn't give you a direction. It doesn't give you a steering wheel to it. You're just throwing stuff at the wall. And while it works for now, this is where we need to see an evolution in how we get to better.
And
as
maybe,
opposed to just picking things.
Yeah, and I think sometimes too, lattice people tend to be super nerdy, so all they care about is their lattice. So kind of maybe bridging out for the community here is like thinking about the application, right, and starting to maybe explore applications a little bit more than just the structures themselves. And I think it's a great space to be at with the evolution of the technology and also the knowledge of the people in the community. I imagine, Jim, like you're seeing a lot of Carbon's doing some really interesting applications where lattice happens to meet the requirements. Not that you wanted to use lattices because it was cool.
Yeah,
maybe,
and
maybe you did, but that like
it's such a funny point because like being at Formnext a couple of weeks ago too, the thing that you see when you go around to specifically all those polymer booths is everybody has some sort of a helmet, some sort of a saddle, some sort of a midsole. And all of the applications remain consistent through a lot of these different kind of demonstrations. And I think it is time to think about what are those applications that have used foam and could use some sort of tuning that goes beyond what a foam has done, and bring those forward. Find out what those next types of applications are, and really think about it from what are the standards that are set that make those products successful in market, and what is it that those consumers look for. And again, Carbon's in that consumer space a little bit for the products that are being produced, but I would love to see more applications beyond kind of the midsole, the insole, the helmet, and the bike saddle at this point.
Segue, we have another question that I think builds on exactly this part of our conversation. Asking, what is your take on using lattice structures as a safety feature because it doesn't fail in a catastrophic mode, or maybe used as a dampening device to mitigate or absorb natural vibrations, right? Which I think kind of builds on what we're talking about, right? So it's not even just structural. I think, Jim, was it you were talking about the robotic arms or the electronics? I don't know if that was vibration or impact, right? But then also having the cooling or letting the air through versus the foams, right?
Yeah. That looked at was on the impact side of things, but the vibration damping one is one that I think is really interesting to figure out, and where we haven't spent a whole lot of time trying to look into this too far, but I'd be interested to look at those applications to understand a bit more about like what is that overall design space where vibration should be managed, because in some of these applications we do get into spaces where you're dealing with such thin layers of material that the resolution of the printers really are your limiting factor at that point, that you can't develop those lattice structures within like the design space that is permitted to you. But I would love to start to think about like lattice as a safety feature in vibration. Lattice as a safety feature as a whole, I mean, has worked in the helmet space to some extent, but getting into more of these vibration damping and other components in that sense would be something that I'd have a lot of interest in learning about, but don't have a whole lot of experience with today.
Awesome. And we have another question from the Q&A about crystallographic structures and learning from nature in terms of, atomic lattices versus amorphous materials and how we can incorporate that into lattice structures. And which I think is a great question, right? I mean, actually, a lot of our lattices that we talk about are like BCC or fluorite or things like that, which are literally crystallographic structures. Well, Brent, do you want to take that or start?
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, what I've seen a lot of as the state of the art right now is people modeling unit cells and trying to extrapolate that behavior and then replicate the cells elsewhere. But I actually am not aware of anyone and this would be an interesting question to you guys as well, Ryan and Jim, if you've heard of anyone actually using modeling techniques, which I'm assuming are crystallographic modeling techniques, which I'm assuming are different than standard mechanical simulation.
Hasn't come across my plate yet. No.
Ryan?
I'm just an FEA guy, so I'm just have a hammer, and that's what I usually do it. And I'll usually model the beams, and then you correlate or do some empirical testing to map it over. So, but I know there are some techniques that, like, again, I'll reference NTOP and some other folks that we're considering different methods to do FEA model or to do modeling, right? And I think, you know, at the end of the day, maybe I'm just the pessimist side of me, and that's why I say build and test is, you know, everybody wants a reduced order model that runs, but then there's a whole bunch of other things and considerations when you don't include all the physics. So it's always a tough balancing act to kind of do that. And so that's kind of where my cop out is, just to build it. And so, and
well, and one thing I'd want to capture on this whole aspect is, you know, in a lot of technologies, if you weigh the part that you printed 10 times, that mass can vary, you know, 3 to 5%. So there's also, in all of this modeling, you should consider a sensitivity analysis to size, right? If you find if your lattice design is incredibly sensitive, that's not a lattice you should pursue in that space.
Right.
If it's a critical performance parameter. So sensitivity modeling I find very useful in a lot of these spaces.
Maybe just to throw, I know we're coming up on time, just to throw a little loop in there too, is like, when we talk about topology optimization, right? You think about, and it's just putting material where you need, and oftentimes it gets tied to a particular algorithm. I always thought about putting geometry where it does what I want, right? Maybe it's thicker or thinner, maybe it's other things, maybe it has high surface area, right? So we actually consider it like a hybrid approach where you actually shell, like remove material so you get a shell or monocoque structure. And then maybe you add back in material, whether it's a lattice or sheet-based, to like either control a fluid or increase surface area, or maybe provide stiffening in a localized area, or maybe even alluding to, if you have a damping type material, you could put some sort of a elastomer or something in there to like do some things there. And then, you know, that's the kind of key. So I wouldn't get hung up on just thinking about lattices or periodic structures, but this like holistic type approach of how do you remove material and put it where you need to from a design standpoint, and then choosing the system or technology that works best for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we think about at Carbon quite a bit, and the topology optimization, I think, is something that's not necessarily on Carbon's roadmap for our own development, but really something where we see there's a lot of value in partnership and figuring out kind of how do we manage the topology optimization with the lattice generation to achieve kind of the minimum material needed, but maximizing the mechanical response that you're looking for there.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about topology optimization and how it applies to like stress managing and deformation, really you want no particle of your lattice or say 3D structure, metamaterial might be a better word. You want no part of it under zero stress, right? Because those aren't doing anything good for you. Those are just existing. So, you know, if we start pivoting to the conversation about where the future needs to go, you know, it needs to be holistic design. You know, this unit cell approach is going to have to go away at some point when we start making many more products that need a holistic volume, right? Even lateral loading, you know, needs to be considered.
And I think that's we should go around the horn of our kind of, final perspective on the future. And maybe I'll just throw out there a little bit of perspective, see if this, I mean, and I'm a metalhead. We've talked a lot about polymers and stuff, right? And,
sure.
You know, a lot of what I think about is the multi-physics modeling in order to come up with the right designs, right? Because certainly on the metal side, I look at a lot of these periodic structures and we're buying design entitlement through increase in surface area, right? Which can be, right? Ryan, you talked about fatigue, right? A lot of the properties that we actually design to, fatigue, corrosion, oxidation, environmental degradation, are all driven by surface area. Higher surface area leads to an increase in rate for each of those properties. So I guess maybe I'll just throw that out there. It's like my perspective is I think the next level is going to be designing these structures in these reduced order models that take into account, more, let's just say, more dynamic properties and more dynamic performance that better reflects specific industries, which again, I think everybody touched on in all of their remarks. But that's certainly something that we're working on, and I'm excited to see and collaborate with the Institute. But yeah, invite everybody to give their kind of final remarks on the future, where things are going.
Yeah, and maybe when I was at NTOP, we partnered a lot with ANSYS, right? And then so that's a particular simulation tool. But the key is that we're at like a really exciting space where you can now generate crazy million-plus lattices or periodic structures, and you can model and simulate them, right? The key is maybe not everybody can, but if there are tools available, and if you have experience in those areas, you can certainly do multi-physics. I think about heat exchangers and doing conjugate heat transfer. You can do these things. Does it take some time? Does it take some setup? Is it perfect? But I don't think any process or any design, if you've been on a design team, there's always a balance between all these things, but it can be done. And, did a lot of work previously to demonstrate that to the community. And so if you want to get in there and partner with folks who are, I think the key there is to partner with folks who are smart at those things and experts in those. And then, and if you do that, you're going to have great success. That's a plug for my teammates at ANSYS and Simpleware and a few other places that helped with all design phases of this. And we did a nice study on that. But yeah, don't be afraid to go in there and do that. And I think that's the cool, exciting part. And I think even one of the gentlemen here in the chat, even alluded that you can actually just do this on a desktop computer. It doesn't have to be in the cloud. It doesn't have to be on a supercomputer. It can be done. You might have to wait a day or two for some results, but it can be done. And it's just balancing those things. So sorry.
I guess I'll go next. So, I think I stated earlier that I see topology optimization as a huge step forward in really maximizing the use of a full design volume. And so, getting away from these unit cell type approaches I see as tremendously beneficial. But in general, if I were to ask what does success look like? Significantly reduce product development cycles. That's really what success looks like, and in an environmentally friendly way. So, right now people are developing products, and I hate to see the number of landfills filled with lattice coupons. So, if we could get away from that, that would be success as well. So overall, I'm very optimistic about where things are going. There's a lot of smart people trying to solve these problems, and you just got to find the right ones.
Yeah.
Jim?
Yeah, and I think for me, the thing that's most exciting is really just thinking about the horizon and increasing the access to being able to design and simulate with lattices. And this is where Carbon has invested heavily, and we're really thinking beyond just Carbon ourselves and what can designers do with these tools in their hands that have been somewhat complex in the past and have been relatively simplified with our Design Engine Pro software. So we are launching this, like I mentioned, at the end of January with all of Carbon's materials built into that. And we really want to find those partnerships to think about how do we simulate other materials, how do we get the metals into that mix, and really just give that tool to so many more people so that the access to these tools become more available, the expansion on the applications continues to grow. And we learn so much more by kind of the community effect of that happening rather than just it happening within silos of specific organizations. That's where I'm really excited to see the next 5 years grow.
Awesome. Well, thanks for a terrific panel. Lots of great perspective. We're a few minutes over. Sorry about that, John, but we really got going there. So
can't stop them. No worries. Great conversation. Thanks, Ed, for getting everyone together. Appreciate all your time, gentlemen. A really exciting topic, as you can see by the numerous comments and many questions. So appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be continuing the discussion moving forward. So we're going to now kind of go into one more talk before break, and then we'll take a little break. We have Brian Thompson, who leads our Roadmap Advisory Group, is going to be coming up on stage here in a second and kind of walking everyone through what's going on. So Brandon alluded to this group of folks who are very actively helping us at the Institute and collecting and coordinating everything going on the back end. So over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? I hope. You might give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay or not.
I don't know why I couldn't turn my mute off, but you sound fantastic. Yeah, you're good.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, having some connection issues earlier. Anyways, thanks everybody for your time today. I'm happy to be with everybody again on another MMX. I am, as they always say, right, I'm between you and a break or between you and lunch. I'm going to try to get through this as fast as I can. But yet still represent all the great work that the RMAG and the working groups have been working on over the last year. So very quickly, I'd like to give you some background in terms of what we've been doing. So from a roadmap advisory group perspective and our working groups, and each swim lane has a working group. We've been on a mission here over the last couple of years to really focus on the evolution of the roadmap for the Institute. And if you recall from the last MMX, one of the activities we had last year was what we referred to as deliverable mapping. And the deliverable mapping tied to the requirements was all about how do we update, how do we baseline where we are as an institute in terms of our progress against our roadmap and the objectives we wanted to hit. That was very important because we hadn't really taken a deep look at that before and tried to quantify how far we've come and where we are with the original roadmap. Coming out of that exercise, I presented results on that last year. Coming out of that exercise, then we had a foundation we could start from, right? And we knew where we were in space and in time, so to speak, as it relates to our roadmap and the investment we've put against it. So then in 2021, we launched an initiative to, starting in 21, we launched an initiative to refresh the roadmap, right? There was this idea that we now know where we are. We are now at a new place in time. We now have these millions of dollars investment behind us. Where are we, and how do we go forward? And so what that is leading into in 2021 is we've been, as a collective body, as working groups in the RMAG, we've been refreshing the roadmap charters. We've been updating the critical technology elements associated with each of those swim lanes. And then what I think is really exciting here is that we have been introducing a new concept into the roadmap that it hasn't seen before, which is this idea around time phasing, right? So we're looking at our objectives inside of these critical technology elements and breaking them up into three categories, what we call now term, near term, and long term, right? Fairly self-explanatory. If something is needed now, if there's a critical need now in the industry, if it needs investment now, it's in that now category. If it's just slightly beyond the horizon, maybe like 2 years, 3 years, it's in the near. And if it's a long term, that's something that's, of course, looking for significant investment and maybe significant time as well, right? So each of the working groups on each of the swim lanes have been going through this activity, refreshing charters, setting a vision for the swim lane, understanding where that swim lane is going, what is its main objective, updating then the next level down the critical technology elements of that swim lane, breaking then those objectives in those CTEs into these now, near, and long-term efforts as well. And so as a part of this whole process, what concludes the process for us is the workshops, right? So the workshops is the sharing and the revealing of all the great work the working groups have been doing around their swim lanes. And the goal here is we're exposing it to a broader section of the membership base. And we're asking for input on that, feedback, and then, of course, validation. And so we're very excited that 3 of the swim lanes have managed to go through that workshop. That was the materials, swim lane, design, and AM genome. A lot of really great work. I have a lot of really deep content in this presentation. I won't be able to read through it all, so I apologize in advance for the eye charts. But I want to try to do as best we can to deliver the main messages and represent all the great work that the working groups have been doing that they're obviously drawing from the membership base. So you guys can all see where we're headed from a roadmap perspective. So big thank you to the working groups. Big thank you to all the volunteers. They're the ones that make it happen. I'm just here representing as best I can all the great work that they've been doing. So let's jump into it, and I'll try to get into some of the content here that's been developed. So the first swim lane here to tee up is the materials swim lane. Really, if you go left to right on this slide, really what we're talking about is the purpose of the material swim lane is that the vision here is represent multiple industries and bring a materials vision to life in terms of what is needed towards the future, right? So the vision here with the material swim lane is at this moment in time in the additive industry, we're beyond just trying to develop, we're just trying and developing materials, right? What we need to go towards and move towards is what are the very additive specific concerns around materials that we need to advance and apply those to industrial applications, right? A critical issue in this area is lack of sufficient material characterization methods and pedigree data sets. So how can we attack that and address and align our requirements to address those needs? And so if you go from left to right here, then you start to see kind of the vision here where we say, okay, our critical technology elements then become AM Tech data package, material property characterization, and next generation materials. So those are the refresh CTEs underneath the material swim lane. Again, going fast, bear with me here. So from the workshop, we had a material swim lane workshop, right? And the folks there, the volunteers there, did a great job in breaking down objectives in each CTE and now near long-term objectives, right? So if you look at this, if you look at the data here, what you're seeing is a lot of the objectives inside of that first CTE, AM Tech data package, fall into that now category. Right? So these are things that we want the Institute and we want our government partners and our industry partners to invest in now, because these are things that are needed now, and these are things that we need to go develop at this time. Things that fall around CTE2, material property data characterization, you're looking at more near term. Next gen materials, right? You're looking at long-term investment there. All right, kicking over now to the design swim lane. So from a design perspective, right, the purpose of the design swim lane and where they want to go is it's really around tools, right? How do we mature our design tools as much as possible? And with a heavy focus on transitioning that technology. How do we get useful, applicable, practical tools into the hands of designers so they can be more effective, they can iterate faster, et cetera. Critical issues here in this area that's been identified by the working group team is the dissemination of pre-competitive best practices and improving upon the state of the tools to enable the use of that design, right? So if we think about these critical issues, and the one I just highlighted at the top, right, we're now talking about critical technology elements around AM design process knowledge base, AM design applied engineering guides, AM design tools and workflow integration, generative design methods and tools, and design of architected materials and structures. So again, another swim lane that was able to go through a workshop from the output we got from that workshop, which you're seeing right here on the screen. Again, now near and long term, we're breaking these out, right? If we think about the now term objectives around the design swim lane, we're really talking about focusing on the inspectability and qualification, right? How do we do the practices, knowledge, and tools? How do we develop those that improve the design for inspection and inspectability? Finally, we're also talking about maturing the capability to transition the design of solid bodies to lattice structures, kind of touching on, I was very interested to hear the talk just in front of this one, where they're talking about those lattice structures. One of the critical elements here is how do you affect that transition, solid body to a lattice structure? How does that work, right? That's something we need to go develop now from a now term perspective that this swim lane's identified. In the near term, we're talking about understanding failure modes of generative design components, incorporate manufacturability and design allowance. And then in the long-term perspective, we're looking at incorporation of post-processing considerations into design best practices. How do I think about that up front, right? And then design for multi-objective or multi-condition parts using generative design. So you can see these things start to build on each other, right? As we talk about now, near and long-term, as these things grow in each swim lane, you're leveraging your investment from prior years, and you're hopefully getting to your long-term objectives that really impact the industry. Okay, AM genome. So from an AM genome perspective, again, another one that was able to go through a workshop. I boil it down this way, and hopefully Anil won't take issue with what I'm saying, but I boil it down this way. AM genome it's all about science, right? AM genome is all about the science behind additive manufacturing and getting smarter about that and more knowledgeable about that to help us improve our AM technology processes, design, et cetera, right? So how do we, this swim lane's focus is how do we identify, promote, and track science, technology, and tools, right? And how do we develop a holistic understanding of the complex relationships between the materials, the microstructures, the processes, and the properties, right? We all talk this in our day-to-day lives, I'm sure, right? Critical issues here, of course, is one of the ones to highlight for sure is fundamental knowledge of the process and materials. We need to fully develop that. We need to increase our fundamental knowledge so we can apply these tools. We can apply them to these tools and become smarter and elevate our model capabilities, right? To where we get to the point where the industry can trust, the industry can use them and place bets, so to speak, or place or accept the risk of using that model, right? So if we think about CTEs in this area, we're talking about benchmark validation of use cases. We're talking about model-based property prediction and physics-based modeling and simulation. Now, this working group, as they all working groups are still in process here. What you're seeing in this content is work in process, but AM Genome in particular, they're still working on fully fleshing out now, near, and long term. But if you see with the slide here, this is a little bit different view. We have objectives based upon CTE as the 3 columns. And we're starting to identify, hey, what is needed now, what is needed in the near, right? And a big takeaway I want you to take from this slide is in the now term, AM Genome is really focused on how do we qualify models, how do we benchmark the maturity of existing models, and how do we develop findable, accessible, and interoperable, reusable AM data, setting that foundation of being able to mature these science models, right, so that they can become more relevant and they can become more trusted to help us accelerate additive manufacturing. All right, 2 more swim lanes here. Process swim lane, charter highlights. So really process swim lane is all about the process. It's all about the machine, right? How do we bring together a diverse body of folks to set requirements to improve build speed, dimensional accuracy, lower cost, surface quality, feature capability, et cetera, right? It's about the process and the capability itself. A critical issue on this one that is sometimes a roadblock is, of course, the competitive barriers, right? Obviously, machine technology is a competitive advantage. So how do we work in this space as an institute, funding pre-competitive ideas, pre-competitive research to advance these technologies to benefit the industry? Critical technology elements in this space are machine efficiency and process improvement, multi-material delivery and deposition, process control, and hybrid approaches. This swim lane has not gone through a workshop, so I don't have now, near, and long term, but they will be coming up in the March TRX. Value chain is the same way. Hasn't gone through a workshop yet, but it is on the slate for the March TRX. So hitting in the highlights here with what they've been able to accomplish so far as a charter highlight. Value chain is really, again, all of the vision here is all about the end-to-end value chain, cost and time to market for additive manufacturing. How do we improve cost? How do we accelerate the time to market? Critical issues here is, really the vision of this swim lane is how do we mature the digital thread and the digital twin? That's really seen by this group of folks as the future of what additive manufacturing can be. So how do we vector our CTEs and requirements around that? CTEs in this space that they developed, advanced in situ sensing and detection, digital thread integration, intelligent machine control, rapid post-build inspection, repair technologies, and standards, schemas, and protocols. Okay, looks like I'm about 3 minutes over. This is my get off the stage slide. I promise. RMAG and working group involvement. So what I splashed up here on the slide is all of the now term goals that have been identified by the working groups and by the membership, aka you, right? So from a materials and a design and AM genome standpoint, these are the now term objectives we need to go tackle. We need your help, right? This is America Makes is a membership-based organization. That's how we succeed and that's how we win. We work together to advance these things. So if you want to come in, if you're knowledgeable in these areas, if you have a particular interest in the powder reuse effects for powder bed fusion or the practices and knowledge and tools which improve design for inspection, et cetera, come join us. We're happy to have your expertise. Let's make this roadmap work for us as a membership base so we can drive the investment, right? The benefit of participating in the RMAG, participating in the working group, is the roadmap is directly influencing where the money is applied for project funding, right? It helps you're writing project calls, you're setting technology direction, you're project teaming with the folks around you, like-minded individuals to go tackle technology. So if you're willing, if you have some bandwidth and want to come and volunteer, we'd love to have you. And one last plug, please, for the March 2022 TRX. The process swim lane and the value chain swim lane will both be holding their workshops there. So if you care about improving additive manufacturing machines, processing equipment, feature resolution, please come and join the workshop. If you're very concerned about lowering costs and time to market from a value chain perspective, please come join that workshop. We'd love to have you, love to get your insight to make this roadmap even more relevant for us. So That's all I got here for today. I appreciate everyone's time and giving me 15 minutes here to give you some insight into the great work that everybody's been doing on the RMAG and the working groups. And again, big thank you to all the volunteers of the working groups, all the volunteers on the RMAG. We've made a lot of progress this year. You guys have done really great, and I'm happy to be able to represent the great work that you did, and all credit to you guys. So thanks very much for your time. And with that, I'll wrap it up. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly appreciate it, Brian. I think that was, very helpful to let everyone know what's going on. You put it perfectly. I put a slide up yesterday morning about all this great work that's going on and, this wonderful portfolio of activity. It needs to be guided. At the end of the day, we've always really touted the fact that we're a member-driven organization, and it has always come back to our roadmaps. From the very beginning, the very first call we ever had was because people said they needed something done, and we've tried to stick by that the best we could, in the 9+ years since that. So none of this works without people like Brian and dozens and dozens of people who are working on this every day. So if you have passion and want to see things change, be focused on differently than we're doing today, you got to get involved. So really appreciate that, Brian. I think that was very helpful. Reach out to Brian. He, all of those folks that had their pictures up there, Brandon, myself, we're all happy to engage in conversations around this. So, or, stop in. Technology table, I think, is on floor 3 in the center. Stop by. So we're about to jump into a networking break here. We're going to go till 2:45 Eastern. And then we'll be back for another panel, which is going to be focused on technology transition. So we've got a really interesting and diverse panel of panelists coming to you from across a variety of different industries to talk about what they see is working today and where we're seeing limits on our ability to transition this technology we all care so much about. So we're going to jump now over to networking. See you all back in 32 minutes. No, 37 minutes. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Hi, Rhonda. How are you? So we're going to get started back up here with the next panel. So we've got a few different talks back to back to back. And as I mentioned, going into the break, a really exciting topic next around tech transition. So it's something that, again, like I said a few minutes ago before break, roadmaps have really driven everything that we do at the Institute. But I think one of the other things that really makes the model, which is an institute, and the model that is the Manufacturing Innovation Institute is really important, is it's not just about technology development. And hopefully you've got a sense of that over the last couple of days. But, even today where we talked about technology, it's a critical component of what we're all trying to do. Education and workforce development is needed in order to make any of it actually transition to something that matters. The other piece of it, the other leg to that stool is really technology transition. So we're going to be talking today about some of what we see works, and I'm guessing probably dip a little bit into where we're having problems. So welcome, Georgette Nelson.
Hi.
I will hand it over to you.
Thanks, John. Well, hi, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the second day of MMX. As John mentioned, we have a group of panelists today that we're going to be focusing on technology transition, looking at the considerations and challenges for transitioning additive manufacturing technologies to production. And that we're going to touch on things like the identification, certification, validation processes, IP, supply chain, certification, validation, education, workforce development, and other related items. So we have a great team with us today that have experience in all of this, representing oil and gas industry, aerospace, medical. So a good synopsis of areas or and applications. With that, I'm going to just start with a brief introduction of all our panelists, and then we'll get into the discussions. So first we have Anjani from Baker Hughes. Would you like to say a few words? Do a little background on yourself?
I can't hear you, Georgia.
Oh, can you hear me now? I can hear you. Can anybody hear me? Yes, okay. Here, you can't hear. I'm gonna move on to Charles from J&J. He's a fellow for 3D printing materials and ceramics, and then we'll get back to Anjani.
Hi, I'm Chip Tamanto, engineering fellow for Johnson & Johnson. I work in the 3D printing innovation and customer solutions group. I've been working in medical device for about 36 years, 29 years with Johnson & Johnson. And the last 6 years, we've been working on the journey in additive manufacturing. My role is I run the University of Miami Johnson & Johnson 3D Printing Collaborative Lab, which is an enterprise role that's part of global supply chain within J&J. And our function is to develop parameter sets for new materials and early material development for the Johnson & Johnson franchises.
Thanks, Chip. Anjani, let's see if we can hear you.
I think this will work. Sorry about that.
That's okay. This is great.
Yeah, so good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, everyone. My name is Anjani Achanta. I'm with Baker Hughes, which is an energy technology company, about 54,000 employees in over 120 countries. So large company. My role in the organization that I've been with for about 15 years now, and the last 6 years have been in additive. And I run the technology center based out of Houston. By that, I want to indicate that there are additional additive centers globally across the company, some with more capabilities than the others. So I also have a dual role to connect our global additive centers across the company to make sure our investments are synergistic and we build on each other's capabilities. So that's me, and our group, and my role in particular is to drive additive proliferation across the company, but really deliver differentiated technology for the business as we grow in various areas.
Thanks, Anjani. I'm glad we got your your audio working here. So next we have Beth Ripley. She's from the VHA, Deputy Chief Office of Healthcare Innovation and Learning.
Hi, everyone. My name is Beth Ripley. I'm representing the collective efforts of additive across the VA organization. Within VA, we've been printing dating back to about 10 years and counting, and we have over 200 printers across the organization embedded in 60 different hospitals, but really the focus of our work is in 3 main hospitals that we're really trying to push what point of care manufacturing means in the healthcare space.
And then we have Eric Fodrin, who I'm happy that we got him here and we can see his face here. He's with Northrop Grumman Systems.
Thank you. Yes, I'm with Northrop Grumman, specifically our aerostructures group. So the majority of what I'm supporting here is the maturation of all of our additive manufacturing modalities, really, both polymers. However, I specialize in metallics, although we've got a polymers team here that supports me. And in general, we are focusing on the maturation of additive manufacturing technologies to support our fleet of manned aircraft. However, throughout our corporation, we're employing additive manufacturing for all of our sectors platforms, not only our manned within the aerostructures, but also our unmanned systems, as well as our satellites and other directed energy platforms. And quite frankly, much as similar to that of our other OEMs, the vast majority of the motivation for all of our additive manufacturing implementation is simply to decrease our span time or decrease our overall costs. So we span the gamut of TRLs within that additive manufacturing implementation opportunity. However, within our manufacturing technology innovations group, we're focused primarily towards the MRL 4+, and then really bringing those home such that we can really impact our air vehicles as soon as possible.
Thanks, Eric.
Of course.
So with that, I'm going to just get right into our panel discussion questions, and give each of you a few minutes to respond to the questions. The first one is, what are considerations made when identifying parts and transitioning AM technologies to production? Beth, you want to go first?
I'm probably the least qualified for this, because really what we're using additive for in the healthcare space within the hospital is really one of a kind type of devices. So we're really pushing into patient matched devices, whether that means orthotics, prosthetics, assistive technology devices, dental applications, or pre-surgical planning models. So there's no kind of large scale production per se for us. I might pass it on to the others that might have more of a prototyping and then production phase.
Chip, do you want to?
Yeah, where I would go with it is our transition. We've been in the business of additive manufacturing for a long time. Personalized medicine has always been an opportunity for additive. We started with personalized custom cutting guides for orthopedic applications, and we've been in that business for more than 10 years. But the key area is, what I want to tell you is that 3D printing isn't for everything. J&J designed parts to meet product needs and determine the most suitable manufacturing process to produce the parts. 3D printing has a space in our portfolio, and today the main emphasis has been in the area of surface for bone regrowth on prosthesis, devices where we put core structures on designs, and that's what's going to mass production. So I'll leave it at that. Okay.
And Johnny.
Sure. So on that topic, if you want to consider things you need to be thinking about to transition to production, I mean, we are right at the heart of it. Right? We're doing R&D, we're doing tech transfer, engineering, and also production at our center. So in my experience, building a good business case to make sure that it doesn't die a premature death, any kind of business case, because we are talking about cost so much, or the size of the part changes, or and we can't fit it in the MLM process that we may be looking at. So I feel like we need to make cases properly, where the life cycle of the whole component or that tool life is considered. Then I feel like it has the best chance to make it all the way into production. And more recently, having put many of our prototypes now in end use, we're getting more and more questions about process reliability, quality assurance. So that's another topic. It has been discussed so far in the conference. That's another area. And then just end-to-end workflows being very efficient is something we're looking a lot more closely now. We're finding out that the benefits that additive offers from a quick response time, lead time reduction are taken away when you have a lot of inefficient workflows while you're trying to productionize the environment. So that's a third area for me as far as considerations, transitioning technologies into production. One last point, we're going beyond the MLM and the DED processes and trying to combine processes to make sure that it's a best fit for the problem we're trying to solve. So there, I think maturity of certain additive processes over the others, that's another area for us to see us adopt more modality.
Thanks, Anjani. And Eric.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot within our aerostructures group that we have to take into consideration for potential implementation of additive manufacturing technologies. And as was spoken before, Charles was saying, tools, guides, and whatnot. That's now very commonplace for us, and that's actually one of the first places in which we have employed additive manufacturing to try to accelerate our actual labor force on the floor and the assembly line. We've gone considerably beyond that now. One of the first considerations and motivations for the first implementation, which is back in 2005, on an air vehicle, is really being able to manufacture something responsibly for a very unique application for our customer. And the Navy was looking for a demonstration vehicle manufactured fairly readily, and we had a price point that we needed to meet, and was able to do so with titanium electron beam additive manufacturing, which was a big step in the right direction for us, which is good. But now, as we're maturing the technologies more and trying to implement it more widely, I'd say one of the first things that we really need to get a better understanding across the board is the level of criticality that we're willing to maintain today. And I'll say that the Air Force has put together a fairly strong stress memo to give us guidance to that now. That was just released, I think, the year before last, whereas before we didn't have that level of guidance. So I think we were, in many ways, treading our own path. But thankfully, with a little bit more guidance in that regard, we're really taking a building block approach, crawl, walk, run, moving forward with the MEXIP non-structural applications and trying to implement them today with the data sets that we've developed. And our hope is to expand that onto structural applications. That's obviously going to take more testing and more demonstration, more structural demonstration itself. But that's the normal progression forward, and that's also something we've got to be cognizant of as we move forward.
Thank you. But when you're looking to transition these AM technologies to production, what about things like powder management, powder reuse, space considerations, things like that? What are some things that you look at when you're looking to move towards production?
Good question. From the standpoint of powder management, I can't say that I'm very well versed in that per se, but I will say we've definitely performed a significant level of studies to understand powder reuse, and we're capping powder reuse in our process specifications based on our compositional change that we observed, as well as our performance change that we have observed. But from a handling standpoint, I can't comment to that. So maybe one of the other panelists could.
Sure, I can take a stab at it. The first things first, our material specification is tied to 3 sub-specifications, one of which is powder spec. And maybe that's the case, everyone else might be doing that. But as far as powder management, in order to, we understand the criticality of maintaining that powder quality. And more recently, some of the issues we're seeing is, hey, you can't run certain powders because you're now in a facility that was not designed with this powder in mind. And so as we're trying to grow things organically at our site and have people adopt, it happened in an existing facility that was not designed for running titanium powder, let's say. So we're seeing some of those facility-related restrictions crop up as they're getting more mature. And then how we hold powder, how much powder do we have to have on hand? How do we identify what should be our strategy as we try to source different powder manufacturers? That's another topic we're looking into. And then I think the handling itself is somewhat limited by the machines that we're using and what is allowed, and some of the architecture tied to the machine itself. And we have some that are antique at this point in the additive life cycle, and some that are very new and have a different way of maintaining. So it's a bit all over the place, I would say, but we're learning as we go.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'll throw in some here. In the medical space, powder management is critical for us. We did a lot of characterization work early when we did parameter set development for each of the materials that we use. And with that, we developed material specifications. And then we must procure and inspect the material when we receive it ourselves in order to certify that the materials meet specification. Lot traceability is very important on the medical device space because we must have the ability to show that we know where the raw material came from that goes in each and every part we produce. We then manage on the system, we sieve material and we mix the powder. It's very important to mix powder as received because when it's shipped, it could potentially change the distribution within the container. And so there's a lot of work done there to make sure that you've got precision mixing. And then all the material we receive is always backfilled with inert gas. The lot sizes that we use in printing are custom. The material is custom tailored to the lot size. So we make sure that we've got the right amount of material in the printer, but also that it's in increments of lots so that we're not sitting there with excess powder that hit the reuse size. And then only one lot of material is used in the printer at one time for J&J. That way we ensure the lot control. On powder reuse, we've done a lot of work to understand how many times we can reuse powder with extensive studies, and then their standard operating procedures are set up based on the technical data associated with the specific material and the powder producer. And so that's how we manage powder, J&J.
Thanks, Chip. I'm going to move on to the next topic on looking at techno-economic risks. So what are some of the realities with that and looking at the economics of moving towards additive? You may want to go first. See, Chip, you're still off mute, so I'm going to go with you.
Okay. Again, in the methods of analyzing the economic performance of the industrial process, product and services, J&J will use the best manufacturing processes for the best cost of goods of production. So how do we determine rates and costs? We've got software models to estimate capital costs, operating costs, and revenue based on technical and financial input parameters, and then we use cost models to assuming that we're going to develop a process that reduces cost over time and utilizes the material, the machines to the maximum optimization. So the goal is just like any other process, bring it in. It costs a lot at the beginning, but then as you scale that through the new product introduction cycle into production, you get the standard cost down. And that's our pathway.
Thanks. How about Eric?
I think some of the risks that we see with the technology in its current state, it really revolves around the changes within the industry itself. we standardize our processes to certain models, certain software releases, and as those are modified, I think there are significant risks in ensuring that either the software release or the next model of laser powder bed fusion or electron beam powder bed fusion machine that we've already qualified meets our process specifications in the manner in which we've already developed our allowables data set. So we're definitely trying to understand how to better control and accommodate that, but that's definitely a risk that we see on the horizon.
And Anjani?
Yeah, sure. So, we struggle with how to get started in a way that you can justify these upfront investment that you need for additive. But where we sort of made peace with and moved on is we're looking at not just the part manufacturing cost, but we convinced ourselves that the business impact, I mentioned end-to-end life cycle of the part, right? Along those lines, when we have downtime at a rate and there is this one part that can save the day, which could mean $1 million a day type of rate time, that's worth doing. That's worth printing that part for. Whether it's 10 times more expensive than a traditionally manufactured part, it's a no-brainer still to go print that part. So that lead time benefit, that new revenue opportunities that we're after, and the overall business impact that additive brings, I think definitely offsets or justifies some of the investment that we've had to make, and the organization now understands that. So we're no longer measuring our utilization against the same benchmark as traditional manufacturing. And I think that's how it's going to have to be. And we are fortunate that our management, our organization is starting to understand that. It wasn't easy to have to justify every single part that we've had to print in the past, but I think now we're building a better justification and business cases going forward.
So the
have to be in that place because it was tough to get this far.
So big thing is not comparing it to traditional per se, but seeing the big picture benefit of it, of the whole system there that you're changing, or the whole life cycle of the part benefit type of thing.
And in our case, it's always going to be high complexity, low volume type of business, unlike maybe aerospace or elsewhere in medical. So yeah, that's right.
Sure. Beth? Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
I think thinking from the perspective of point of care manufacturing at a hospital where we don't traditionally manufacture, it's a little different on the value prop, because we're not talking about traditional versus additive. We're talking about nothing versus bringing in something new, which is additive. And additive makes sense, obviously, from the ability to make patient matched or low volume parts, but also ironically too from the footprint, right? So it's quite attractive at first look that you could have a small footprint with this great variability. But what we've found with a lot of hospitals adopting this technology is, you think about, what's the economic risk of the cost of the printer, but really the cost of the printer is a very small fraction of what you're looking at, because you have to think about the printer retrofitting your facility or space to meet the requirements of the printer, especially if you're talking beyond, prosumer printers, the staff, the software, etc. So the costs kind of are deceptively larger than one might think. But I think, for us, the return on investment can be financial. We think a lot about cost savings and cost avoidance, particularly if we can get care to patients faster or get them care that is not available on the market. But also, some of the flexibility that we've seen in terms of, again, getting things fast or avoiding all of the ongoing supply chain disruptions that continue to kind of reverberate through the healthcare field and beyond. I think the peace of mind to have that capability is huge. And I think, again, it was Chip that said, sometimes paying 10 times more for a part makes sense if you can't get the part. So there's some really interesting ROI to think about in that space.
Great points. Thank you all. I'm gonna move on to IP associated with the parts that you're making and how that's being handled. You all are in some sensitive industries here, and we're all here at this MMX event wanting to share information, but there's some challenges too with the IP side. What are some of your thoughts on that?
I guess I'll start. Number one, all of the products that we produce, we hold patents for. So product level, additive manufacturing or any other product, we would have a patent position for that. On the process side, normally we consider that trade secret based, and so in that typical area, we control the information that we share. I think that's a fair statement at this time. So we'll get there.
I would say similarly at Northrop, all of our specifications and all of our design is controlled. Another facet of IP that we find is different for every one of the service providers that we engage within, and unique is the manner in which they support the builds. And I think that is, to their accolade, their own secret sauce per se to ensure the maximum quantity of build success and throughput. So on our end, we give them the latitude to employ that, and then we ask them to validate each of their IP schemes, and then we hold those static for any build that they actually fabricate for us. So there's definitely multiple levels of IP that we're navigating, and that's fine, especially within the advanced state of technology we've got now. But we find we have our own IP, and we find that each of the service providers has their own unique as well.
Yeah, so Georgia, no different from what Chip said for us as well. One thing to add is as we understand our lanes, right? Who has IP where? Definitely on the process optimization, we consider it a trade secret as well. It's tied to the cost topic that we talked about earlier. We're able to optimize costs significantly with our recipe, like a lot of other people in the space. So that being said, I think maybe our next topic will be on the supply chain piece, but how do we manage these agreements seamlessly where there is more and more appetite to collaborate and accelerate what we all want to do? This is where these IP agreements, I hope that as we all evolve in the additive space, that these are more clear and more efficient. We've been hung up talking to some of our partners and not settling on IP ownership and never moved on that partnership. So yeah, more work there.
I can just say from our part, it really depends on what we're talking about. We do have a lot of frontline staff innovations within VHA, and if we're talking about a part that's being produced via additive, that's truly a unique new device or good, we go through the normal customary chain for government in terms of that IP. But a lot of what we're doing, again, in the patient match space, may not be applicable to IP depending on what it is. I agree. There's a counter to this too. If you're open with your designs, which we wanted to be during the pandemic, and some of the the PPE and other types of designs, there's the catch-22 that you could share your designs, and because the process is so critical to the part, you may end up with people creating something totally different than what you intended. So I think it's challenging on both ways. And it's that process optimization that really is, I think, where some of the most important, whether it's trade secret or intellectual property, resides. One of our interests within VHA at the point of care space specifically is to figure out how to kind of dial in some of those common processes and share that out as a deliverable, just to boost, the quality and consistency at the point of care space. But, I think it's going to be challenging.
Georgette, I think you're mute.
You're muted.
That talking away here. No, thank you for all those insights. I mean, IP sounds like it's definitely something that could continue to be looking at each of the technology roadmap areas that we heard right before the break here, on how we can, with that general information we can share with everybody. Because it sounds like you all have an interest in it. It's just a matter of how you properly share that process information. I'm going to move into supply chain networks, and most of you, if not all of you, are working, both nationally and internationally. How do you view the supply chain for additive today, and what challenges do you see from a sourcing perspective?
From an aerospace perspective, I believe it's still pretty limited, pretty small. We're starting to implement and transition more and more metallic AM components, and we're bringing on newer suppliers and qualifying them. It's a time-consuming level of effort, and there isn't a huge myriad of entities within the supply chain that is really prepared to do that. There's strengths in both a small, flexible, responsive supply chain entity, service bureau, and there's also strengths in much larger service bureaus. And in both, they have very unique challenges in becoming onboarded for airframe or aerospace and defense articles. So I believe there's a lot of growth that's going to need to occur to really satisfy the type of implementation that we are forecasting in the upcoming years.
Do you see gaps in getting materials right now when you need them, or?
Material, no, but actual fabrication, yes.
Okay, which is part of the process.
Correct. Yeah. So powder, we don't see a challenge in getting that qualified to our material specifications. It's really getting supply chain entities from an additive manufacturing service bureau actually on board and onto our ASPL today.
Got it. But you, Chip?
In our situation, we again are national and international. So we purchase through a central strategic sourcing group for all of the J&J franchises, the 280 plus companies. We haven't seen a problem in material supply at this point. We produce internally and externally, and our external partners are required to come up to the standards that we maintain. So they have to do the installation qualifications, the operation qualifications, the product qualifications. They have to demonstrate that they can make the parts to meet form, fit, function, just like we have to internally, which, by the way, is no different than any traditional manufacturing approach that J&J uses with external companies. And so that does limit the number of external users that we have, because that's quite a lot of work in order to be prepared that way. But once we have dedicated pathways into external manufacturers, we use them just like they're internal to the company. So I think the challenges for proprietary material, again, we execute full characterization of material. We define material specs, we execute material validations for all the materials and the supplier provided materials, and then only qualified materials and suppliers will be used in production. And that's how we manage it. But that, again, is no different than we've done traditionally on traditional manufacturing.
I like the points you've been making about the similarities to traditional manufacturing. So I know a lot of times additive is viewed totally different, but there are some similarities to standard processes, manufacturing processes as well. Anjani?
Sure. So our processes are very similar to what Chip just mentioned. Where my thought is I think the supplier base is more restricted than what's obvious, but additive experts understand the issue with machine-to-machine variability. So transfer is not all that simple, even on the exact same model and make. We're not able to produce the same results within the company. And so we would expect the same challenge with our suppliers. That said, we do have a global network of printers, and each of these machines is slightly different. And we have to be prepared to expect a slightly different result that is also within the acceptable limit. So that's been our approach. We do outsource mostly, where we have to deal with materials that either aren't qualified internally or aren't allowed to be run for whatever reasons tied to facility restrictions. So that's been our approach. We still find ourselves having capacity internally and want to leverage that before we develop suppliers. And where we do, it's for a very specific process or material that we can't do in-house. That's been our approach. Another point I would like to bring up is I think this will tie back to the standards we will talk about later. The qualification methodology is also different from what we're doing versus what our suppliers may be doing. And that's not always very transparent, and the level of rigor is different. And so what happens is when you mandate a certain qualification method, that takes a while. And when that's different, we're reading standards that certain requirements have to be met when you change the source of supply. And so we're constantly debating if it's worth that effort to re-qualify or just continue low rate production in-house. And for the most part, it's in-house still for us for those reasons.
Thanks. Thank you. Beth?
I'd throw in just a few more things here. A lot of the point of care hospitals are printing not only with powder bed, but using vat photopolymerization or material jetting. And when you get into some of those materials, we have seen disruptions in the supply chain, predating, and post-dating COVID. So I think, those are things we think about. And even the post-processing, there was quite a lot of difficulty in getting IPA at one point. So we do see that, and we do think about that, and we are changing how we think about what we do moving forward because of that. Looking for materials that can be stored in bulk for long periods of time. Some of the materials are, have pretty short shelf lives, which can be a greater challenge. And, also we have a strong preference for domestic manufacturing. So manufacturing on US soil with US goods. So that's also something that we'll be factoring into our future product development.
Thank you. Thank you all for all those insights. As you're moving towards getting parts into production, what are some of your thoughts on ways that product development, qualification, certification, all of that could be accelerated in any way? And I'm going to loop in one of the questions that has been asked too. If and how can real-time in situ monitoring help with that whole process? So I figured it's a good topic to add in the in situ monitoring, if and how that could maybe help with the qualification certification piece of it.
I would say at Northrop, we're definitely leveraging the in-process monitoring today from a quality assurance standpoint at that stage. it's a natural progression to look at how we can employ in-process monitoring to ensure that, at least at this stage, we can detect anomalies within the process and correlate them to real rejectable or acceptable deviations within the system and what they result in within the actual product that we're manufacturing. Our intent is to try to mature that to a state of a more accelerated qualification. However, from our standpoint, we believe that's going to be a very long road, but we hope that's the destination we attain.
Thank you. Chip, do you want to go next?
Yeah, and where I go with it is first thing is in design of new products, 3D printing additive manufacturing has absolutely accelerated design pathways. We now have the ability to design multiple characteristics on a product, print them all at the same time, and then optimize portions of the design very, very rapidly instead of doing it one at a time. So we've seen tremendous acceleration on new product development based on additive manufacturing. Very strong play there. In regards to in situ monitoring, we like it very much. I've got it on one of my printers in the lab. We're looking at it for the same reasons everybody else is as a potential quality tool, and maybe the ability to correct issues with fast feedback return in the future, so that instead of building the whole part, you can stop the part, or you can decide not to make that part and continue if you're mass producing, for example. And so there's work going on in that space. It isn't ready, and so it's not in production with us at this point, but certainly open and interested.
Thank you. Anjani?
So 2 parts to your question. How do we accelerate product development, qualification, certification? And I'm thinking of a couple of our examples. What I found most successful is in our organization is picking the right problem to solve, where additive is a huge enabler, whether it's to solve a supply chain problem or lead time issue or a performance enabler. And once you land on that, both from the customer point of view and us at Baker Hughes as a service provider, identify that problem, I find that organizational alignment, for us to design, get acceptance on material, line up whatever unique testing is needed because this part is now printed and not manufactured the conventional way. So that stakeholder alignment, when everybody sees the value, is bought in, and we understand it's a problem worth solving, I find that things go much, much faster in a larger organization because there are people understand the technology and the risks, and so you plan for those validation activities, whether it's design or testing, and everybody's on board. Now, the part about quality assurance, which comes in next, certainly in-process monitoring is helpful. Where that enables more things is, the criticality of parts that we are dealing with is get more and more serious, because the more data you have, the more comfortable our customers are, whether it's compliant with an industry standard or not. They're willing to open the door and say, hey, let's do some custom testing here. Let's minimize the risk to our operations. Let's see what data you have to assure us that the risk isn't as high. So that's where I think multiple in-process monitoring is going to be helpful. Yes, I don't believe that it's fully productionized yet, but we are using it in some capacity already. So overall, or alignment in the organization to solve the right problem makes things go faster for us. And yeah, we'll use whatever tools we have to mitigate the technical risk.
Thank you. Go ahead, Beth.
I would say it's, I don't think that you could see design and product development in the hospital without additive would be quite a challenge, just just the way the workflow works. And what's been really helpful for us is, we like to capture the surgeons or physicians or prosthetists or whoever that end user is, and get really early input in the design process. And being able to print out prototypes and change on a daily basis based on their feedback is really critical, because if you walk away for weeks and then come back, their mind has gone somewhere. It's just the chaos of the environment. So I think having that captive audience and being able to deliver to them up front really incentivizes them to buy into something that normally you wouldn't see them involved with. Also, I think, as problems come up, the ability to go from problem to prototype, or actually maybe end product in 7 to 14 days makes a huge difference and is a huge value prop for us. In terms of thinking about the in situ monitoring, I think that's quite interesting. We're not doing that currently. We do have monitoring steps prior to going to printing to make sure that, from a design perspective, that we have the right file in the right format, and that things line up. The post-processing step actually has a pretty profound impact on some of the products we're putting out, as well as sterilization. So I think even with the in-process validation, verification, we still would want to kind of continue beyond that point.
Thank you.
Add an example, Georgia, if we have time.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I just wanted to give an example just to add to some of the points made here. Yeah, we had a cylindrical part that is meant to be a debris barrier. It's a screen type component. It took a total of 10 weeks from when we got the request to when we were ready with the final design to go into production. And what it took, and it ended up being cheaper as well, having redesigned it. So the process we went through was to stack multiple quantities or multiple units on top of each other on the build plate with a slightly different design variable, and quickly iterate on the design. Not only was it additive friendly a design, it really helped us rapidly iterate and then end up with a final solution in a span of 10 weeks. That, relatively speaking, is very fast for us, and received customer acceptance. So my point here is, when you have cases like these that are very, very successful to the business, we do a lot of internal marketing for people to understand what the possibilities are, and that goes a long way to accelerating more things or bringing up new opportunities that are more suitable for additive. And that's been key to the success we've had so far.
Thank you for that real-time example. I think that's always helped to really emphasize the answer there. I'm gonna ask one more question, and then I'm gonna go to the question, some of the questions and answers out there. But I know we had a whole session on education and workforce development, but for when it's specific to technology transition and some of the challenges you see, what are some things that you see as working well and or a gap from the education and workforce development perspective? Anybody want to go first? Chip, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll start. The first thing that is very obvious to us is everybody looks at a part and says, and thinks about it as if it's a traditionally manufactured part. Can you make it like this? Does it look like that? Not specifically designing with the advantages of additive. So one of the first training activities that J&J did was to teach people how what can be made this way, what should be made this way, and how to take advantage of the significant opportunities that you achieve using additive manufacturing. We then went into training, a second level training. This was all done internally on how parts are made and all of the characteristics that are important on printing parts. For example, support structures on laser powder bed fusion, and how best to use that. And so I think we got ahead of the curve because our internal training teams got developed quite a while ago to get out the information. But since then, all of the great work by the ASTM team on these personal certification programs, we've looked at, and we're now promoting some of the outside certification pathways internal to the company for training. And so I think that's probably our answer to the question.
Thank you. John,
go ahead. I could jump in here. You know, it's a really exciting but kind of challenging time. I think when you're thinking about bringing in staff manufacturing additive into the hospital space, because not only do we need to understand the additive technology, but to understand the hospital environment as well, and the medicine and the policies and procedures that go into that as well. So most of the people in the field right now are self-taught, hybrid type people. So we've got engineers, we have artists, graphic designers, X-ray, CT techs, physicians. It really runs the gamut. And I think in a way we've been richer for it because we have those different perspectives coming together, but that's not sustainable, nor is it scalable. So thinking about what the training needs to look like in this field is quite important. Again, I don't know if this is, something that's a trade, that you learn on the job. It's just something you learn in school. We're interested in thinking about repurposing existing staff and giving them new skills to bring them into this space. But, it requires a delicate mix of engineering know-how, attention to detail, the ability to deal with chaos in the hospital, talk to surgeons, and also think about, two different groups, FDA and Joint Commission, so two different governing bodies depending on where the work is. So there's a lot to do, but I think it's a really rich environment, and I think it's a really rewarding career path for those that are going to choose it in the future. So
great points. Anything to add from Eric or on Johnny there?
I would say it's similar to what Chip had said. We generally manufacture additively what we would otherwise subtractively initially, and then from there, once we convince ourselves that works out, we are going towards a more complex additive geometry. And we also don't have a lot of experience in design teams that are comfortable with doing so. Even more so, we don't have a lot of experience in the analytical side, stress engineers, structural engineers who are comfortable with now analyzing those unique geometries. I think those tool sets are maturing, and the experience of those who are using those tool sets are maturing, but that's still a gap that we see.
Head on, Johnny.
Sure. So what we've done, a few years ago is, learn how to train the rest of the organization on what we know while trying to learn it ourselves, the core additive team. And I find that whether it's about identifying the right part or knowing what materials are suitable or designing or how to process or print that, there's a minimum knowledge that is required in the entire organization. So we got past that phase. And now as I try to look for engineers or operators, any kind of skill set, I find that it is something we're having to grow in-house over time. It's getting better, but nothing like practicing additive to be an expert in additive, right? So the approach we're taking is to really, people that are further away from the center and access to the equipment, to rotate them into the additive team to force that more naturally, but to force that to start. So, hey, you're going to spend X amount of time in the additive group, learning how to design, how to run the machine, stay close to the machine, see what some of the practical considerations are, and then rotate out into the business that we support. So I find that to be the best approach for us. But that said, we worked with the Barnes Group. I don't know, John, if you're on the call, but many sessions over the last 3-4 years where they've come in and delivered a 2.5-day training for our engineering staff, and that's we'll take that any day because that's helping us as well. It's a great exposure to everything that's possible at a high level for the engineers to then, figure out how they can apply to their ongoing projects. So I found that helpful as well.
Great feedback on that topic. So thank you all for those comments. I'm going to go to some of the questions here. One of the first ones here that had the most votes. How do we make it faster for trusted service bureau partners licensing and using the secret sauce process across companies to meet customer manufacturing rates? Any thoughts on how to get in, which, in my words there, using the service bureaus, how can we expedite being able to use them as trusted agents? I know we touched on this a little bit before, but any thoughts on that? Anything they could be doing?
Device side, they could get qualified with the FDA. They could put in the medical quality system, 13483.
Would AS 9100 certified help you out, Eric? I'm just thinking on aerospace. You're on mute. Sorry.
Certain that's a necessity. I'm kind of racking my brain to think of, from an overall qualification standpoint, it really just requires that they're all very familiar with how to control the variables within each of their platforms. And we just assume that all of our service bureaus are already there, but unfortunately, not everyone's in the same place, so that makes it a little tough.
Oh, the dreaded John came on.
Hi, friend. How are you?
Hey, John.
How are you all?
Good.
Well, thank you so much. We are officially out of time. So we need to move on to our next favorite topic after tech transition, which is education and workforce development. So,
which we gave them a lot of.
What's that?
They've got lots of good ideas to start with.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of your sharing. I would like to, I think Mike Vasquez is jumping up on screen, but this is a panel of a number of different America Makes members who are going to come together and kind of talk about different things going on in the EWD space. So folks, I welcome you to the stage. So I think Cindy Waters, Mike, Travis, Jessica, hopefully you can turn your cameras on and get us started. There we go.
Hey, John.
Hello, sir. Hopefully your friends will join you soon, but you sound wonderful. Hi, Cindy.
Hey, John. Hello.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello again.
And there's John.
That's right. I brought my, as I have my panel of rock stars, I threw back my rock star t-shirt. So I have a throwback background of what the first floor used to be. So those that were with us yesterday got the tour of the new first floor. And so I figured I'd bring the old 80s style rock and roll t-shirt with me. to this panel with a great group of folks, and we're really excited to be joining you. Second time for me on stage today. First time that you'll meet this esteemed panel. And certainly we want to talk a little bit about, and you heard me talk about earlier this morning, about deployment of these things and making sure that we're aligned. We're all driving to the same mission. And one of the big parts of our education workforce development mission is aligning in mission, aligning in passion, making sure that we're all driving together to make an impact, and that we're leveraging these opportunities that are built through various sources that live within the Institute, as that library analogy of making sure these books don't just sit on shelves. They get checked out of the library, they're used, they're deployed in these communities and those kind of things. And so we're going to talk through some experiences and some opportunities here with the panel with us today. What I'd like to do is do a round robin of introductions. You all, I think, have met me this morning. I'm Josh Kramer, Director of Education and Workforce Development here at America Makes. I have the blessed privilege of leading our educational workforce development strategy here at the Institute. I will ask Miss Jessica to introduce yourself.
All right, very good. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Borza. I'm the Executive Director of the Mahoning Valley Manufacturers Coalition. We're an industry sector partnership led by industry, but joined with our partners in education and workforce to help address manufacturing workforce challenges. Pleased to be here.
Thanks, Jessica. Miss Cindy Waters.
Hello, all. I am Cindy Waters. I am a Naval Surface Warfare Center Carderock full-time employee, but I also coordinate the Manufacturing Engineering Education Program for ONR. There's 13 different great programs centered around manufacturing education workforce development, but in my other role, I actually need that workforce. So I'm a principal investigator and researcher for additive manufacturing and materials. So I see both sides.
Great. Thank you, Cindy. Mr. Mike Vasquez.
Hey, everyone. Thanks, Josh. My name is Mike Vasquez. I am CEO of 3 Degrees. We're a Chicago-based independent technology agnostic 3D printing consulting company. We kind of take the insights that we've gleaned from the consulting to do two things. One, a lot of work in software development and data management through our Trace AM program and software. And then for today's talk, we're going to be talking about another organization we kind of spun out this summer called MMX, or the Advanced Manufacturing Experience, which we created to develop an on-ramp for disadvantaged regions looking to get into additive manufacturing and advanced manufacturing topics.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Lawrence Minnick.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is Lawrence Minnick, Senior Principal Engineer at Raytheon's Additive Manufacturing Processing Capability Center. I basically have two functional roles. I lead additive manufacturing technology development and product integration efforts at Raytheon. And my second role is to develop and deploy our AM training curriculum within the business to accelerate additive adoption and industrialization. So, essentially I design a lot in additive and I teach a lot. So it's a pretty awesome job.
Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. Mr. Hareen, contractor.
Thanks, Josh, for having us. Hareen Contractor. I'm a senior policy advisor here at the National Economic Council at the White House. Done a number of work with a lot of other manufacturing development, long experience in not only workforce, but digital equity and broadband. And so really excited about the work you all are doing, all on the forefront, and look forward to partnering with you all to help reshore our efforts and create more resilient domestic manufacturing base.
Thank you, sir, and appreciate that. And as I mentioned, just like our portfolio, a very diverse group of folks here today that really represents all of the organizations, whether community-based, whether federal partners, whether state, local organizations, associations, industry members, all represented across our portfolio. And so I wanted to pull together this group to kind of talk from the different perspectives that we have specifically around our 15 and growing projects that we talked about this morning, our K to Gray strategy, making sure that we're working on talent pipeline all the way up through career pathways into both additive manufacturing and advanced manufacturing in those opportunities to reskill and upskill adults. And really, as we always say, to meet learners from any walk of life where they learn, how they learn. And so making sure that we have those opportunities and lower those barriers as an institute to bring that value into a community as well. And so one of the things I mentioned this morning was, our big focus on national strategy, local impact. And that's really a big initiative of ours. We talked about AM Nation specifically, and really the deployment of these best practices out into these local communities with partners, specifically. But part of this mission for us, and when we set off and kind of reignited the work that we do in education workforce development, we're not doing that alone. We're not sitting and saying it's just us, playing in the sandbox. We want to have multitude of partners at various levels. And so it's important for us to align in strategy and align in mission and those kind of things. And so obviously we do that across, the Office of Secretary of Defense and the defense strategy around AM. We also want to do that around, the Department of Defense's STEM office, right? And the work that they do downstream in the K-12 environment. We work closely with the U.S. Department of Education, obviously working very close with Cindy and the team at ONR and the MEEP program that you heard her mention earlier, the WHO and the work that Hareen's doing, economic development and workforce, they marry tremendously, right? It takes one to do the other. We've heard workforce now for 2 days about how the struggle and what that does with companies and the opportunities. And so, I'm going to throw this first kind of question to Cindy and Hareen. And really, we see a tremendous value in aligning these missions, right? And making sure that our strategies match and they mirror. Can you talk a little bit about how you see the value in the Institute aligning in those and the value that it brings to your work in your organizations as well? And Cindy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Great question, Josh. It's interesting. So the reason I couldn't participate more in this event earlier today is I have been in a Naval Warfare Center strategic planning meeting all day. And so what came up over and over again in all the department chairs and the high-level briefs was workforce. Critical need for now, critical need for 10 years from now, critical need to continue to develop. So we are very strategically aware of the need to have an educated and motivated workforce. And so, the strategic alignment of, for instance, the MEEP program. So MEEP is the Manufacturing Engineering Education Program. And in that program, which was a congressional ask amount of money given from OUSD, or run from ONR, there are a variety of different, focus areas. We've got composites areas. We have the additive manufacturing area. We work with a couple of the other manufacturing institutes, LIFT. Next, Flex Factor. We work with. We've got one dealing with photonics. So these definitely need to be strategically focused and be need based. I mean, we know that the Navy's got a lot of really difficult structures and platforms to try to build and design in the next 10, 20, 50 years. And we're definitely, the strategic focus is to try to bring the right people to the table. And a big part of that, Josh, is to really educate the right ones and bring the right ones to the table. So it's not just once they get there, it's, as you say, it's a K through 12, it's a re-education process, it's an apprentice program. There's a lot of need there, certainly.
Yeah, and thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And for folks, we actually shared this morning the success of our MEEP program, right? Training over 8,000 folks over the last 2.5 years and really having an impact that'll last and continue to have a legacy, and the work that we've done around the workshopping and underserved communities, separating veterans and that kind of thing. And I agree. I mean, there's a tremendous opportunity, but it's the tree that falls in the forest. There's no one to hear, right? So we need to make sure that folks understand and know what these are, the opportunities, the pathways, those kind of things. Hareen, can you talk a little bit from your perspective on the economic side? Obviously, in your role, you see a lot of these programs and a lot of opportunity around here. Can you share a little bit from your perspective?
Yeah, no, this is great. Obviously we hear a lot about workforce and the importance of it, especially coming out of the pandemic. Like, this is what we've learned coming out of the pandemic. This has been said a million times. Like, we reevaluate the need to have a domestic skilled workforce and domestic skilled resilient supply chain, right? And you all are at the forefront in helping create that. This is why the president put in $2 billion for sector partnerships in the rescue plan to help try to bring local organizations manufacturing firms, training providers together. We really feel bullish on sector partnerships. We really feel that's one way where a consortium of manufacturing firms, particularly small and mediums, who may not have the capacity to stand up training themselves or support a registered apprenticeship themselves, could come together with backbone organizations such as community groups, community colleges, local high schools, local economic development groups to develop this sector-based training where you identify the foundational skills you need for most manufacturing jobs and then have the one-off pieces for the skills adjacency. There is some foundational needs throughout some of this work, some foundational competencies when it comes to some STEM type areas. And let's face it, some folks may not come out of that through the K through 12 system. And so in the meantime, let's focus on trying to build the skills adjacency through the sector-based partnerships and also start investing. Part of the sector-based is also investing in your local high schools to have a pre-apprenticeship build out to a registered apprenticeship so you have a pathway. It also involves high school teachers. It involves guidance counselors who are severely underpaid and may not understand the new manufacturing that's happening. It's not dirty anymore. This is clean. It's cool. It's what's hip. I think this is what is needed. And so we're investing a lot. So the president put in $2 billion in ARP. We have $5 billion potential for BBB. But regardless of what happens on the Hill, you all are trying to make it happen. And resources may only go so far, but coordinating together, if we can reduce the coordination costs, we can amplify all the efforts you all are trying to do in the front line. So it's getting the local needs, identifying the local skills, identifying the foundational needs, and then figuring out what do we need to upskill for our incumbent workers and what skilling do we need for the folks coming in. Some manufacturing USA firms are doing this very well, but identifying the skills they might need in the new technologies coming in the next 10, 15, 20 years, you probably want to start investing in K-12 now. For the technology needs today, you probably want to invest in the existing workforce pieces. So I would encourage you all to think a little creatively. If you have any questions, we're really bullish on this. There's still there's a good jobs challenge available from the Department of Commerce today. And we encourage you all to try to find some backbone organizations. So whether it's community colleges, whether it's your local economic development group, whether it's the Teamsters, whether it's another training provider, come together. And these funds are available for you all. And it's a competitive grant, but I really think this piece is provide a good opportunity for you all to find some funding to help stand this up. Is that getting at what you want, Josh?
It's exactly. I mean, it's exactly what I think we need, right? And I think one of the things that hopefully folks are starting to at least put together, right? I'm not looking at the chat window, so I don't know what's happening over there. But hopefully folks are starting to tie those things into, hey, we talked about where we're at and where we're going, right? And then when you hear you both speak about these opportunities, it's all the stuff that we're kind of pulling together, right? So when we talk apprenticeship, we put together an apprenticeship pathway. Right? How do we go from youth and pre-apprenticeship all the way through high school apprenticeship into reskill, upskill, working all the way over to the Navy's 3-tiered apprenticeship pathway funded out of OBNAV, right? So we're trying to solve some of that and bring those things to the table. When we talk about things like working across the institutes around that cross functionality of a technician or a workforce or those types of things so that we can kind of build some of that common competency. We've been embedded in that competency work so that we can align those things. We have some potential projects coming up where literally we're going to kind of build the card catalog to the library that looks at 100 job roles around additive, identifies those, says, hey, here's the competencies we need, which are born from the additive manufacturing body of knowledge, so we can connect the dots. And we know as folks transition around the workforce, we know where they need upskilled specifically, not just in general, and not kind of, I don't want to say wasting time, but are faster to market, right? So that we can be more agile like the technology can be, as well. And so I think that all of those things marry tremendously well. They resonate. I think we all share the sentiment of let's focus on the amplification and deployment of these existing things instead of saying, oh, we spent the last 2 years building the same thing that's, it's just a different shade of blue car. It's still a blue car. We have that blue car. Maybe we need to, change the wheels and the rims and make it, look good in this regional environment or whatever that may be. But, let's start with what we have. Tailor that piece in, get there faster.
There's a question I see in the chat about where do we find this grant. So if you go to the EDA's website for Department of Commerce, they have a Good Jobs Challenge. You'll be able to find there's a $2 billion, the information on the Good Jobs Challenge, $2 billion grant for sector-based partnership.
Yeah, and thanks for following.
Yeah, and Josh, real quick, just to not to take up too much time, but I really, it's exciting. The when Harin, you talked about kind of leveraging and working together with other groups, and that's something I've been very gratified that all of the 13 different funded MEEP participants have come together, and really we have encouraged this to leverage each other's best practices and really leverage each other's successes. And of course, America Makes is a leader in that, but there's other leaders, and really I think they've done a great job. And I stress to them many times that we're spending our own money on these, right? I mean, we're taxpayers, and this money didn't just fall from the sky magically, and so we want to get the most out of it. And I think they've all done a great job. I mentioned I was down in Norfolk, Newport News Shipbuilding, worked with Operation Next, really interesting program out of LIFT, which is re-educating veterans and their spouses in manufacturing skills. So there's a lot of opportunities. I encourage people to, Josh, you may have already mentioned it, but DoD STEM website has a great website with a lot of resources, and certainly I'm sure reach out to any of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that. And we'll be, sharing this. Cindy does a great opportunity to bring that entire MEEP network together several times a year, where we do talk about collaboration. We shared some examples of how we work across the institutes even this morning, to make sure that, again, we're not starting at zero, we're starting somewhere along that spectrum to amplify. So thank you both for that. If I could pivot a little bit, and talk a little bit, we talked a lot about member engagement and stakeholder partner engagement, right? And what that looks like across our portfolio, right? And so we had, and I talked through these roles that go from everything to leadership in the portfolio to subject matter experts, whereas other folks are saying, hey, let's exploit that. And in a way, I mean, these programs are funded from all varieties of resources. I always joke with our internal team, and I say, this is your good tax dollars at work in some sense of the word, right? This is our part, and we take some pride in that. But, we talk with a lot of members and partners and stakeholders regionally, locally, nationally, to kind of exploit it in a way. Take these tools, use them, take them in your local community. Our team is here to help you do that, in a big way. And we've pulled, some folks that are doing that, and they all have a little bit different perspective as well. So maybe, Jessica, I'll start with you as well. And Harin, I know you may have to drop off, and that's perfectly fine. So feel free to leave when you need to. And I know Jessica has a big 10th anniversary that's, tonight too. So we appreciate you spending some time. So let's start with you as well. Maybe talk about some of the value that you see in collaboration, taking some of these assets out of our portfolio, using them, deploying them, and how that works and helps you drive your mission as well.
Absolutely. Well, and it was a great setup in the answer to the last question, because as I mentioned, the Mahoning Valley Manufacturers Coalition, which is situated in Youngstown, Ohio, and the region around America Makes headquarters, we are an industry sector partnership, which means that our manufacturers they actually organize themselves. So we're celebrating the 10th year of our organization tonight, which is pretty special. And, they came together completely around this idea of, manufacturing workforce challenges and forecasted shortages. And we all know in this work that it's pretty multifaceted, right? So we need to do a great job with exciting young people and guidance counselors and parents and community members about manufacturing careers and these new technologies, while at the same time making sure that our education and training landscape is organized, that those career pathways with stackable credentials are organized in such a way that it's seamless for someone to enter into and advance along these career pathways. And so we've been doing a lot of space on all facets of these challenges. But more recently, we chose to take a step back. The pandemic kind of put a damper on our youth outreach activities for a bit. And we thought, we've tried a lot of things over our past 10 years. We've got this great, strong speakers bureau, if you will, of manufacturers who like to volunteer and go out into classrooms and talk to, bring tours in through their facilities. But we thought, how can we really be more strategic to make sure that we have something to offer at every age band, that it's a continuum of interaction and engagement engagement with young people, and that we also are really looking to make sure that it's sustainable. We have the most impact, but that we're also, looking at making sure that when we send a volunteer out into a classroom, it's sustainable, or are there bigger ways that we can have larger impact? And so we engaged America Makes in that discussion, and was, really pleased to find that Josh has been working really hard and has a great, a great set of tools and resources that we can draw upon here at the local level. And so, because this work is so challenging, and because there is work to be done on so many different fronts, there is no reason to reinvent the wheel. And so when we find a tool or a resource that is as well thought out as, say, an additive edge resource, that has had educator input, that is exciting and thoughtful about the way to engage young people and really stakeholders at all age levels, then we want to take avail of that. And so I think that's a great example of how, having a centralized, knowledgeable resource like America Makes, thinking through, these kinds of strategies and building tools that then we all across the country can be drawing upon. We certainly have found a lot of value in that and are excited to be, partnering with Josh and the team to, to take those out into districts. We were in a group of superintendents just earlier this week going through this kind of rethinking exercise, and manufacturers started talking about how we need to make sure that young people understand these new technologies, but they also understand how to be an entrepreneur and what 21st century skills are all about. And I said, oh, great, I have a solution for that, additive edge. So anyway, just one example, but how we're, really excited to strengthen the partnership with America Makes and draw on these tools and resources and hopefully contribute back some of, our spin on things in the way that we're able to implement them in the Mahoning Valley.
Yeah, and thank you, Jessica. And I think this exemplifies this national strategy, local impact, right? I mean, you build a tool on the national stage, and Lawrence and Mike are going to talk about, being part of building this stuff, right? Being the subject matter expert that contributes the industry and defense voice. And we've engaged, dozens of members in those types of activities, right? And we anchor those back to the body of knowledge. We anchor that in a credential pathway that starts with the Girl Scouts patch way down, K6 elementary school, and goes all the way through reskill and upskill of manufacturers, incumbent workers, and those types of things. And so we're excited to leverage these and get these out. I mean, obviously Jessica's been an awesome champion for us locally, right in the backyard of Youngstown. It's a renewed dedication to make sure that we're successful at home in a certain sense. We have a lot of activity. Jessica, we talked about the GM reinvestment project actually this morning. I highlighted that as one of our snapshots of success. Specifically, we are working in underserved communities around the city of Youngstown as well with Jessica and the entire team there. An organization called Bright that focuses, you heard of Vaulted Valley earlier today, some of those buzzwords and those types of things. So, it shows what we can do on the regional level, and we can unplug that and take it to different regions, right? And now we have that playbook that we can deploy across a variety of regions with different players, but, and tailor that within the region. So thank you so much. Wish you the best of luck on tonight's celebration as well. So pivoting pivoting from that, I want to pivot to Mike Vasquez. You heard a little bit about his introduction with the AMX, the Advanced Manufacturing Experience, and those types of things. The really cool part is that, Dr. Waters sitting right next to him on my screen. I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but Mike was able to leverage some of the MEP funded activity, right? And some of this was out of the NIST CARES Act fund and those types of things. So, you can see just on the screen here today, leveraging projects from one another, making sure these things and these resources continue to live on, and those types of things, and being able, as a great example of, a member taking some of these tools, deploying them, finding an opportunity. And Mike, do you want to, share some of your experiences locally, obviously share the, the program and that kind of stuff you've worked on there local in Chicago and the West Side?
Absolutely. Thanks, Josh. And thanks for putting all this together. So for me, I mean, we've all seen the headlines about supply chain disruptions and how the manufacturing base in the US has been eroded over the last 30, 40 years. And so from where I sit, and we consult with both Fortune 100 companies as well as small, medium-sized companies. I see this firsthand, kind of traveling around the country, speaking with these companies about how 3D printing technologies are going to solve some of these problems and bring some of these capabilities back to the US. But inevitably, all these conversations, we hear the same thing over and over again. Like, hey, this technology is great. Like, we can print in metal and titanium and whatever the new flavor of the month is. But how can I actually hire the people I need to run this equipment or set up a facility for me? Where are they? But on the flip side, when I get back to Chicago after some of these trips, like all I hear on the news is kind of lack of jobs and opportunities across many of the cities, neighborhoods that are around here. And inevitably, kind of, if you get kind of down below the surface, it's not necessarily an unwillingness to work hard. It's really the fact that people have no idea that a lot of these jobs exist in additive manufacturing. I mean, we're here, America Makes, like everyone's essentially a subject matter expert compared to my grandma or someone else here, right? And it used to be the case that you might have someone in your family that worked in manufacturing 30, 40, 20, 30 years ago. I mean, that was more common. Today, I think 60, 70% of jobs are in the service sector. So that's not always the case. And it's also the fact that manufacturing doesn't have a great reputation for a lot of people. It still has that kind of dirty connotation. You hear all about like the people that do know about manufacturing, it's probably in a negative context because their parent or uncle or grandparent got kind of their job shipped overseas. And not to mention all this talk of advanced technology and AI and robotics kind of taking some of these jobs. And so that's where I got to thinking about a year ago. I was like, hey, maybe there's a solution here, kind of taking a creative path around it to show people what career paths in additive manufacturing could look like, show them kind of what's happening in these white windowless buildings, nondescript on the side of the highway that we all pass and that some of us work at on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, how do you get in there and see some of these machines? And so that's why we started the AMX program, the Advanced Manufacturing Experience. It all came together as a month-long program, kind of located in one of the most served areas of the country. Partnered with some local neighborhood organizations to kind of get some people in there, ages 21 to 50, to kind of work on this challenge. And so for me, it involved three things. Kind of one of the first calls was to Josh and the America Makes team to say, hey, like, what can we use? I don't want to build curriculum. I want to deliver it and kind of pair it with some other things. And that's where we got some access to credential curriculum that also helped kind of give folks that went through this something to show for it after the fact. Second, we wanted to really think about, it's not just about training, it's about kind of who you know. And so we partnered each of the students with mentors in the industry, as well as setting up hands-on in-person training to show people kind of what do these facilities look like? What does it look like to be someone that works in these jobs? So we also partnered with America Makes members like EOS and Renishaw, Impossible Objects, to take them kind of what's going on. And so it worked. I mean, there were several students that went through this program. I hired two of them because they were awesome, and now they're kicking butt on some projects I'm working on. We kind of brought the entrepreneurship aspect to it, and one participant is joining an accelerator program based in Chicago to take one of her ideas around 3D printing a product into the reality. And so for us, like, we can work, and we're going to continue to work to solve this problem kind of 10 to 15 people at a time. But we can't kind of continue to strengthen U.S. manufacturing without the help of America Makes and what they're doing, and Josh and the team are doing. And so we did this as kind of a pro bono voluntary effort on ramp to manufacturing jobs and kind of give people opportunity. And so we're happy to kind of share insights, kind of materials, learnings with any organization that wants to replicate this in their region. We're hoping to build it out as well. So thanks for all your help, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mike's been a little bit humble about what he did out there, right? Obviously a fantastic amount of work. And we had the pleasure of getting to host the Secretary of Commerce and her visit out to meet Mike and the team and celebrate the work that's been done, along with 3 members of Congress, the mayor's office of Chicago, and those kind of things. So I think having the opportunity to put a national spotlight on some of this stuff, right, and celebrate these successes, around here in the work that Mike's put into this. It's nights and weekends. We know that he's got little ones at home and those kind of things. I had the pleasure of meeting the whole family. We were out there, and those kind of things. And so it's great work. I've had a chance to meet these students, spend some time, sit, myself and a couple of our team members were out and visited and those kind of things. I mean, it's real success, right? This is impact. We can talk about, hey, we've impacted 14,000 folks this year, right? These are some of those numbers. And this is the important part. This is the fun part. This is why I get excited and I talk too long and get long-winded. This is all it. This is the real stuff. And so we really appreciate that. This is why we're doing what we're doing. And lastly, I want to turn to Lawrence, because again, Lawrence was part of that team that said, hey, this is what should be in the content. This is what the assessments should, these are the test questions. These are the performance assessments, those kind of things. I mean, he was leading a lot of that work with a group of educators and a group of industry members and workforce folks saying, this is the important stuff. This is what industry needs and those kind of things. And so Lawrence, can you talk a little bit about your experience from that side of the, that side of the equation as well?
Yeah, certainly. So, first, thanks for the invite. Really appreciate it. And, being able to talk about additive, I really passionate about the technology. It's a lot of fun. And, when I was asked to be a part of the AM credentialing process, I'm thinking to myself, I get to do more additive, after work. This is great. Why not? But, evolution of emerging technologies, typically outpaces your standardization, your common practices. And, I was fortunate enough to participate in the system through America Makes, to really translate the industrial needs that we see in aerospace and defense into a system, thereby laying down that foundation of a homogeneous, additive, ideally ASTM-driven language and process. And, what would I want to see from a new engineer coming into the workforce? What should they know? What are they able to execute on? And how can we best harness that energy and passion, right? I don't need to say that, we need an agile workforce, that's tuned to how fast this technology is growing. And, industrially, we often find ourselves having to break out of our traditionally trained roles, right, to better encapsulate additive potential. And that holistic approach is really enabled by, what we've been doing with America Makes and their workforce development engagements. Everyone knows AM is a unique technology, right? We can put it in front of a person that's really early in their professional, even academic career. And they're able to grasp it really quickly and start building these foundational skills through which, this educational engagement scales up really well into an industrial application. One metaphor I always use is you can buy one of these small material extrusion machines on Amazon for $150. You can get your free CAD package, your free slicer. And I would say 85% of those design rules and capabilities scales up to these industrial, powder bed fusion machines. That learning can happen so early on in their career. It's tremendous value, and being able to participate with America Makes to help shape that talent pipeline to better develop, this enormous potential of this growing and kind of unseen workforce. And, pun intended, laser focus it into, designing and building something that's really disruptive. I mean, it's exciting. It's a lot of fun. And it's really, in some cases pretty challenging where, I have to retrain some pretty senior engineers who are somewhat calcified in how they think design should be. And then how do we, crack that open and say, all right, listen, the rules are different. The language is different. And how do we start homogenizing that? And, so that we can move, fast and really kind of, capitalize on the intrinsic value of additive as this, cool technology that is moving out of prototyping and tooling and starting to go into, production and actual end use, especially in aerospace and defense.
Yeah. And thank you, Lawrence, for that, your perspective on that, right? I mean, some of those points, when we first went through some of these credentialing programs, especially in the high school realm, we're looking to build this credential pathway. When we took those to what, were some high-powered pre-engineering high schools, one of the first things that came to mind, that folks said, this is hard. And I said, yeah, because because you teach CAD doesn't mean and some of those ASTM language and terms and making sure that students truly are ready. And so it should be hard, right? It should validate that skill set and that competency and those kind of things. And it's not that that was an even playing field. We had 6 high school instructors on that team that said, yeah, this is appropriate for the age, and those kind of things. So we made sure it was vetted. We made sure it could happen and those kind of things. And part of that, and one of the reasons we're K to Gray, is because, candidly, we have to go to the whitest part of the funnel. Yes, we can reskill and we can upskill and we can help that agile workforce we need, right? But we need to make sure that that innovation can be pushed from the bottom up to, just like it was with CAD software versus hand drafting with pencil and paper. And typically in the K-16 pipeline, you're getting more than one in the bang for your buck, right? So when you engage and inspire one, usually you're getting someone else at home, a mom, a dad, a parent, a guardian, a brother, a sister, an aunt and uncle, everyone. And we all just were, maybe at Thanksgiving dinner or whatever that may be. And we're sharing what we're excited about, right? We're sharing our work. My family's probably tired of hearing me talk about my work, and those types of things. And so we all know additive can be an excellent way to create that excitement. And like I said, we're focused on the additive workforce, but we also know that we have a pretty big responsibility to introduce advanced manufacturing to a lot of these folks. And when I say student, I mean student of any age, truly. And so I don't see any questions in the chat at the moment. If anyone has some, please put them in there. We have about 5 minutes left in the panel group. As we kind of close out, anything, Jessica, I know you need to go. You have all of your event stuff going on, so feel free to drop when you need to. But any last closing remarks from the panel, and then I'll kind of close this out, and we'll pass on. I believe Ashley's up next on our agenda. All right, I will take silence as a no, even though everyone's on mute, and it's possible you were trying to talk. So first and foremost, I thank this group of individuals. Not only has it been a pleasure to have you here today, it's a pleasure to work with you every day. I candidly mean that. You all know that. I share with our team every day. It is a blessed privilege to do the work we do, to have the impact and be the human side of our work. Absolutely. And so we've talked a lot about ways to engage membership. We have over 50 members that engage in our portfolio every day. And we have over 3 dozen partners that engage. So when we talk about, getting this out into small businesses, we have small businesses that are part of our portfolio and creation. We have small businesses that use it. We have large manufacturers, obviously, Lawrence, in your situation, and you have Mike, the small business, sitting together, using these, deploying them uniquely and those kind of things. And I think that, we know that we need talent. We know that we need talent that's prepared and ready, that's capable. We know that we have to be competitive with that talent to be competitive in manufacturing. We're here, we're ready. Join us. That's what AM Nation's all about. That's what our portfolio is here to do. So we certainly appreciate everyone. We appreciate all the work and the partnership and collaboration of you all as well. And, certainly appreciate you spending the afternoon with us.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. So we're getting close to the end of MMX. We have one last presentation, and that is actually not going to be Ashley. She is having one of her teammates do it. George Barnich should be on the line, and George is going to give us an update on AM Now. So you may be familiar with that term. It's a program we've talked about a couple of different times at MMX Events and TRX Events. It's a large program kind of digging into some of the supply chain opportunities that exist out there. So George, I will hand it over to you, the closer, to get us through the last talk of the day.
Wow, I appreciate the esteemed honor there. Hang on a second, I'll share my screen here. Here we go. I think this should be working. I'll wait to see some comments. Okay, cool. Thank you. My name is George Barnich, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Technology Officer for the Manufacturing Technology Deployment Group. MTDG is a holding company for two entities, one of them being NCDMM, holding this conference, and the other is a new organization we put together called Advanced Manufacturing International. I also function as the VP CTO for NCDMM. Yes, Ashley was supposed to present this today, but she's indisposed, so I'm going to give it a shot here. Wanted to bring something to your guys' attention right away is that we were still looking for our public release on this, and so we received a pre-decisional release from the government to go ahead and present this, but this is not available for distribution until we get the public release version handed to us. So with that, I'll begin. For those of you who aren't familiar with AM Now, AM Now's it's a rather large program that has a large scope, primarily focused on developing the supply chain and putting a digital thread platform together. So primarily, we're trying to come up with what we call a prototype advanced manufacturing digital supply chain. And what that really means is interacting with a lot of supply chain participants and coming up with an open standards interface to be able to very securely transfer digital information, mostly the TDPs and the things that you need to build a part, and then when the part's being manufactured, captured in situ data being put back to the buyers that asked for it. So that's kind of the general gist, but there's a lot of threads to this program that we'll discuss through this presentation. So to get started, we've partnered with DevCom out in Huntsville from the Aviation Missile Command Team. There are government partners on the program. The first aspect of getting this program together was to get a lot of boots on the ground and touch a lot of the small, medium manufacturers in the supply chain. So the best way to do that is to get with groups that are either associated with MEPs or get the MEPs involved. And in this case, we reached out to Youngstown Business Incubator for regional support in the Eastern Ohio region, and Catalyst Connection is our MEP in the Western Pennsylvania region. We call this a tech belt region. There's a lot of activity in additive and machining in general. So this was our kind of region of experimentation for this program. And the intent was if this program was successful, it could be scaled and done in other regions similarly. With that, we brought in some other partners. We went through a laborious selection process of coming up with some IoT-based hardware that would really kind of represent the digital thread piece of it, the connectivity piece of it. So we selected Lex Energy as a really nice product. Quotient is a software developer. They were involved in Jamex, and we've got familiarity with them. They're helping us with the cloud-based AMIT platform that we're developing. Critical aspect of it is the cybersecurity is done with StrongKey. We also have Dr. Andreas Villahinos on board, helping us with some of the design and transitioning the TDPs into AM-ready TDPs. You'll notice here there's a contracting consultant, GSA coach. We're very fortunate to have this person on the team. They used to be the regional DACO in the Southeast and very, very familiar with government contracting. And we execute all of our projects on this program as if it was a government DoD contract. So it's really helping the supply chain learn how to actually provide a bid and do business with the government. Last but not least, University of Alabama, Huntsville. They are our partners. They do a lot of analytics on the supply chain, and they provide us with a lot of organizing the deliverables in terms of trying to measure, how the supply chain performed during the program. Moving on, one of the things that I want to talk about here is the digital thread. It means a lot of things to a lot of people, and if somebody tells you they're implementing the digital thread for you, they're probably lying to you, or it's a very, very narrow aspect of the digital thread. There's quite a lot in that term. So we usually like to calibrate people and say that the platform that we're developing has boundaries. We're focused on sourcing, production, and delivery. We do not want to compete with NX and Creo and all these third-party providers of design tools and simulation tools and so forth. What we want to do is be interfaced with those capabilities, just like on the back end of it in the maintenance, sustainment, and disposition. Those are usually MRP, ERP-like systems or homegrown systems that can be interfaced with a decent API. So we didn't want to boil the ocean here. So that's kind of the lane that we operate in. We did realize that a lot of the TDPs that we were looking for weren't really quite mature enough. So we do a lot of preparation work as part of the program, but it's really not part of the platform itself. So I want to make that distinction. And the other piece is in order to provide value to the government, to the Army customer, we do what we call simulated qual cert, because under our contract, we don't have the authority to actually qualify and cert anything under the OTA contract vehicle that we have. But we do a lot of coupon testing, and we kind of like to call it de-risking qual and cert, so we can hand over a TDP package and a lot of data that would help a certification activity take place. So anyways, that kind of frames it for you, what part of the digital thread we're in. The next chart here is kind of a graphical representation of the schedule. The thing to note here is a typical Gantt chart, but that middle one called platform development's kind of exploded because it's kind of really the point of the approach that we took to this program. Based on a lot of the assessments that we did of the supply chain when we got started, it was clear that a lot of things weren't defined of, what kind of information you want to have, what kind of, how do you go about doing these transactions? So what we did is we started developing the platform first in parallel with running individual projects, kind of the old-fashioned way with the supply chain. As we gathered the information from the supply chain that we needed, it really kind of coalesced and drove us to this go-live position where the initial version of the platform was stood up, and then we were able to continue the projects while using a prototype version of that platform and sort of eased into it. And that's kind of how we approached the platform development, is sort of in an incremental, sort of a agile fashion, if you will. We also realized that we were out looking for specs and things that we could use to put into the tech data packages to get the products that we needed made, and found that there weren't any in a lot of cases. So we created an advanced process development projects line, and we actually ran some serious projects to develop processes during this. So that provided a lot of value in some areas that were of interest to the Army and supply chain in general. We also had a phase 2 increment where they were now working towards interoperability tests with government systems, all in the aim of kind of transitioning this open standards platform to the government at some point. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And the red line represents kind of where we're at now. We're at the verge of starting our validation projects, where we're now, the proof is in the pudding as to whether projects could be executed through the platform. So to give you guys a quick set of guidelines of how we try to attack this problem, is we came up with a set of high-level platform guidelines and just worked our ways towards it and followed these rules. And one of them is we wanted it to take the form of a multi-sided platform. And the reason for that is because it's not a platform that's strictly a buyer to supplier relationship. It's multi-sided because there's other constituents that would have an interest in the data that's collected, the in situ data that's collected from these different builds that we created. And you'd have, like, the primary one would be AI and machine learning software service providers that could look at the data and provide insight into the processes and operations that were used by the suppliers in order to develop the part. Equipment OEMs would be interested in the data to see how their equipment fares compared to what people are looking for and what capabilities and so forth. Material suppliers. So the idea here, multi-sided platform, it's not supposed to just satisfy one set of constituents, but a multiple set of constituents. And so that was kind of the intent. COTS hardware software, we didn't want to make this a software or hardware development program other than really implementing the platform piece, which is really a set of open standards and rules. So other than that, there's not a lot of heavy duty software development going on in that area. Everything needed to be standards based and published. We wanted to make sure there was no proprietary sole source licensing hook in it. We're using actual DoD use case as opposed to exemplar parts. So these are actual real parts that are of interest. And mostly what they did is they percolated up through a lot of the exercises that the DoD was conducting on the could we, should we build 3D parts, and we kind of grab those parts and put them through the supply chain. And probably the most important piece of this was to introduce a contract deliverable for in situ data capture. So in addition to providing coupons, GD&T data, perhaps some other test data and the actual parts themselves, each of the suppliers was on the hook to capture, digitally capture in situ data and provide that data as part of a contract deliverable. And it's sort of trying to see if the supply chain would be able to, how they would react to something like that. Critical tech really comes down to three main things. One, the IoT edge device. This basically enables the digital thread. I mean, without it, you really can't do it. You have to have some sort of IoT edge node, if you will, on the digital thread in order for it to function on the digital thread. Cloud services, we have Azure Gov Cloud. We have an instance in the Azure Gov Cloud, and we created what's called an AMNow secure zone. And what we use is we use that strong key as a security stack, hardware encryption and tokenization and security stack that lives at the ISP service provider in Azure. And so when the information is moved, it's encrypted and tokenized. So even the guys at Azure really can't break into it because the data is encrypted at rest. And the banking level security, and the reason that this is here is because we had this program to work on the supply chain, work on the contract issues and the TDP transfer and all the things that we wanted to do and introduce Industry 4.0 and IoT to the suppliers. The last thing we wanted to do is keep fighting off the people that would be complaining that it wasn't secure enough or that we weren't addressing it and so forth. So the plan here was to just completely overkill the security piece of this so that that wasn't part of the conversation, you know, in terms of its you know, the major portion of it. If we thought if we overkilled it, people would focus more on the supply chain development. So what we did is we basically said we're going to treat data as currency, and we're going to use the tools that industry develops to secure currency. And that's what we've done. So we use encryption and tokenization the same way that bank transfers, third-party bank transfers take place. And, you know, more on that if you guys are interested, but there's a whole presentation that could be done on how we approach the security. Some stats here are just to give anyone who's not familiar with the program just kind of an idea of the magnitude of the program. It's not a handful of projects done with a handful of selected suppliers. I mean, we are literally going out to hundreds of suppliers. We've got literally 203 builds to date with about 1,600 parts that were developed. We're looking to do about 102 projects. We've got 44 in progress right now, 20. So as you can tell from the schedule, kind of where we're at. We wanted to have more suppliers directly connected with the IoT edge devices, but we're finding out that a lot of the suppliers are rebidding for the projects. So we have, you know, return suppliers coming back, and COVID really kind of stopped us in our first year of getting these things out there, and now we're kind of playing catch up. But the good news is we reached a point where we're actually collecting data now for some activities are coming up early next year with regard to using the data that we're capturing with AI and ML tools. Durations of projects, as you can see here, the PIP projects represent the individual little projects we do with hundreds of the supply chain members. The APDPs are that advanced development process projects I was telling you about that we kind of had to do because there were no standards out there. And those were a little more involved. And as you can see from, you know, some of the things that we were doing in there, we've had different types of processes and things that we had to come through. And then we're actually publishing these through standards organizations right now. I think we just had our first one actually published, and I can't remember what it was. Typical projects awards down there so you guys could get a feel for, you know, the range and size of the projects. A few examples here. We've got about 28 of them. We were starting with originally with 19, and I think we're almost up to 28 individual types of projects that are on this program that came and bubbled up through the Army to use as use cases. And I've got 3 of them here. This microclimate vest manifold, this is something the tankers wear when they're inside the tank, and it provides coolant air. And there were justifications that were made as to why to do this. It was usually to try to set up a quantity build. They didn't need as many, so it didn't make sense to try to bring up a whole production line, and injection molding to, come up with a handful of parts. So the rationale was used as, hey, could we 3D print these things? So we wound up going out to 4 different suppliers, about a total of 4 builds per each supplier. We generated about 648 different parts, well, same part, but versions of the part. 300 coupons. You can see the material there and the process that we used, the machines that we used. So we've got sheets for this for literally 28 different types of parts. This is one of them. The next one is waveguides. This was a very interesting set of parts. We originally received a very simple one that kind of on the left side. And when you found out how these guys were building these things before, it was amazing. They were just using, piping fixtures from the past. And there was these design guidelines on how to go about doing it. And once you got into 3D printing, you could use, sinusoidal shapes. You didn't have to use 90-degree corners. And, there's a lot more opportunity came up, and this turned out to be a very interesting space in terms of where AM could apply itself. And the quantities aren't that huge. They're not building these, mobile radar systems and stuff that they put out in the field, and the types of quantities that kind of, lend itself to other types of manufacturing. So as you can see, all these machines that you see here, the Concept Laser, the EOS, the Stratasys, X1s, these all have interfaces with the IoT system that we're using. So in addition to collecting all the data just from the controllers, we've got heat treatment, hardness testing. We had some electrical conductivity, some RF performance testing done. So there's a whole bunch of data that's associated with these parts that are up in the cloud. Last but not least, another example, cargo door link, same type of thing. Several suppliers, numbers of builds. We used a high strength aluminum in this case, heat treatments, post-process machining, and collecting data for all aspects of it, not just the actual build, but all of the other aspects around it in order to create a product. And the idea is hopefully to be able to apply machine learning and AI to improve these processes and look at pros and cons of, different approaches towards making these parts and so forth. Real quick here, give you a flash of like what the platform looks like. This is, this is what it looks like in terms of its user interface. And there's 2 pieces of this. This is the front side, let's say the supply chain side. And what it does is when you look at the analytics that are in the middle there, the analytics is the analytics about the supply chain. How many suppliers have these types of certifications? Where are they? What kind of equipment do they have? What materials can they deal with? So it helps the buyers that are looking to solicit parts find the right group of potential suppliers that could actually, bid on a job given the requirements of the job. So that's the front kind of piece of it, of the AMIT platform that we're delivering, and it's an unlimited rights deliverable to the government, so there's no IP hooks in it. And the kind of the back end, I guess I like to call it, is that once that data is in the cloud based on those builds and the parts, there's a whole lot of analytics that can be applied. So what we did is we provided what we thought was a basic level set of tools where people can visualize the data and use the data. It does not preclude, though, the data, because the data is contained in an open and published JSON file format. Any AI machine learning software service provider can take the JSON files and do whatever visualizations and analytics they want. This is not limited to what you see on this screen. It's just a tool that, as we were developing it, there was a need to have some basic level of visualization and basic capabilities for looking at the data and being able to compare the pieces of data sort of in a rudimentary sense. So this is kind of what we deliver, but it's not limited to just that. In the process of the program, we just started finding a lot of things out about the supply chain, all the way down from actually being able to do a cost proposal with the DoD. So our government sponsor is very happy with the program because we're literally brewing DoD capable suppliers that otherwise weren't involved in DoD business. And that's where our GCA coach that I mentioned earlier, how valuable they are, because we really learned a lot about what kind of tools to put in a platform that would help these guys be able to bid these things correctly. A lot of cybersecurity risks and questions that we had from the suppliers. So we wound up coming up with a lot of online content to address these things. And, they're available on where you can see the links are. And if you want to register into the database, you'll be exposed to any requests for quotes for any of these remaining projects that we have. About the IoT edge device, a lot of them aren't even familiar what it does or what its purpose is and so forth. And then a lot of the ITAR restrictions and things that come with DoD contracting had to be addressed. So it's actually quite valuable to go through the process and through a project like this to flush out these weaknesses. And I can say it was really good to go after the previous panel, because the panel kind of brought it down to earth at a very basic level. And the type of stuff that we're doing here is kind of down to earth at a basic level. We're not talking grain structure and melt pool monitoring here. We're talking the low hanging fruit of just basically trying to, have repeatability and producing parts. So for the geeks in the audience, I'll kind of dive into what do we mean by in situ data and what are we doing with this IoT edge device. We started out in a crawl, walk, run type of methodology. And what we did is we used our technical experts, Barnes group of advisors. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Kevin Slattery, Kirk Rogers, Rob, and John. He's very prevalent in this group of people. And we started out with, hey, regardless of whether we think we can measure it or not, what would be the critical process parameters that we would want, just in an ideal sense. So we created those for each of the process types. And then when we were dealing with the IoT supplier, there was basically a meeting of the minds of what the art of the possible was. So in the case of, we created these AM-Now 931, for example, is our laser powder bed fusion static data capture. So this is what we required to be captured in our first set of contracts prior to us even having the platform in place. So basically we're saying this is the kind of information that we believe generically, no matter whose equipment you use, if you're doing laser powder bed fusion, this is the kind of stuff that people would want to capture in terms of their process and not lose that information. So this is just an example. We have one for extrusion, we have them for other processes. But of course, we realize that capture of static pieces of data, although may be valuable, is not as valuable as time series data, things that change over time during the course of the build. So we began to start dealing with that and realize that what we needed was just basically a vendor agnostic approach, where if you're going to use this process, there's going to be this type of data that's going to be time series data, and we need to be able to somehow collect it and process it in a way where it's open and standardized. So what we basically do is we take in each individual ones of those inputs that come in through the IoT device, and we start doing basic aggregation, which we look at intervals, changes, and triggers in order to compress the data, if you will, because a lot of these parameters don't change that often, and there's no need to start collecting terabytes of data, which is what we're trying to avoid. So we're trying to, in that first layer, we're trying to bake it down into something packageable without losing any of the information. And then in the second layer, we take all those inputs, we put them into a temporally consistent format. So we line them up with a timestamp is essentially what that's trying to say. And then we push it into a model in the third layer. And then once it's inside the model, it gets stored locally at the edge at the SMM. And that's, there could be competition sensitive information. There could be all kinds of things in there, and the small manufacturer's in control of that. We had to deal with the fact that they were afraid that their secret sauce was going to be, stolen from them and so forth. So that's kind of where the data resides. And the purpose is they get to learn about Industry 4.0. They get to learn about improving their processes. They have access to data when they need to figure out what's going wrong. And it's a tool and allows them to evolve to become better. Then as part of the deliverable from that is extracted this JSON file, which is up at the top there. And those JSON files are basically related to the deliverables on the contract, and they get pushed up into the Azure Gov Cloud. In talking with our OEM advisory board, they basically said, we don't want terabytes of data. We don't want access to any of the secret sauce. We're not interested in that. What we're really looking for is, can you come up with pieces of information that assures us that the processes that we called for in our contract through our tech data packages and our contract we're complied with. And that's really the end game of what they're really looking for. So it's sort of enabling a part acceptance for AM parts. So with that, we wound up coming up with this, which is, again, using the laser powder bed fusion. We went from that static set of data that I showed you. Now we're getting, we call this a superset of the controller data, because not all the machine tools suppliers, like an SLM machine, is not going to give you all this stuff. You know, some suppliers give you more data than others. So we came up with a superset, and knowing that in some cases we're going to get zeros, you know, where these are. But the point is to try to push the industry to standardize at least some minimal subset of data that, regardless what machine you're using, this is the type of time series data that you would like to see in order to capture your process and be able to use that in order to have part acceptance when you deliver the part to the customer. So in our case, we're getting a lot of like chamber O2s, recoder access torques, things like that. We're getting it from the machines. We're able to put that into the JSON file. And we're also, because it's an IoT device, which you can see on the right-hand corner, all those pieces, by the way, are all commercial off-the-shelf parts. You could buy all 3 of those and assemble this box yourself. You have current sensors, so we're measuring the power coming in, shop temperatures, humidities, any other type. It's a Swiss Army knife for the company, but we needed to move towards standardizing. There's a lot of small companies don't know what to capture, why to capture, and so forth. So because we have an analytics capability local, we came up with a subset of things that pretty much everyone would want to see in terms of a low-level analytic, you know, part count, utilization, average temps, start, stop time, things like this, power consumption. So these are basically some of the standardized stuff that we came up with, and it's vendor agnostic. It doesn't matter what machine or type, and it's per process. So, but it doesn't preclude the fact that there are a whole slew of other analytics that could be done to the JSON data besides what would be immediately locally available from this IoT system. So this is kind of a shot of what the local IoT system looks like. On the left top corner is essentially all the devices that are on the manufacturing network. They appear there. If you were to click on any one of them, in this case, the Prusa, it shows the data items that are coming out of that controller. You know, extruder temp, target temp, current. These are all things that are coming out of the controller, and they're there. So it's a very graphical. You don't need to be a programmer to use this thing. It's drag and drop. So what you're doing is, when we added this, the time series data, we started collecting jobs. And that's what you see in the middle top there, those JSON files. Every time, you know, that machine is turned on to go do a build, it starts collecting all of the baseline information that we identified in the standard, shoves it into the JSON file, and sticks it in that local storage. So when you want to, you come back when the build is done or whenever, you click on any particular job, because usually during the contract deliverable, it's after the fact. So you can click on it, and then it lists all of the all of the streaming data points that it captured, and it tells you how many samples it actually took. You know, you got 54 layers, 122 X positions, and so forth. So you got an idea of how many measurement points were actually captured. All you do is you kind of click on the boxes on the left, and it'll graph it conveniently for you on the right. So these are some of the basic tools that this IoT device provides. And then the idea is this is not going to do, you know, grain structure or any kind of crazy stuff, but what it's going to do is it's going to help the small manufacturers, you know, at least show some level of consistency in the way they're building a part so that it can get accepted and there's some level of confidence in the use of the parts that they're generating. And that's really the objective. So this chart is really what we're trying to say here is we're trying to approach it from a technology interface layer where we don't want to be vendor specific, and we just want to say, you know, it doesn't matter what machine you use. This is a basic set of data that you want to capture and put into the open standard file format so that people can use. Same thing with the parts. We didn't want to be part specific, so it's sort of the same type of approach. Let's make it generic. Let's make it standardized. Anybody that needs to do specialized work because they're trying to solve a particular problem on a real tight tolerance, the IoT box can be fitted with external sensors. It can interface with other open standards. It's MT Connect native. There's so many other things that you can do, but you can't shove all that down a small manufacturer. It's too much to swallow. So the mission here, let's define the baseline minimum standard. Let's standardize it. Let's get it out there. Let's get all of the industry participants to at least capture and provide that basic set of data. Let's see, last but not least, the presentation was supposed to focus on supply chain, doing the best job I can here. With regard to the supply chain, these were real contract opportunities. There was a lot of benefit to the small manufacturer just running this program because of just bidding. A lot of these guys weren't even able to come in with a compliant bid. That would have never worked if it was solicited from DLA or from somebody else. So a lot of that evolution happened. There's a lot of suppliers now that are a lot better off than they were before the program. And they were provided with this IoT system at no cost. If you came to them and said, hey, IoT system, they wouldn't, they probably wouldn't bite. But when you said, hey, we want you to build, 20, 30 parts and we'll pay you, then all of a sudden, yeah, it was a no brainer, sure. Yeah, we'll do whatever you need. So it was a way to break in, get in the door, get past that cultural, barrier and get them to understand what the system does. And the hope is that when they saw it work for this product, they could see how it would apply to their operations and be able to utilize it in perpetuity. Minimum set of standards, we're really driving to that. It was clearly obvious that it needs to happen. Okay, how much time do I have? I think I'm on the 5 o'clock mark. And this non-proprietary, highly secure platform, we literally had to overkill the security piece. And everything that we're doing is above any requirement that we were given in interfacing with the PIF at Picatinny and dealing with the guys out at Rock Island. So a lot of these DoD manufacturers are air gapped. So the system is not dependent on a cloud, doesn't care. It's fully edge functional. Sometimes the data is collected and you got to basically burn a CD, walk out of the manufacturing floor, go to another workstation, log into the AMIT platform, and then provide your deliverable. What we're hoping is, and we're talking to NIST, we're talking to UL, we're talking to entities to see if we could have our security system at least tested and categorized in such a way that would allow people to feel comfortable to get away from that air gap mentality. It's not necessary. There are tools, security tools that will protect you, but unless you get consensus either in the DoD or through industry that your system has that capability, it's very tough to get people to go away from their gut intuition and open up a channel around that air gap, at least for DoD suppliers. Last but not least, what we were really trying to do here is the small manufacturer is not going to use ML and AI because they don't have the time. They don't have the time. They don't have the people. They don't have the budgets to sit there and massage their data for 3 or 4 months so that it can be useful. So what we said, if we can put it into these open standard JSON files that are very rich in context, we'd have everything that an AI or ML service provider would want to have in data. And if we could make it seamless to come from the cloud and immediately get plugged into these algorithms and these tools, it would really reduce the cost a lot and increase the probability that the small suppliers would use it. Did I run out of time? Hello?
More or less, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm willing to sit online.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe it'll be easiest. I think I know a bunch of people probably dropping off, but I want to thank you, George. Appreciate you not just filling in, but doing a bang up job. I know this is near and dear to your heart as you've lived it every day for the last couple of years. So appreciate that. I don't know if you can stick around, but when we go into networking, maybe jump to the center table on floor 2. How about that? We'll go
All right.
there. No, floor
We'll go
3.
there.
That's technology tables, floor 3 in the
Okay,
center. If
3
anyone's
in
got
the
a question, you'll see when you get there. There's a
All right,
big
I'll be there.
technology America Makes table. Just jump over to floor 3. But thanks to everyone. Certainly appreciate all of the excitement, energy, involvement. Hopefully we won't be doing this, at least MMX, virtually next year. We fully expect to be having TRX in Salt Lake City on late March. So we encourage everyone to sign up for that. It's 3 days, including the workshops, 2 days of technical exchange. So deep, enriched technical discussion about the portfolio will be taking place. But I want to thank everyone. I want to thank our team for pulling all of this together. So Tara Sarver kind of leads all of our activity on the event side, and all the coordination. I know Rhonda Capon helped out a ton as well, and the whole process of getting the 50 speakers that we had over the last couple of days onboarded and ready to use the system. I think everything went really smooth. Hopefully you were all happy with it. I will not belabor this any longer, but thank you all. If you've got any questions, we'll be hanging out for a while in the networking session, but also we've tried to post a number of different times. Our team is here to try to support you. So please reach out to us, whatever it might be for, whether it's about, project work, training, partnering, just concerns, whatever it might be. Please reach out. Final pitch for executive committee nominees, please send those in, and operating plan signature. So if you're on the governance board, please fill out that Microsoft form that I sent over on Monday. Thank you all. See you hopefully face-to-face soon. We'll see you in the networking in a second. Thanks. Have a good night.